infrastructure is crumbling this evening as the NintenByte Podcast continues its unprecedented rise. In cities across the globe, fans are rioting. The Pentagon has issued a statement describing the NintenByte Podcast network as a pixel-based prophecy. Some say the rise was foretold, others say it's just a really good podcast. We're talking twisted nipples, milk, and a sock puppet who doesn't talk.
It's dangerous to go alone. Watch this.
Welcome to the NintenByte Podcast, bitch.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen, you're watching the greatest Nintendo podcast ever! Yeah!
Is that a Joy-Con in your pants, or are you just happy to see us?
Shut up! Now feel the power. Everyone, do you feel that?
Oh my god, I feel it!
I feel it too, Gamer. What is it?
It's the power of our podcast.
I feel it!
This is rad, NintenByte.
So rad.
Power. Now bask in their glory.
I'm Nintendo Prime. Oh baby.
I'm Thunderstash.
I'm Gamebird Classic.
NintenByte rules.
Let's rock.
Hey everyone, welcome to the NintenByte Podcast, Season 3, Episode, I think 38. I think I got it right. I don't know. How you guys doing?
Right.
Welcome. We're going to have a killer show for you guys today. We got to talk about some Nintendo Direct business. Because, yeah, the leaks were true. The rumors were true. We have a Nintendo Direct tomorrow. So if you're listening to the audio version, it probably already happened. But, either way, that we're going to have a bonus episode, that means. So there will be a bonus episode tomorrow night as well. So, hey, if you're listening to this the day of the Direct, you can maybe you want to go back and listen to our Direct bingo section to see how much we got right or just how awfully wrong all of us were on everything. And then we are going to be talking about Nintendo sales data because holy crap, we got some big updates there. Also, hey, are there any value in exclusive games? Seems to be a hot topic that was started by the Crimson Desert leaker himself, Kiwi Talks, friend of the channel, friend of the show. Looking forward to coming back on and to remind us that GTA 6 is never coming to Switch 2. And what other opinions does he have out there that make people mad? Pretty much everything. Metroid's a flop. That's a new one. So how are we doing, everyone? Welcome. Let's go around the room and introduce everyone. I was going to start with our guest, Paul.
Excuse me. Did you say introduce everyone?
The hell?
You cannot have a proper introduction without introducing Bayonetta first, as it was revealed previously exclusively to Nintendo Prime that in the event that there was a partner showcase, yours, Bayonetta, would be making a presence on the NintenByte Podcast. Fully equipped with a shampoo bottle, no less. For all of you dirty boys out there, girls, people of all types, animals, whatever, I don't judge. You can see that Nathaniel Rumpeljans has his own bottle of shampoo. Over there, Thunderstash Gaming just downed a bottle of shampoo. Yes. Could this be a sign that Bayonetta 4 is coming exclusively to Nintendo Switch 2 tomorrow? You'll have to wait and see. I'll let you boys have a good time. I'll go get Paul Gale Network out from the Hell's Kitchen. Ta-ta.
One hell of a cold open, bro. Oh my goodness.
Did not expect Bayonetta to be gracing us. So feeling like that's a prediction for tomorrow.
Right?
She
looks even better in person.
She really does.
Oh,
She
geez.
really does.
I guess that short hair caught on. Still a thing. All right. How we doing?
I'm still starstruck by Bayonetta. Oh my goodness. I'm doing great. I've been graced with that presence. And yeah, I'm here. I'm thriving and vibing. I'm ready for Nintendo Direct tomorrow.
I don't know. How can you not be ready after what just happened? Hey, our other guest is here, Paul Gale Network. How we doing? You're muted. Are you doing another bit? The mute?
You're muted, Paul.
Paul.
Oh, he's leaking.
And that's what's going to show up tomorrow for real.
Right.
Yeah. Which one of you were love readers?
Yeah.
Because I missed it. Shit. Welcome, Paul.
Thanks.
Eric Moore is here.
Yeah. I'm on this show pretty much every week, and you still just never know what the hell you're going to find on this show. That's why I love it.
That gets proven every week. Sometimes it's Titanic. Sometimes it's a surprise appearance by Bayonetta.
Right?
Shampoo bottle to boot. You never know. Then we got Gamebird Classic.
How we doing, people? Glad to be here. It's another Wednesday, and I'm feeling good.
There we go.
Hell yeah.
You tell them about your video.
My
you
video?
got talking about your collaboration video.
Oh yeah. I
Plug
actually did
that baby.
Yeah, I should plug that baby. Yeah, guys, I just dropped 2 days ago, a day ago, a collaboration video with some predictions for this partner showcase. A lot of fun. I may have another one in the works. But yeah, got to feature a bunch of great creators, including Thunderstash here, and a lot of fun. So guys, check it out. If you haven't seen it, hop on the channel, check it out before tomorrow, and we could see how we did.
See, you got to listen to the Stash Man. He is technically the largest YouTuber on the show. So you got to get the plugs in. Speaking of the Stash Man, Mr. Dragon Warrior's in the house. How's it going, Thunderstash?
Great. Yes. Thanks for asking. Yeah, tomorrow Dragon Quest comes out. Dragon Quest 7. Reimagined. Yes.
Ooh.
Yes. So if you're thinking about getting it, if you're on the fence, go check out my review, my spoiler-free review I posted a couple of days ago. And then I posted my review this morning for Lovish. You guys heard of that game, Lovish?
No.
No.
Do you guys ever remember seeing a trailer for it?
No.
No,
Well,
I'm looking at your thumbnail. The screenshot in the background looks familiar.
Yeah. I figured it would. It's a crazy game. It's hard to explain. I tried to explain it like WarioWare meets Bubble Bobble meets Mario versus Donkey Kong. And yeah, dude. Yeah. There was one other game too that it reminded me of, but all mashed up into one. It's pretty crazy. Worth checking out though. Yeah, I'll talk about the other stuff later, man. I'm just happy to be here. There's a lot to talk about today. We got to get into because we'll be up 12 hours from now.
Yeah, I'm gonna
the
be
direct
live.
will be over.
I'm gonna be live at 7 a.m. So shit.
Yeah.
Yeah. It is what it is. I'm excited. See, I'm excited when the reason I'm going to get very little sleep tonight is because something exciting's happening in the morning.
Absolutely.
That's always the best. I don't mind getting low sleep on nights like that. Because the excitement drives you for the morning and you can take an afternoon nap.
It's hard to
fine.
sleep too the night before.
Right, yeah, it is hard anyways. Because I'm just like thinking about it. Because I know it's not a general direct, everyone, but dude, Nintendo had decided to kick off this year with a partner showcase, and I think it's for a reason. I think it's loaded, absolutely loaded. And then it just makes you. This is Switch too. This ain't Switch. This ain't Wii. This ain't GameCube, dude. Almost any third-party game could possibly be here. That's exciting. Maybe wild, even.
Yeah.
Anyways, hi guys, I'm Nintendo Prime. What's up? Been trying to get more consistent dropping the content, still not all the way there, but I'm working my fucking ass off to try to get shit out. Was even able to get out the rumor and leak video for tomorrow's direct. If you guys want to take some time to check that out after the show if you want, or sometime before the show. But just recapping all the stuff with a couple little new tidbits in there, like Switch Force teasing a shadow drop tomorrow. Something really exciting. So I'm like, okay, he's teased shadow drops before. He's a little bit more specific on. I don't know. My guess is Elden Ring. Shadow dropped on Switch 2 tomorrow. That's what I was guessing. I don't know. He wouldn't respond to me. That's fine.
He's like,
some sort of shadow drops happen in directs all the time, but like an exciting shadow drop, I'm like, Mina, perhaps. I don't know. Trying to think of what I would be excited to just randomly drop and I instantly play. Yeah. Anyways, how you guys doing? Let's get into our topic roulette. Who wants to go first on the panel here? Don't everyone volunteer. You know what? I see how it is.
Listen, y'all
I'll take the first topic.
Just don't make it direct bingo because I'm still making my card.
I'll take topic 3. Do exclusives matter in 2026?
Oh, that's gonna be a good talk. Especially because it's spurned by friend of the channel Kiwi Talks, as we said. So it's gonna be an interesting one. Okay. Let's go to
take
Eric.
the financials.
The financials. Okay, cool.
Yeah, I always do the financials. I work in finance. I should probably do the financials.
We got a real Jerome Powell over here, you know.
No,
sorry, that was a really nerdy finance joke. I'm glad Thunderstash got it. There we go.
I got it.
Hire Stash to do my taxes. It's really
Paul might be better for that, actually.
What?
Paul knows what's up there.
Dude, my taxes are so complicated as a YouTuber. It is insane. As a full-time YouTuber, it is
some loopholes.
Yeah, like I was trying to get the 25,000 tip thing applied, and it doesn't because of the way YouTube pays you.
It's a different form.
It pays you as a royalty, which is stupid.
John Ebo. Remember that's what he does for a living.
Yeah,
that's what he does YouTube. So he'd probably be a good guy.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm gonna be paying in. I think I underpaid my taxes last year. It is what it is. We'll see. There's a law that changed with like what is it? What's the thing I'm waiting on? It has something to do with like equipment purchases. That's not what it's called though. It's called assets or whatever. So when you buy equipment, it's considered an asset of the business. Well, the law has changed with it, so I can't actually add my asset purchases in yet. I'm hoping when I do that, it fixes how much money it's saying I owe. But we'll see. I don't need to owe any more money after all the medical bills I'm dealing with. So it is what it is. This is part of running your own business. Sometimes you screw up the taxes and you got to pay the tax man again, even though you're about to pay him again for quarterly taxes for this year. Anyways, all right, guys, enough bitching. Let's talk about video games, in particular exclusives. Because Eric, you're taking the last. I'll take the last topic actually. Birdman, sure, go. What are we talking about?
Second. Hello. Did we lose him?
I was muted. Sorry.
He was muted.
I was like, hello. Where's he at?
We're all just muted.
Yeah, right.
All right, guys. Question for all of you. In 2026, do exclusive games still matter? Is this important? Should we still have them? Why or why not? Did you want me to use the tweet from
Well, why not? It's kind of what spurred the whole the internet really went wild after what he said.
Absolutely. Eric, could you pop up that for me? I'm or Prime. Yeah, because I'm on the one screen. It's just a pain in the butt.
Yeah, no, I got you. So
technically, so am I. I'm on a laptop.
Yep. There it is.
So Kiwi, awesome dude, and guest on the show, former guest on the show a few times now, tweeted this. I've never liked the idea of exclusives. I think it's very anti-consumer, but I understand it from a corporate standpoint. Most of my inner circle only own a PS5, and they would love to play Zelda, Breath of the Wild, but they're never going to leave PlayStation's ecosystem. parentheses, Nintendo isn't very popular in New Zealand. It's a PlayStation/PC territory. And then he has a little Photoshop image of Breath of the Wild on PS5. So this begs the question for all of us today is, how do we feel about this? Not necessarily what like Kiwi's saying, but just exclusives in general. How do we feel about them today? Do we think they matter? Do we think we should still have them? We need them? Let's start with Paul.
They absolutely matter. 100%. And I would say they matter even more now than they have ever possibly, because if Microsoft is starting to put their games, which were once exclusive to their brand, like Halo, Gears of War, Forza, Perfect Dark, for the little bit of time that it appeared on Xbox 360, on every platform, what is the reason that you want to get an Xbox? Okay. If PlayStation is putting their games eventually, like The Last of Us, Horizon, Spider-Man, and God of War on PC, available to play on Steam, do you have to buy a PlayStation right away, or can you wait? Here's Nintendo, who has such a big chest, Bayonetta sized, of exclusive games that they have developed over the years. If those games aren't going anywhere, if Nintendo's getting the vast majority of third parties, comparable in quality, also being able to take it on the go, the vast majority of indie games, some of these Xbox games, how crazy would it be to get some of the PlayStation games? Yet they're the only ones to have their exclusive games held onto them. Fewer and fewer reasons exist to buy multiple consoles. More and more reasons exist to just buy a Nintendo. If that's going to be the system that plays the majority, in which everything is of a high quality and the exclusive appeal of Mario and Smash Bros., why get other stuff? You know, back in the day, if you didn't have the financial resources to get a Super Nintendo or Sega Genesis, you knew third parties were going to be shared between, but did you like Sonic more or Mario? Vector Man, Breath of Fire, Fire Emblem, well, maybe not Fire Emblem necessarily that far back, or The Legend of Zelda or Metroid. You know, going into, like, most people think of the last three, not as much as Super Nintendo, Sega Genesis anymore. You know, Nintendo, Xbox, Sony. Did you want God of War or Gears of War? Or did you value Luigi's Mansion? And then you have your third party spread across. I think exclusives absolutely matter. It's a little bit of a different conversation of third party exclusives made for companies like Street Fighter V, a well-established franchise that has been around from the get-go on everything ever since it passed Super Nintendo onto Sega Genesis. So there was that little time it was exclusive, you know. But for the most of it, it's been available all around. So to take an existing IP, make an exclusive when it's a third-party one, that's a little bit of a different story than like a first party having their own pride, their own ownership of exclusives. I think that's a system seller. And like, I don't know if we're going to talk too much on the conversation of like, my friends would love to play Breath of the Wild, but will never leave the ecosystem. That's a little bit odd in my opinion. You could still be primarily a PlayStation gamer, but you could still go ahead and enjoy that other thing. Let's say you have an affinity for Nike shoes. You like Nike, you like the swoosh, but your favorite thing is Marvel, or your favorite thing is Zelda, and Reebok teams up with Mario or Zelda or Marvel. Are you not going to buy those Reebok shoes because you're a Nike guy? Or are you going to be like, I'm still buying the majority Nike, but I'm going to enjoy those Reebok shoes because I love Mario, I love X-Men, I love that Wolverine thing. Yeah, I'm going to get it. Like, you know, I don't really get that. And that's the best analogy that I come up with on the fly. Go ahead. Do your trophies, do your achievements, do the ecosystem you like. But if there's something compelling on the other side, get the best of both worlds. It's not going to hurt anyone's feelings. You know, it's going to make you more varied if you have the financial budget. If not, well, then you've got to divvy it up. But that's where it comes back to exclusives. They do matter. That's what made you pick that platform in the first place. I don't know if that's too long of a talk, but that's all I've got.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Some good points there, Paul. But what about you, Favlam? How are you feeling about this one? Do you think they still matter? Do you think we still need them? We should have them?
Yeah, I'm just nodding my head the whole time while Paul's talking, man. No, I think I mean it's like what they used to say during the Wii U era. It's all about the games, right? No, but in all seriousness, it was like I buy a system because I buy a Nintendo console because I know I'm gonna get to play the Nintendo games. And if it was on Steam, I probably wouldn't buy I don't buy a Steam Deck. You know what I mean? Like obviously there's a novelty to having a Steam Deck, but there's no because I can play it on my computer, I don't get the Steam Deck. You know what I'm saying? Like that's the same logic. I think but I also think on the flip side, it matters what game you are. If you're an indie game, if you are a AAA title, is your game supposed to be selling? Is your game a big AAA splash hit? The next 3D Mario, next Smash Bros, whatever. That's supposed to be a system mover, excuse me. That is designed almost to be paired with that system and to push those units, or is your game like an indie game like Hollow Knight or something where you want to get as many eyes on it as possible? And in that sense, I understand being not exclusive when you want as many eyes on it as possible, especially as an indie game. But I think that first party exclusives do still have a placeholder. And I think looking at Xbox is a prime example of how not having those anymore leads to failure of your brand and your system. I mean, and I think I think Nintendo takes the Disney approach with their branding and their IP sometimes to a fault, but you can't admit that it doesn't protect their longevity in the way that they operate and how people view their product at the end of the day, and how they want it and they want to buy a Switch because of it.
Yeah. Very good. Good points. Eric, what are we thinking on this one? Is anyone here? I'm curious if anyone's going to land on anti-exclusivity.
Yeah, right. Let's see. Well, no, I mean, to be fair, Kiwi did say that the idea is anti-consumer, and I agree with that point. It is very anti-consumer to just have exclusives, but at the same point in time, exclusives sell systems, so it's needed as in the business point of view. It's so I see Kiwi in the chat just kind of going like, I didn't expect this to blow up. Kiwi, why do you never expect any of your tweets to blow up?
Yeah, just you gotta be honest, Kiwi. For those listening to the audio versions in the chat, yeah. Kiwi, haven't you noticed if you speak on the internet, unless it's privately, it's gonna blow up. It's gonna go everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
Awesome.
No, it is anti-consumer, which because I mean I'd love for everybody to be able to play everything. Because not everybody, again, like you said, not everybody can afford all of the platforms. Right. But again, I understand why companies do it. Is because, especially the platform holders.
So you're a little bit in the middle, whereas like you see the anti-consumer side, but you also see why it matters for the individual.
Right. No, absolutely. Now, third-party exclusives that are untimed make absolutely no sense. Because third parties, you'd figure they would want them on as many platforms as they could possibly get.
I'll add a point to that just quick.
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes like third party, especially when it's like an indie, they can't afford to develop for all the platforms at the same time. So sometimes they just have to get it out to make enough money to even bring it to other platforms.
I suppose. Yeah.
Like a lot of indie games go to Steam first. As an example.
I got your back, Kiwi. Kiwi said, I even understand, he said that they understand it from a business standpoint, which I agree. It does make sense from a business standpoint. Smaller third party or smaller indie studios, yes, I guess I can see that point where, they can only afford to build for the one platform. Sure. But when you get these big third parties, timed exclusives, fine, because it helps pay for the bill. But then, damn it, open it up. But even then, I'd argue even then with the smaller indies, once you get hopefully get enough sales, you start bringing it to other systems and things like that too. So that's kind of where I'm at. I mean, they're system sellers. If you're a system holder, I understand it completely. Third party, yeah, I'm a little gray on that one.
Gotcha. Okay. Thunder Stash.
All right.
Thoughts,
So
my friend.
I think exclusives are not only good, but absolutely 100% necessary. I want to look at this kind of big picture, okay? There's a lot of different things we can look at. But let's take something that everyone has done before. And that would be fast food. Right?
I was thinking the same thing.
Every fast food place had the same exact menu. Right? McDonald's wouldn't have the Big Mac. Taco Bell wouldn't have tacos. Chick-fil-A wouldn't have their sauce.
Stash. It's so funny you're talking about fast food because my first comment on this topic when it's my turn is a fast food analogy. It'll be different than yours, but I love that you're talking fast food. One
Thanks.
mind.
You guys. I was thinking the same thing.
Here's another one.
Good.
If exclusives didn't matter, Netflix, Disney, HBO Max, they'd all have the same shows. But they don't. And that's why you subscribe to more than one service, right? Here's another one. This one sounds ridiculous, but when you look at it in this frame, sports teams, right? If exclusive didn't matter, every sports team would have the same players. Why even compete? Why even play? We just going to go shoot around?
I'd love to see
shots?
Jordan. Dude, I'd love to see Michael Jordan versus Michael Jordan. That'd be sick.
Yeah.
That would be sick. I mean,
you could have a mirror matchup.
When that's every matchup, every game, but like it would be entertaining for the first matchup.
Yeah, I mean, just you can go down the line, right? Cars, Tesla, they obviously electric, Toyota, reliability, Porsche, performance. They all do different things. If they didn't, it would be pretty lame, right? If you look at yourself as literally a human being, we are all different. We are exclusive to ourselves, right? If we were all the same, just like everything else, what would be the point of waking up every day? If you know how everything's going to turn out, because it's all the same every damn day.
There are days where I question that even without being the same as everybody else.
I do too. Trust me, I do too. Michaela hears it all the time. I question a lot of things about reality. Yeah. That's for sure. I think about that a lot. Another one, right? Stores. If every store carried the same product, you just shop wherever is cheapest. But obviously stores develop, like their name brands, their house brands, and those exclusive products stand out. Look at when you pre-order stuff. Over the years, guys, all the games we've pre-ordered, when someone has a good pre-order bonus, that's where you go, right? Oh, they got the Steelbook. It's the same price. I'm going to go there. It's exclusive to Best Buy. It's exclusive to GameStop. It's the same price. Might as well pre-order over there. I'm going to get a Steelbook. Again, you could talk about it for days. It's very important, in my opinion, in the video game space. Now, I think there's levels to this though, because when you look at third-party exclusives, I think that's when this becomes more debatable, right? Because exclusives from a first-party standpoint will always make sense to me. Like being able to only play Nintendo games on Nintendo will always make sense, unless you tap out, like Xbox
or Sega.
Yeah, they tapped out. They raised the flag and they said, "All right, man, like we're done doing this. We're gonna go third party. We can make more money this way. We'll be happier this way."
Another console next year, according to AMD.
Yeah. So this stuff, those things happen, and And obviously, the lines are going to get blurred more because we've already had like the Lego Horizon, that Patapon on Switch, which of course are Sony brands. We're going to get more Microsoft games. We're going to get more Sony games. Nintendo's the only one who doesn't do this. But Nintendo's always been this way. They've always been super clear about how they build their hardware. I mean, Paul, you know, like the N64 era, Miyamoto had talked in depth in the lead up to the 64 about how the creation of the controller was tied to the development of Mario 64.
Yeah.
The joystick and the fact that you can just tilt it forward just a little and then Mario will walk slow. It was things like that that he went into detail about in interviews back in the day. So it's always going to make sense from that standpoint. But again, if you look at the entire big picture of the world, everything, theme parks, why would you go to Universal? If you could go to Disney and you could see Nintendo there, why would you go to Universal? Well, because Universal has other things you want to see, right? It's really important. It's about competing. It's about running a business. Otherwise, again, everything's just, it's the same. So that's where I'm at on that.
And based, yeah.
I guess it's my turn.
I was muted. My bad. I said Primal, bring the rage.
Yeah. So I know Kiwi Talks is still in the chat, wishing he could have been here to defend it. I'm going to read one of his other follow-up tweets here and what I said in response to it. Because what I said it presents also a slightly different perspective. So what Reese said in response to, I think it was Player Essence, who basically was saying exclusives, sell consoles and drive competition, right? Which is kind of like what some of you guys were bringing up. Said exclusives sell Nintendo consoles, though he says that's changing. But people don't buy PlayStation 4 exclusives. It's evident in the weekly sales, which are Call of Duty, FIFA, Red Dead Redemption 2, GTA 5, GTA 6 is the biggest game on the planet, and it won't be exclusive, but people will primarily play it on PS5. It is anti-consumer. You are forcing people to buy another console just to play that game, rather than meeting them where they are. Sean Layden explained this when I interviewed him. The whole reason Sony started to move to PC is because they knew PC gamers were never going to buy a PlayStation. So to quote him, we have to meet them where they are. PC is bigger than Nintendo and PlayStation combined, and it's an open platform. As I said, I get it from a corporate standpoint, but from a consumer standpoint, I don't agree with it. I would rather people be able to play everything on every platform in a perfect world, but it is what it is. Now, obviously, his point was about anti-consumerism, and maybe not needing exclusives to keep platforms relevant, as PlayStation has kind of proven. PlayStation can basically never release God of War, never release Uncharted, never release any other games, and probably still sell like gangbusters off the back of third-party games. That is absolutely true, and those third-party games are not exclusives. They're everywhere. So he's right in that regards, and PlayStation has been a go-to platform for pretty much since the beginning for third-party games. So I agree in that sense. But here's what I said in response. So these are now my words, guys. I think this is an interesting perspective, and I agree on a base level that everything available everywhere is very pro-consumer. However, there is a big but to this. It monopolizes platforms, which can actually hurt the medium. Let me explain. If Nintendo got rid of their exclusives and put them on PC and PlayStation, there would be no reason to even buy a Nintendo platform versus the other options. This is because the other options obviously have more, be it more power, better account systems, etc. I mean, just get a handheld PC and you'll get all of Nintendo's games, Microsoft, Sony, etc. It's a dream for a consumer. That actually sounds really good. You know what isn't so great for consumers? There would be nothing pushing the medium forward. Would a Wii ever exist in this world? What about a DS? Hell, let's look at Switch 2. It's popularizing the use of DLSS on a handheld format. There are zero, emphasizing this, zero PC handhelds offering NVIDIA tech inside. Hell, offering ARM processors inside. But Nintendo. And yes, there's FSR, PSSR, etc. And that is something, but it's actually worse than DLSS. And that's because the platform holders go with the cheapest options with no competition. Everything would be AMD all the time. And then what happens when AMD flubs with a new version of hardware? The whole industry is screwed. Well, console-wise, PC gamers will always just navigate to whatever the best is. That doesn't mean Nintendo can never convert PlayStation users to their system or PC users. But if something happens like that, there wouldn't be another platform. There would be another platform that did a different direction, even with tech alone, that would help the industry recover. Becoming too reliant on the same thing over and over, gen over gen, can actually hurt consumers long haul. This is why all those streaming services make exclusive content. It sounds great to just have that content everywhere, but then it leads to stagnation in the marketplace for platforms and services. Think about how much of the internet stops working when Amazon Web Services has issues. Imagine that a different service didn't exist using a different hosting option. The flip side, of course, is that some consumers may never touch Nintendo games or vice versa, PlayStation games. There is no perfect solution to any of this because people forget Nintendo is also a hardware company, not just a software one. And it's vital at the moment that they are using ARM and NVIDIA for their platform because it helps create market competition and helps diversify the industry's reliance on AMD. It also helps popularize a really important tool in DLSS. That doesn't mean PlayStation 5 and such are wrong to be AMD or the handheld PCs. It just means it's a bit of a monopoly in that specific space. Exclusives help ensure interest in the given hardware platform that adds diversity to the market, and really for better or worse. And just to kind of add to that, like people always just view Nintendo literally as just a game company or a toy company. They're a hardware company too. And while they don't physically make like the actual chips and components, they are the only NVIDIA device. They're the only ARM device in the console space. There is no other. Everyone's using AMD. And this we've seen this in some other aspects where things are everywhere. It does kind of create monopolies. If you put things everywhere, there is no reason to get a Switch 2. And if there's no reason to get a Switch 2, then the NVIDIA tech doesn't actually see its uses grow in the gaming sphere. DLSS will get set to the side in favor of everything AMD. Everyone will just get a PlayStation, or honestly, the way it's looking, everyone will just go to PC and consoles would just go away altogether. I'm actually very curious what happens long haul, because right now I feel like for PlayStation, as Kiwi Talks brought up, they're never going to leave the PlayStation ecosystem. Okay, well, let's say Nintendo pulls a PlayStation and decides to put their games on PC. Would they leave the ecosystem to go to PC that now has PlayStation, Xbox, and Nintendo games and all third-party games? Because now it's a platform that has everything, while PlayStation's platform doesn't. Xbox's platform doesn't, but PC does. Would that convince them to leave? Because ultimately they're playing because of the games. Obviously, when people stay on the platforms, it's because, they have the library, right? We got the library of games. Okay, well, don't sell your PS5. You still have that library. Just don't buy the PlayStation 6, buy a PC. So I kind of feel like it creates a monopoly with the hardware. I think we don't think about the hardware aspect that, like, even as crazy as Sony was to do what they did with PlayStation 3 and that CPU they were using, I'm glad they did it. They tried something different. Nintendo with the mini disc tried something different, tried to add diversity to the marketplace, to try different technologies. The Wii with the motion controls, the DS, the two screens. Like, in a world where everything is everywhere, those devices can't exist because you have to make sure it works on everything. A Wii game like Wii Sports was not going to work on a PlayStation 3 at launch. They did not have motion controls. Wasn't even a thing. So Wii Sports couldn't even exist. So it's one of these things where I feel like it's not just, it is anti-consumer in that you should go to where the consumers are. But also it's anti-consumer to not give consumers options with hardware to create innovation in the space. Because a lack of innovation creates stagnation. And I don't want that to be the case. Like, and that's actually one of the things people criticize about Switch 2 is, it's just another Switch. People don't feel like it innovated or anything. And it pretty much did. It's just a more powerful Switch. It's doing the PlayStation thing. But it's also doing something that I find interesting And that is, despite its price point, it's the most affordable handheld gaming experience of the model somehow. Which is interesting. PlayStation doesn't offer a fully handheld option right now. You can get your Portal, you can use their streaming services for that or a PlayStation 5, but you need something else with it. You can't play the games natively.
Yeah, it's tethered.
Xbox, I would say, is a really expensive, just PC handheld. Sony's supposedly coming out with a gaming handheld for PS6, but again, hasn't been revealed. Haven't seen it. Don't know what the price point on that's going to be years down the road. So like market competition matters because in a world where everyone just kind of leaves Nintendo because the account systems are better everywhere else and the games look better everywhere else, where's your affordable platform? There's no competition for it because everyone's PlayStation or PC. That's what would happen. Xbox has already gone the way of the dodo bird. Nintendo exclusive leave Nintendo. There's no hardware competition. It's just PlayStation and PC, and that's it. That's literally it. And I don't even know if PlayStation would survive if they're still putting all their stuff on. If they start putting all their stuff on PC day one, because even PlayStation, like Sean Layden with his quote, "Hey, we got to go where the gamers are." Most of PlayStation's games don't go to PC day one. They still put them on PlayStation first. Most of them, and then go to PC later. They still see the value in timed exclusivity to help add value to their hardware, despite the fact that third-party games are primarily why people buy a PlayStation. They still see an inherent value in, hey, timed exclusivity before we go to PC. So I think it's a really interesting conversation because it's a tough one to have. Like from a business side, obviously exclusives make tons of sense business-wise. But from the consumer side, well, it sounds good to just have everything everywhere. It actually leads to less hardware options and less innovation. So I don't necessarily think that is a good thing for consumers. So anti-consumer, but the other way around can actually kind of be anti-consumer as well, in the sense that consumers would never get fresh hardware experiences or hardware competition. It would just not exist. So that's kind of my take on it. Like I get it, but then also I don't think about just the software. We got to think about that hardware, man. It really matters. Like there's going to be an innovative piece of tech coming in the future sometime that's going to change things. And it's only if someone's got to take that risk. Nintendo's usually the one that takes that risk, but even Sony with the DualSense, doing some crazy things with that and how it feels in the hand. Now that hasn't caught on and gotten popular all over the industry, but imagine that when you're playing Afterbot, you don't have that controller that does that because now everyone plays on PC and Sony didn't have a reason to make that controller. So like I just kind of feel like, and I'm a PC gamer. I love PC gaming, and I get that PC can do everything. It can, but if it's not a standard, people don't develop for it consistently. You can use a Wii mode on PC. No one's making Wii games for PC.
All right. Well, I think
that's what you like to say. I got strikers on my PC right now. Sorry.
I said making Wii games, not emulating.
I know. I'm just being a jackass.
I think you guys made a lot of great points. I do want to say I don't like me personally. I don't think there's anything like I don't think Kiwi said anything wrong in his tweet at all. Like anything wrong. He literally says that he personally doesn't like the idea of exclusives, but he gets it from a corporate standpoint, which I think most of you, if not all of you, defended kind of the corporate logic of having exclusives.
Yeah, if you're Nintendo, it makes total sense. Yeah.
So I think Kiwi is pretty spot on with.
He never actually asked the question on whether or not they matter.
No,
absolutely.
So that is also something that we're spinning off.
Yeah, I want
right. Yeah, and I was going to get to that. I just want to make a point that Kiwi didn't say anything wrong or anything bad at all. And like I think really that makes sense. And a topic was created, a discussion was created because obviously in the comments, there's been a little bit of a back and forth about how Kiwi feels, but I got to say, like, I'm reading his statement a few times now. There's nothing incorrect. It's like 100% true statement. He doesn't like the idea of it, but it makes sense to him from a corporate standpoint. 100% true.
Yeah, and I want to be clear, this topic's not the pile on Kiwi. It was just to start the conversation. Yeah. It was not meant to be like, go after him. kind of thing.
I just wanted to make that point before I dive into my thoughts, and I also understand from like the consumer friendly side. I agree. I mean, I think having the least barrier of entry possible is the most pro-consumer. And I was going to jokingly ask at the start. Stash already had a fast food analogy, but I was going to jokingly ask. I mean, should the Chum Bucket be allowed to sell Krabby Patties? Should it? But jokes aside, listen, I personally think exclusives are good. I think it's good for competition, and I know this isn't everyone, but I'm just speaking for myself. I love being a multi-console owner. Like, I love it. I fully understand that that's not feasible. I loved growing up owning Nintendo and Sega stuff. I didn't wish it was just one. And I love having Nintendo, Sony, and Xbox consoles. I love having it. I get it's not feasible. And yeah, there were times growing up where I couldn't afford to have 2 different consoles or 3 consoles. And I chose the one that appealed to me, and then I'd put money aside and save so I can afford the other one. But I don't know. I also really hate the idea of any console platform going away. I was devastated when Sega left the hardware industry after Dreamcast failed. That was rough for me. I grew up with Sega Genesis, and not as much with Saturn, but definitely with the Dreamcast, and those are very special memories. I love how Sega was doing things that were so wildly different than Nintendo was doing. So that was very sad. And I'm going to be sad when Xbox goes away, because that's what, even though Xbox, like, I never owned the original Xbox. I wasn't interested. I didn't get it. Like, just like the Western console, I was like, I don't get this. I don't get the appeal. Xbox 360, I owned for a little while, and then I traded to a friend for something else. I forget, probably like a retro console.
I got the Red Ring of Death.
Right, there you go. It wasn't actually until Xbox came out with Games Pass, which is the most consumer-friendly service I've ever seen from a company. But I think ultimately that's kind of fast-tracked a little bit of Microsoft's demise, especially after like some of their insane acquisitions that they made. So yeah, like, even though I've never been the biggest Xbox fan, it's still going to be sad to see that go. And if anything, I wish there was a fourth. Like, I wish Sega came back and there was the console war of 4 consoles. That would be epic to me. But as far as third-party stuff goes, I'm 100%. I think third parties should just be on every platform. I think third-party exclusivity is dumb. I think the first-party stuff makes sense. That's part of your brand identity. Nintendo should have its Marios and Zeldas and Pokemon's exclusive to Nintendo. Sony should have its God of Wars and well, I would have said Crash Bandicoots, but you get what I'm saying. Microsoft should have its Halos and stuff exclusive as part of their brand identity. I'm not a big fan of the timed exclusives, third party. I know you guys gave a little grace to that. I actually hate. Listen, it's one thing if it's for purpose of in a small indie company that can't really afford to make and publish the game and they need to cut a deal. But when you see big games like, I don't know, Bungie's Destiny strike a timed exclusivity deal with PlayStation that has content that's exclusive to PlayStation and it doesn't come out to the other consoles for a year or 2 years later, I think that's lame and completely unnecessary and bad for the industry. I don't like it. Prime, I'm still going, but Brian,
I agree that I personally don't like it, but I will say, having talked to game devs, a lot of it is to offset the risk of how expensive those AAA games are to make.
Yeah, but this is like in the example of Destiny, it's a games of service that's super extremely high risk. Wouldn't it make the most sense to have a game like that on the most amount of platforms as possible to have the strongest player base out the gate?
But having a company cut you a check lowers the risk of the development of the game.
I guess so.
Out of your pocket, because they went independent at that time, so it literally cut the risk of that company.
Well, I'm almost positive that Destiny 1 had some sort of timed exclusivity.
It did. It was some sort of exclusive content.
Yeah.
Or something.
And they were
But
owned by Activision.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, like when you see stuff like that, I think I
don't like.
personally
I wanna
think
be-
that's just like a Sony thing, where they just swooped in and wanted early rights, which is whatever.
Sure.
They're entitled to do that. And
Yeah, but Destiny, and that they could have said no. It's just it does lower the let's say it's a $300 million game, very high risk to be in a service place with a $300 million game. If Sony cuts you a check for $80 million, that just cut off $80 million of your risk.
sure, but if you release it on multiple platforms, I look at it as goodwill to the gamers. There's a lot of people who were upset when a decision like that happened.
Oh, sure.
And we're like,
Sure,
well, screw Destiny. I'm not playing it even when it comes. I don't know. Or maybe the game's dead by that point, and then they're shutting down servers.
Did they launch it on PC and PS5 at the time?
No, not the first one. For sure, not the first one. Because I remember it was a big deal when Destiny came to PC.
So Destiny 1 launched on everything right away. It was just some
Okay, so it's Destiny
content.
2 then.
It was like some exclusive content that PlayStation paid
exclusive
for.
content.
And that helps lower the risk because you're getting a paycheck that you might not make up for by selling it on all platforms.
Sure. Either way, I hate with big AAA games where they do the timed exclusivity. I just personally don't like it. I think it's unnecessary. Doesn't matter who it is, whether it's Nintendo doing it, Sony, Microsoft, whoever. Keep your first party stuff exclusive to your system. Third party should be everywhere. It should be as accessible to everyone as possible.
Now, what about something like Bayonetta 2?
Bayonetta 2 is a special example because that game only exists because Nintendo published it. That's a special that's a special exception. The game wouldn't exist otherwise.
If an IP is going to die because the original IP owner is not willing to pay for a new game, at that point, if it happens to be a platform holder that swooped in, then it is what it is. Like Sega owns the IP, guys. They're just not willing to. It doesn't sell well enough for them to keep funding it. So they obviously Nintendo and Sega talked like, hey, we'll fund it. It just got to be only on our system.
Right.
Okay. Well, if you're fully paying for the game to be made, then So that's a little. There's always exceptions, guys. Obviously, special cases.
Yeah, you got to look at everything is gray. Like
Destiny would have existed with or without the cut check.
It's not all black and white. But ultimately, at the end of the day, another point that I wanted to make, and Stash actually, I didn't think anyone was going to mention this, and Stash kind of touched on it. But in the case of Nintendo with their first parties, there's a history of Nintendo games being designed based off of a new unique feature of the hardware, of brand new hardware. And he used a great example with Mario 64. I'll use another one. Who here in this podcast tonight is a fan of Nintendo Land?
Me, it's me. He did that for me, Chad. He said that one for me.
It's the perfect Vlam game. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, he said that one for me.
Short attention fan, Nintendo Land.
Or Wii Sports. Like these are games that exist because of the hardware there, or Ring Fit.
Nintendo Land is so good. Oh my god.
Yes.
So, we're never gonna get it back, but I love it so much.
Well, you know what, Bird? Every Wii game, every DS game can literally only exist on that hardware.
Yeah. And I understand that like not every company does that. But I do think that exclusivity with Nintendo games does inspire some of the innovation and craftiness of the company. I'm trying to picture like Labo getting released on, regardless of what you think of them selling cardboard to people, what Labo looks like on Microsoft or Sony. What does that even look like?
Doesn't get greenlit.
Right. So
never comes out.
I don't know.
No innovation.
At the end of the day, like my last point that I wanted to make on this, and this is something I've kind of touched on when it comes to like the digital versus physical, is that this could be something where maybe it's just like I'm a relic of a dying breed, just like the physical media versus digital. I grew up in the Nintendo and Sega days, and Xbox entering the fray, and it was always so fun. Obviously, the modern console shit is super lame. It's like the lamest stuff. It's not like it was in the 90s where it was like really fun on the schoolyard and like playfully trash talking about it and the fun commercials that the companies would do against each other. It's changed a lot. So maybe I'm just a relic of that past. I'm a dinosaur. I don't know, but yeah, I don't know. Ultimately, I love the options. Am I the only one? How do you guys feel about being, if you are multi-console owners? I know Stash is at the very least. Do you guys like being multi-console owners? Because I've always really loved it.
Yeah,
love it. It's fun. More things to look forward to.
Yeah.
I've always believed that you could be a fan of something and like something the most without having to hate something else. But you see this with anything that's polarizing. NSYNC, Backstreet Boys. You could like the music of one and like one group more, but you could still acknowledge that the other boy band has good music. Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera. You could like one performer more, but enjoy the music. Think of hip hop. Think of rap. You could like one artist the most and enjoy multiple songs. You could prefer one cheeseburger at one type of restaurant and like a lot of different cheeseburgers.
We can have multiple cakes, guys. We can have multiple cakes.
Do you have to hate DC because you like Marvel or vice versa? Or hate Star Trek because you like Star Wars more? You could enjoy everything and you could just say, this is my favorite, but everything is like pretty cool, you know? But it gets into tribalism. It gets into, I think, if my team that I invested my money in is losing, I'm going to hate the other one more, you know? When you could have just said from the beginning, I like all of it, but I like this one the most. But a lot of folks don't work that way, you know? It makes people feel lesser than if you're...
We have a lot of...
lost.
There's a lot of tribalism, Paul. There's a lot of it. I mean, I've seen that exactly what you're talking about. Like I've known people. I'm not going to name any names. That'd be really mean. But I know someone, and this one kills me the most as a major Lord of the Rings fan. Like someone who's refusing to watch the Lord of the Rings trilogy because they love Harry Potter. Like, dude, you're killing me.
Insane thing. Insane thing.
Like, it's literally the greatest trilogy. Full stop.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Yeah.
Those are my thoughts on exclusivity. But yeah, I wanted to shout out Kiwi. I know Kiwi's out of the chat, but I don't want people to miss, like, it's so easy for people to take things out of context. And I think like everything that he said in his initial tweet, like there's like, I don't disagree. Like, even though the only thing I disagree is that I like exclusivity. That's the only disagreement, but that's like a subjective thing. Do you like exclusives or don't you? So yeah. I don't know what people were saying in chat. I just want people to know that, like, there's nothing wrong with QB said at all. He gave an opinion while acknowledging what most of us defended was the corporate logic behind having exclusives. So, anyways, that's the topic, my friends.
Very good.
Good topic.
All right, guys. All right, cool. Well, on to the next topic then, which I believe is the financials, right?
Yep. Hold it in.
All right.
Thunder Jerome Powell. He's here. Tell us about Nintendo.
Okay. Where are you? Here we go. All right. Let's get this baby a little bit bigger here for us.
It's all right. I was just letting the tap the backlog get a little highlight here because I love the Backstreet Boys. They're the only one. Anyways, all right, guys. So obviously we're going over Nintendo's financials because they dropped them for the holiday season for Switch 2.
Yep. All right. So it's for the third quarter, fiscal year ending March 2026. Okay. All right. Now, look, guys, I've went over these numbers a lot on this podcast. There's going to be some stuff that is not super interesting, okay? For instance, the consolidated financial highlights, things like profit and loss. Probably not super interesting. We probably want to get into the actual nitty gritty of some of these things.
The only interesting part on that last slide was Nintendo's profit ratio dropping like 10%, which is to be expected because they launched a new platform that is not as profitable as the old platform.
Mm-hmm. Marketing costs would have up dramatically as well. All pretty obvious stuff if you think about it. You can see here as well net sales, dedicated video game platform, IP related income. And again, this is for last year's comparison, same time frame. Net sales, obviously, they went up 99.3%. Dedicated video game platform went from 895 to 1851 billion yen, 106% increase. And then IP related income is down 10%. Obviously, with the Mario movie coming out, something like that is going to skyrocket.
But that won't be this next quarter. It'll be the quarter after. It'll be the new fiscal.
But yeah, on the next one, and just like next year when Zelda comes out, the movie IP related income will shoot up again. So a lot of this stuff's very predictable.
Here we go.
The fun part is seeing, this is where we get to finally find out how many units the game sold, right? And how many Switch 2s. So 17.37 million is the number of Switch 2s. Nintendo Switch. So fiscal year 25, Q1 through Q3, it sold 9.5 million units. Same comparison, 3.25 million. So obviously Switch is down 66%, which again, this always happens when you release a new console because people migrate to the new hardware. All very logical numbers that make sense. And software units. So Nintendo Switch 2 sold about 38 million units of software. From obviously Q1, Q3 comparison. This came out in June. So those numbers are massive. What do you guys think about how much software has been sold on Switch 2 already? Like, do you have any thoughts on this?
Mario Kart is extremely impressive, but it makes sense obviously with the bundle. Like it's just wild seeing that there's 14 million units of a game that's not even a year old. The DK, what are the DK numbers are fantastic as well for a DK 3D platformer. I'm curious what did Tropical Freeze do? Or Donkey Kong? Do we know what Tropical Freeze or Donkey Kong Country Returns did?
You know, those numbers might be in here, so I might be able to actually look at them in a little bit. We might come up on them.
I'd love to see that comparison. I mean, I see like over 4 million in such a short period for like
4.62 total for Tropical Freeze on Nintendo Switch.
That is wild. So this is gonna pass that.
Yeah,
easily.
And obviously it came out in July, so it wasn't a launch title.
I mean, do you think that this game, I'm so curious, do you guys think this game is going to be evergreen? Like, does this hit 8 million? Do the numbers double in a year as more Switch 2s, as that number doubles?
Yeah.
I think it'll sell pretty well on pace with Nintendo Switch 2s.
Yeah.
It'll never fully leave, like, well, I shouldn't say never, but I don't think it'll ever, well, for a while, it won't leave, like, for instance, the Japanese top 30 Famitsu chart, where if it's not in the top 10, I think it's going to be in the top 30 for a while. And you wonder, well, okay, what if it's selling like 10,000 a week? Is that anything? Well, that's 40,000 a month. Oh, all of a sudden that becomes a few 100,000 a year in one territory, multiplied by multiple territories, 1.5 million a year for multiple years down the road. I think that's what you're looking at. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if this is eventually a 7 million seller. I want it to get to 5, one step at a time.
Yeah, one step at a
get
time.
to 7.
But if this doubled its sales, just lifetime, doubled what it is right now, I think that's remarkable for. I think it sets up a really good future for DK to have. I talk about on my channel the 2-pillar strategy. We get it with Mario. You got your 2D Marios, your 3D Marios. You get it with Zelda. You got your isometric top-down Zeldas, your big open world 3D Zeldas.
Mm-hmm.
Are we going to get with DK? Is 3D? Is it going to be like the Mario thing now, where it's like we got the 3D one, maybe in a few years or a couple years we get the next 2D Donkey Kong, and then 3-4 years after that we get the next big 3D, and then we have this nice rotation. So I don't know. This is exciting stuff. I really loved Bonanza. And I think this bodes well, for 3D Donkey Kong's future.
Yeah. Bert, I do think that happens. Obviously, we've talked about that. You and I we have on the podcast. I think you continue to get 2D as well. There's no reason to abandon that. Maybe it's a different developer. Maybe it stays with retro. Either way, I think you continue to get it because you're leaving money on the table. A lot of money if you don't do a 2D Donkey Kong. Yeah, sure. I think this definitely hits double digits. I would expect that, especially with the Mario movie. It's going to get a boost there. It's going to get a boost when the DK movie comes out. There's a lot of boosters planned in here.
Can you imagine
Nintendo could bundle it
if they have Kid Pauline in the movie?
Good.
That would be
I
insane.
think everything's made to work together.
Yeah.
Like so much of their IP is made to cross-pollinate, just like we've talked about. Just like I brought up with Mario Kart. It's literally, I expect to be the driver. A lot of Nintendo's other IPs to cross-promote, which is why, again, it's got 14 million units already. Massive.
You know what's
Any other
interesting
points?
to me? I want to say one more thing. It's slightly on topic, slightly off topic, but it's just something interesting to me is that I feel like Donkey Kong could have actually done better than this if they had developed the DLC, like the extra content differently. If they had kept like the core game mechanic, but brought you back to, your island. Instead, they did that roguelike timed collectathon. I think if they had kept the core mechanic of Bonanza, they would have had a more appealing sell on their hands. And what's interesting to me is like I think about Nintendo DLC, and I think they have two of the like greatest DLCs ever made. When I think of like amazing DLC, I always think of Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Phenomenal. Yep. Literally doubles the game. I think of Smash Ultimate. Phenomenal with the character packs. Outside of that, I think like Witcher 3 DLC is remarkable. I feel like Nintendo with like their big, like their oh snap, the Legend Reborn.
The Legend Reborn. I am so sorry. My entire schedule got so screwed up. I am so sorry. I thought this was tomorrow. I thought this was tomorrow's show. So I messaged Prime. I'm like, dude, I'm so sorry. I'm not going to be able to make it. I'm literally traveling, going to Vegas tomorrow because Reagan's sister is having her wedding. I told the same thing to the Nintendo dads. I was supposed to be on their show tomorrow. I thought I was going to do a double show. I'm like, oh my God. And then Prime messages me like 20 minutes ago. He goes, hey, it's actually tonight. It's not tomorrow. And I looked and you guys have already been live for like an hour and a half. Oh my goodness, Greg. I am so sorry. I am not normally, you guys know me. I am not usually bad at scheduling.
For a moment, we were joking behind the scenes. We were never going to mention your name at all.
It has not been mentioned.
There's a topic in the title that's only for you. And we're just like, hey, you know what? Guys, I am known as a clickbaiter. The ultimate clickbait was saying Rogers.
There is a banner that says Rogers based Q&A. I was going to put it during our Q&A.
Just have that as the list for the show. No, I sincerely apologize. I feel so bad. I've made my title Mismanaging Sickly Boy because that is what I am. I literally was at I was at the Nintendo New York event, obviously. That was like apparently the worst kept secret in the world. So I was at that, and then came back from that. So I was in Chicago for Frosty Faustings. Flew out of Chicago to New York for the event for one day. Then flew back to Chicago, recorded my preview video, went to bed, and then 3 hours later the embargo lifted. So the video had to go up. And then I woke up the next morning dying. I was like so unbelievably sick. I was sore, coughing, like just sickly, the works. I was so bad. So I slept the entire day. And then this morning, poor Reagan, she went to go to work. She came back from work. She's feeling atrociously sick now too. We have to drive to Vegas literally tomorrow, right after the direct in the morning. I'm like, how are we going to manage this? It's rough. Anyway, I'm sorry to take up so much of your time. I'm sorry to have messed everything up, but I'm here. I named myself Rogers Late instead of Rogers Base.
Oh, yeah.
But I hope you've all had a lovely show. But what has everyone talked about so far?
That is a very based comment by you, buddy.
To call myself Rogers Late?
Yes.
By the way, Roger, Nate has been holding back burping all night long for you. The
nice.
poor man is about to burst.
That's good. You know what? I will say, because of the fact that I am so late, because of the fact that I messed stuff up, I give you full opportunity to burp right in my face during this episode. Normally, I go right ahead, man. Normally, I would be like, how dare you? I'll never come on this again.
You hear that?
I apologize.
We better hit the streak to chug the beer. That's all I'm going to say.
Oh, my goodness. All right, but I'm here. I mean, I don't know how long it can stay, but I'm here at least. So hello and welcome.
All right. Back to the financials.
Yeah, oh, okay. Financials. That's what we're on. Okay, perfect.
Bird, you want to pick up where you were?
Yeah. I'll just wrap it up really quick. But yeah, like regarding the DLC, I mean, we got like two of the greatest DLC packs ever from Nintendo with Mario Kart 8 Deluxe as well as Smash Ultimate. Just unbelievable. I do feel like if I wish they'd go as all in on like their big IP like Mario, Zelda, and Donkey Kong in this example, because I think having that core mechanic that Bonanza was built on and being able to be in the original island, would have been so cool. I think it would have been a lot more appealing of a sell. Just like I feel like, with Breath of the Wild when they did all the DLC, I feel like a little bit more story DLC with like proper dungeons or Mario Odyssey, adding a new land, a new world to that would have been really cool. But really happy to see DK crush 4 million. I hope to see that number double, and I really hope that 2-pillar strategy of consistent every few years we get a 2D DK followed by a 3D 2D, just like how they do with Mario. I would really like to see that. I think it would be really great for the gamers. I think it would be great for the series as well.
Also, fun fact, DK Bonanza. This game obviously did not win Game of the Year. I love DK Bonanza. I'm a full-on DK Bonanza stan. Love that game. Game ended up selling, like you said, 4.25 million units. I think by the time these financials ended, this was through the end of Q1, right? So there's 3 months that are unaccounted for sales, right? On this financial, after the holiday, it would be right
December 31st.
Yeah, right. So what's kind of interesting is that by this time with Donkey Kong Bonanza, if you look at the sales trend, it is apparently on track right now to have already sold as much as Splatoon on the Wii U, which was one of the top 4, top 5 best games on the entire system. So not only did Switch 2 completely obliterate Wii U in terms of hardware sales in the first, 6 months or something, but also the defining game of the Wii U era being Splatoon, Donkey Kong Bonanza's managed to outsell already. It's
wild.
Crazy. And another little fun fact, because I'm a Nintendo and I want to bring this up. Just wanted to bring up that in the 6 months it's been on the market, Donkey Kong Bonanza has sold double of Astrobot. That's all I'm saying. I'm very happy.
Yeah, that's bananas.
Yeah, bananas indeed.
Yeah, obviously great points. And, again, Roger was at the Switch 2 experience. I was there, got to talk to Roger there. And I know I made a video on DK, and everyone in my comments was talking trash about the game. There's a few people who liked it, but a lot of people were talking trash. And I said in my video, this is going to be a Game of the Year candidate.
Yep.
It's just not going to win it, but it's going to be a Game of the Year candidate. Mark my words. And here it is, 4.25.
Exactly.
Beautiful. Also, so Pokemon, Legends there sold 12.3 million combined. And again, that came out October 16th. So we're looking October 16th to 12/31. That's also extremely impressive.
2.5 months. Especially for the amount of people that are like, oh, Pokemon's dying. Pokemon, at the end of the day, people are still buying the Legends games. People are still buying the Pokemon games,
And Pokemon only dies if we die.
Yeah. To be fair, I think Pikachu outlives all of us. Every single person on this call, I think, will be outlived by Pikachu.
I think so.
That's a very painful to hear, but
it's
most
true.
likely true.
Yeah, definitely.
And Pokemon Legends Arceus, it's at 14.83 million. Now, the last time they updated it was March 31st of 2023, so it's probably north of 15, maybe 15 and a half. But this is tracking faster, so that's also good for people. This bodes well for the future of the Legends series and Pokemon in general, especially as we're building up a base for the eventual Gen 10.
Yeah, I mean, listen, for a game with like a $13 million budget, these are really great numbers. If you run in Game Freak right now, you're pretty. That boardroom is pretty happy, as well as the shareholders. But this one's fascinating because when we were seeing a lot of Pokemon Legends ZA. Oh my gosh, Thunderstash.
It's okay.
That's Thunderstash for you. I like this one. I actually assumed was obviously it's going to sell well. It's going to be interesting to see how it compares lifetime to the first Legends games, Arceus, because it's such a different experience. It's a little bit more repetitive. It's not the open world exploration game. And, there were a lot of people who were kind of turned off about that, but these are really impressive numbers. Like this is like 12 million this fast. So I don't know. We'll see.
Yeah. This is 12 million in what, 10 weeks?
2.5 months.
Yeah. 10 weeks.
Yeah. Literally.
Wild.
Which is,
this is going to absolutely crush.
I don't know how much you
Arceus
guys have talked about like all the other sales so far, because again, I just got here, but like I think one of the other standouts too that wasn't even listed on here was Kirby Air Riders, right?
Yeah, we haven't got to it yet.
Yeah, you had that sales statement coming from Sega about how they were disappointed in Sonic Cross Worlds, right? That it sold a little over 1 million, but that was like apparently they were quite disappointed with those sales. And yet Kirby Air Riders in what, the 6 weeks that it was tracked on here since its release, it sold like what, 1.4 or 1.8 or something. It's crazy. Yeah.
Air Riders came out on the 20th. So
so 4 weeks, not even. Yeah.
That hedgehog.
Also the game original.
That hedgehog's on fraud watch, man. I don't know what to say.
I mean, honestly, I think part of that
we might see something from the hedgehog. We'll see. We'll see. You might not be on fraud watch tomorrow. Yeah,
we might not. But I hope so.
I hope so too.
I do believe part of that with Air Riders doing so well. This is just an opinion. I have no clue. I feel like part of that is Sakurai, just himself being the guy behind it. It's kind of like the Kojima effect, Like I grew up playing Metal Gear Solid. I loved Kojima. I don't love everything that he's done, but he's made such a big name for himself that it's like, regardless of when he announced Death Stranding, I was like, it's like a walking simulator, but like it was the talk of the town because it's Kojima's next game. So I think Sakurai has gotten to that point. Like he's just at such a legendary status now. Everything that he's done with the Smash series, that like anytime he touches anything now going forward, people are going to pay attention. I think if he did a Kid Icarus, like let's just say he didn't do Smash next and he did Kid Icarus, I think it would probably be the best selling Kid Icarus game ever.
Oh, most
It's
definitely.
got that star power behind it. But I don't know. That's just a thought.
Technically, Sora is a partner. Maybe that Kid Icarus Uprising port that's always been rumored, maybe that shows up tomorrow. Because they didn't say Switch and Switch 2 games. Who knows? Maybe it ends up popping up on that partner showcase. I also think we underestimate how much GameCube kids love Kirby Air Ride. Like as a self-proclaimed GameCube kid, I mean the amount of hours I spent on Kirby Air Ride is probably only rivaled by like Melee and maybe Star Fox Assault's multiplayer. So the fact that we actually got a new one and then he packed it with so much stuff, and the fact that like at the end of everything too, he just straight up was like, there's not going to be extra DLC for this. It's one and done. I packed everything into this. Don't expect the sequel. This is it. Like, I think it's kind of cool that he has a platform for the system now.
Couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
Point. All right. Let's get on then to the next slide here. For me, I am always interested to see the physical digital split. And of course, I was interested in this split long before key cards existed. But that is another wrinkle, I guess, is the key cards. And maybe, you can cipher what these numbers mean, but Nintendo has been shooting like about 50-50 when it comes to physical versus digital. If you look at every financial report over the last, 3 to 5 years, right? I think during COVID, there was, of course, an influx in digital, but overall, it's right around 50-50, give or take. And you can see here, it was 51%. Fiscal year 25, now it's 50.4. So again, it's still like a 50-50. And it's interesting because if you think about it, you look at Sony and Xbox, we've talked about that. Xbox is 90, I think close to 95% digital, 5 physical. And Sony, I know their number continues to go up, but the last I remember was like 80-20. So Nintendo, again, they're holding down the fort when it comes to physical. And, key cards really not making a big difference in that number, despite people's overall disdain for key cards. That's what I take away from it.
Yeah. I think that's a good thing to bring up too. Like, you look at something like Final Fantasy VII Remake that just came out, right? I mean, there's so many people I know, even personally, that like bought a physical version of that game, even though it's a game key card, just because the idea of having like a physical version of Final Fantasy VII on a Nintendo platform, is something that's just worth having. Even if you're not actually technically using it, right? You're just getting like the digital download. But at the end of the day, people still want that physical, tangible thing in their hands. So
it's symbolic.
Yeah, it is, for sure. Yeah.
Like, especially for any of us who lived through, of course, Final Fantasy VII releasing on PS1, and you were a Nintendo owner, like there's a lot of feelings involved with this, right? And so
magazine ads.
Yeah, it's a big deal.
Right.
Remember, it would take 1,000 cartridges to fit this game, like that kind of stuff. Those gigs.
I remember
getting this here. I think it's part of a generational shift that not a lot of people necessarily care about. That I don't have all of it on a game key card, or I don't own the disc anymore. Back in the day, people wanted to buy the whole season of Smallville, all 10 seasons on DVD. Do you think everybody who's that same audience now cares about, I have to buy all 5 seasons of Stranger Things? Or they're like, nah, I'm streaming it, whatever.
Exactly.
Back in the day,
yeah, right.
People needed to buy every piece of CD, every DVD, every Blu-ray. How many things of Terminator 2 do you own? Nowadays, Wrecking Crew came out on Netflix. Cool, I'll watch it. Whatever. I don't need to go buy it later. It's a different shift. So even though a lot of us are like, dude, I want to have that physical, game key card is a way to have both. You could also sell it, or digital. A lot of people are like, yeah, whatever, dude. I just want to play. I don't need a whole grand shelf of 1,000 things. Don't get me wrong. I like the tangible, but we're also in a faster moving world than ever before. And nothing is slower than getting off your couch, putting in a cartridge, putting in a disc, coming back to your couch and sitting, when so many things are, people don't even go drive to eat anymore. It used to be pizza was delivery. Now everything's delivery.
Yeah, right. Now everyone's got DoorDash.
Yeah. Right. So you're going to slow down video games by not allowing them to go forward. That's why you're seeing this digital shift, I'll always prioritize physical, but I cannot doubt the advantages of digital.
I'm sorry. I gotta say, it's wild to me that people will pay $50 for one combo at Taco Bell just to have it Uber delivered.
Dude, I know.
Wild.
I know.
Wild.
It's crazy.
I don't know. In the city, it's like you're gonna pay that much to go find parking, to go pay the gas. Like it's unfortunate, but like if you live in the city, like DoorDashing costs maybe $10 more than actually going in person. if you're driving.
I said the only other reason I could think to do it would be like you're working. I mean, you just don't have the time to leave work to go. You know.
Yeah, time is money.
There's a lot of
more money to leave to go get it than it does to just order it in because of what you're doing.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff on DoorDash that like also has good deals that are specifically now made for DoorDash because they want people to actually order on the app. We know that more people are using DoorDash, but yeah, for
a lot of BOGOs.
Listen, I get it. I use
your house.
Yeah,
a 2 cheeseburger meal, $40. What are we doing? Hold on.
Yeah. So just to clarify, you know, I lived in LA most of my life. I did delivery and DoorDash and all that stuff all the time. So I get it. I specifically meant like to spend $50 on a Crunchwrap Supreme and a large Coke.
Right. Same.
I mean, he did say he has a bad diet, right? He likes junk.
That's
true. It's true.
It is also just wild to think, like, I think I've even talked about this on the show before we were getting into the Switch 2 like generation. And we were talking about the idea of like maybe if there was going to be a model of the Switch 2 that was going to be digital only, and like what my thoughts on that would be, and like if I would be willing to get that one. And I said straight up, I remember even talking about it with you guys that like I would have totally been cool with like a digital only version of the Switch 2. My PS5 is a digital only PS5, and literally since the Switch 2 has come out, I'm looking at my list. I have 2 Switch 2 games that are physical. One of them I got because I was in Japan and I wanted like a cool nostalgic thing to have from the trip, which was Hyrule Warriors that came out. And the other one was Mario Kart World, which wouldn't have been a physical one because I had the pack-in one, but Nintendo sent me one. Those are the only 2 physical games I had Switch 2. Nothing else. Everything else is digital. So I don't see that changing anytime soon.
Nintendo notes that digital sales increased year on year, mainly due to an increase in sales of downloadable versions of packaged software and add-on content. And they give some examples right here.
I mean, the trends
NSO.
are
Yeah.
It was trending on Switch. During the Switch 2 era, it was going to get to 50-50, and it's eventually going to be heavily favoring digital by the end.
Yeah.
It's been 50-50. It's been 49-51, and then it's been 51-49. If you look at all the numbers over the last probably 5 years, it goes up, it goes down.
Yeah. But hey, compared to any other platform, this is the strongest physical
easily
group, period.
This is why I talked about the whole idea of, hey, if Xbox wants to exit retail stores and Sony's only doing 80-20 at best, which I think that number is more digital now, there could be a scenario where Nintendo literally owns the retail sector. They're the only video games you can buy at a retail store. They can't walk away from that 50%.
That's literally what it looks like in Japan. Haven't been there like 3 months ago. You walk in any store, it's like all the video game logo places are like all Nintendo, and then one tiny little section of like PS5 games and nothing else. It's all Nintendo. Like, I think that's one thing that when we're looking at like America and we're looking at what we're used to seeing right in our everyday lives, but then you remove yourself from that and you look at like what things are like in Japan, in Nintendo's home country, and it's like not even a competition. It's just like it demolishes everything else. And a lot of the time, the PS5 games that are on the shelves aren't even on the shelves ever, right? Because people put in the pre-orders. The stores don't ever want to like stock them or overstock. So they just order enough that they have for the pre-orders. And then maybe they'll have like literally one or two more copies that they'll like keep behind the store shelves, and everything else is digital, which is, it's just nutty that this is the situation that we're in now, but it is.
It is. It's very interesting. And, you know, from my vantage point, it looks to me like
wait, can I give a shout out to Reagan real quick? Yeah. Both of us are literally dying. Really? Are you sure? I don't need to rush or anything? No, I don't care. You're the best. Literally, the reason that you guys are going to get me on the show tonight is literally because she allows it.
Hell yeah.
Love you, Reagan.
Thank you, Reagan.
Hell yeah. Claps for Reagan in the chat.
Warm tortilla soup, so I'm not dying on the show. Oh my goodness.
Hey, man. The whole reason I can even do this show as long as I can is my fiance said fine once a week.
That's literally what happened. Yeah.
And then I'm like, well, honey, we got a bonus show tomorrow. She's like, fuck you, fine, twice this week.
Well, because like I said, I had you guys and the Nintendo dad scheduled, and my dumbass thought it was going to be Thursday. And then when I saw the direct was tomorrow morning, it was just a mess.
Actually, I gotta say one thing. When he said, "No, I know I promised I'd be on the 4th. I'm so sorry I messed it up." I'm like, "It is the 4th."
I know. Because my brain ain't working so hot right now, Nintendo Prime.
Hey.
There's 3 different time zones in 72
My
hours.
life is topsy-turvy. Did you ever gotta tell me, man? I'm lucky I remember to wake up in the morning. So.
That's fair. This is fire, by the way. Oh my god. That's really good soup.
You're making me hungry, man.
Good soup.
Good soup, man.
I'm gonna try and just hit the high level stuff because I don't want to sit on this report forever. Because I know we only have Roger for so long. We want to hear about
we
your
want to
trip.
get some of his thoughts on the Nintendo stuff he touched.
This page, so gross profit margin declined by 21.7 points, mainly due to the significant rise in proportion of hardware sales following the launch of Nintendo Switch 2. And of course, Switch 2 has a lower profit margin. Again, this is all like common sense stuff if you're with the program. Selling, general admission, this stuff I don't think is very interesting to everyone. This is when we're getting into like literal like line items on a P&L. So not fun. Yeah, again, net profit. Ordinary profit increased by about 40% year on year due to factors including an increase in foreign exchange gains, which again, we knew that was going to happen if you follow the market, and an increase in share of profit of entities accounted for using equity method, which is probably not something we would know about. All right. Financial forecast. Not interesting.
Did they have anything on there for like Nintendo Pictures? Talking about like the upcoming Galaxy
They
movie?
probably will. It's usually at the end of the report. Yeah, I would presume they will. Business highlights. Let's check this out. All right, Nintendo Switch 2 sell-through. Cumulative global sell-through as of 4th week of December, 15 million units. And again, this is the cumulative sell-through. So it's been purchased by many consumers around the world, with sell-through surpassing 15 million units in the 6 months since the launch. And as the red line shows on the graph, adoption is growing at the fastest pace ever, significantly outpacing Nintendo Switch, which you can see right here. Again, stuff we knew. Switch has reached the highest sales volume of any Nintendo hardware.
Finally beat the DS.
Yeah, we're going to see a lot of this stuff. And, I think for anyone in the chat, if you guys follow Paul Gale, Paul's always talking the numbers. He's always giving his expert analysis, and it is always dead on. Always has been. No, I mean, it has. It's true. So I think for me, I can take... That's something I could take as pretty damn close to gospel when it comes to the actual numbers. I haven't seen you been off on these at all, Paul. So if you ever want the numbers early, or if you want a forecast, Paul usually gives his forecast too.
Yeah, you said 15 million as of December 5th?
Yeah. I was chuckling while Steve was saying that because I was thinking to myself, if only somebody said late November, early December, Nintendo Switch 2 officially passed Wii U. Only to see people say, there's no way. Oh, whoa. And on December 5th, like Nate said, hey, it hit 15, by the way. Oh, there's no way possible. It's probably going to do 16 to 17.5. If you want to be safe, call it 16.75. My thought, 17.25. Just call it 17.25. And yeah, anyways, thank you.
Absolutely, man.
I
want to make sure everyone knows.
Consider that too, that it managed to do all of this without a 3D Mario in sight, without a Smash Brothers in sight, without a new Animal Crossing. You have the Switch 2 edition, but there's still no Animal Crossing, like new Animal Crossing.
Yeah.
And without the next generation of Pokemon, right? Like we already know Gen 10 is on its way. We're a couple weeks probably from the reveal of that thing on Pokemon Day. So the fact that like this holiday is pretty much clear for Grand Theft Auto and Pokemon, and everything else is gonna have to step aside. And we still have, obviously, even if we don't know about a 3D Mario right now, they're clearly making one.
Clearly,
a year or two off or something. Same thing with Smash Brothers. So it really is just wild to see the trajectory it already has, and knowing that that's the case, just how much bigger this thing is going to get within the next couple of years.
Yep. I like I say it all the time on the show. Nintendo, they're at the height of their popularity right now. Like they're more popular than they've ever been. And it's no longer just the video games. Now it's the movies and the theme parks. So
they do mention that the connections we built with consumers with the Switch 1 have supported the smooth launch of Switch 2. And again, I would agree because we saw the examples of that. Obviously, with being able to sign up, right? To lock in your Nintendo Switch 2 through Nintendo's website. Because you have all this information. Obviously, that was a huge deal in Japan. Let's see. Again, one other highlight. The annual playing users continues to be over 100 million. So it went from 128 to 130 to 129. Okay.
No other system ever has had anywhere nearly that high of a percentage of an attach rate still playing it. That speaks incredibly powerful, healthy ecosystem. Just wanted to put that out there.
Yes,
Amazing.
thank you. It does.
Also, Paul, real quick, while you're on the topic, how many units of the original Switch sold during this quarter? Did you say it was like
1.36 million in the last 3 months?
1.36. I'm going to make a call. I feel like by the end of the year, we're going to see it surpass that 160 mark. Because right now it's at 155 point something. I know it just beat the DS. I actually do feel like within the next year they're going to sell 5 million more. Especially if they end up doing they still haven't done a price drop. If they do a price drop for that original Switch, just the base model Switch, I think that could be huge. And it's not like we're not seeing games coming out for Switch. I mean, the partner showcase tomorrow, they're straight up saying it's games for Switch and Switch 2. Mega Man, which got announced at the Game Awards, that's a Switch game in 2027. That's crazy to me. So
and we're going to get Professor Layton on the base Switch.
Professor Layton, exactly.
Tomodachi Life.
Yep.
That could be a big seller, especially in Japan.
Yeah.
Another Rhythm Heaven.
Yeah.
I think this new Tomodachi Life is going to be bigger than a lot of people think it is. Just with like the internet and streamer culture now that wasn't as strong when the first game came out. I think this is going to be one of those really more memey than it's ever been.
It's funny though, because I wonder. On one hand, Nintendo knows it's going to be memey, right? Which is why they put those recording restrictions in place for it. They already announced. They're like, there's not going to be a way to share what you're doing on your island, which makes sense because they don't want a bunch of little Epstein's running around on little Tomodachi Life islands.
Come on, man. Let the people do their thing.
That was Roger. That was the first thing I thought. I was like, oh God, people are going to name their island.
Someone's going to marry Charlie Kirk to Epstein, and it's going to be all. It's going to be.
That's for sure going to happen. It's all going to be little songs. But I think that the thing is like Nintendo knows that that's probably going to happen, which is why they already removed the meme thing out of it by putting those image restrictions in there. I'm just wondering how people are going to share those images then, because I don't think there's any way to stop it unless they actually stop the recording on the system. Where you know how
that's probably what they'll do is they'll probably turn off recording. I know Sony will do that with certain games. Whenever you're in a story part, it says recording has been prohibited for this part of the game. I mean, I was like, dude, what the hell is Nintendo thinking and feeling? Remember when Tears came out? Remember all the huge mechanical wieners that were all over Twitter? Do you guys remember this? There were the flamethrower wieners and it was wiener everything for 6 months of all different shapes, sizes, colors, whatever. I was like, dude, Nintendo's got to be pissed about that. You can only imagine with
Gamebird always bringing
Tomodachi Life.
I swear Gamebird always with the
what the hell? That's the first time I've brought this up on the podcast. What do you
dildo gun? Do you ever forget what the dildo? Don't forget about Cyberpunk and the dildo.
That was a legitimate question.
But I do think it's an interesting thing to bring up because those memes happened with the original 3DS with Tomodachi Life, right? Because I vividly remember people like recording with their iPhones off their 3DS screens of like crazy things they were doing with their characters, doing karaoke or whatever. So I feel like we're going to see this new era of like off-screen recordings of weird Tomodachi Life
bootleg Tomodachi Life videos.
Yeah.
I personally think that Nintendo isn't going to stop people from using capture software. Because think about what they did. They said, hey, you can't share. We can't do any local recordings. You can't share anything from the screenshots, through your phone to whatever. I think Nintendo's just like, hey, as long as it's not being shared through our app to the internet,
sure,
we're not going to try to stop it. It is what it is. It's going to exist. We just don't want to attach directly to, hey, they got it.
Recording, that would be crazy. That would kill the game at launch. I mean, that would be ridiculous.
Yeah. So like I think it's still going to get out there. You're still going to get some crisp videos and clean screenshots from people. You're just not going to Nintendo, like for all the people mad about it, it's like you got to understand it's an image thing, man. Like they know what's going to happen. They don't want it to be like, oh, how did they do it? Oh, we used the screenshot button and then we shared it through Nintendo's app to social media. No. Right. Nintendo doesn't want their name attached to it like that.
Right.
100%. All right. Getting back. So planned titles for release. First party. This is what they're showing right now.
Yep.
This is what we got on deck for first party right now. Again,
I can't wait to ask Roger Base about.
This should tell everybody
about Mario Tennis. I watched his preview on it. I can tell he's got more he wants to say.
I'll reserve it. Yeah, it's fine.
This should tell everybody, though, how much more we have coming this year. I've heard a lot of people say, there's pretty much enough Nintendo games to fill out the calendar this year. I don't think we're going to get much more. It's like,
there's literally nothing with the release date past March. There's nothing with the release date past March.
I don't. I see these takes all the time. I'm like, dude, there's going to be a lot more this year. Come on. Come on. This is the first full year of Switch 2.
Listen, people just say shit. People just
there's impatient. Here's the thing. Remember when Nintendo used to tell us about games years ahead of time, then people bitched that we had to wait?
Right.
Oh, so now they're waiting to reveal it till it's closer to launch, and now that's a problem.
I also think the thing that's crazy, which I'm seeing more and more, and I guess this dives a little bit into like that preview event too, right? Is that like they had Resident Evil Requiem there and Pragmata, and the new Yakuza Kiwami is going to be coming out day and date, right? Like there's all these new games that are now coming out day and date on Switch 2.
Yep.
Whereas before we'd be waiting for all this stuff. So
absolutely,
there is a demographic of Nintendo fans that are like, if it's not Mario or like something first party, I don't care. But I'm like, if you look at the lineup of this year and you remove the first part, or like this past year, and you remove just the first party stuff from it, like you look at your Silk Songs, your Hades 2s, like there have been so many good third party games. Even one I played literally the last week. I don't know if anyone's even played this yet. It's called Escape from Ever After.
I reviewed it.
Bro, it is this not the best Paper Mario since Thousand Year Door?
That's what I said in my review.
And Bug Fables. I got to shout out Bug Fables. It's amazing.
Bug Fables is also good, but I feel like because no hate to Bug Fables at all, because I did enjoy that game, but I did not stick with it the way that I stuck with this one, because I feel like the humor and the characterization and the battle system felt more in line with Paper Mario and Thousand Year Door. It felt like more at home with those two games than Bug Fables did. Which again, not to say that Bug Fables was bad. It's just that like Bug Fables, I think, was a Paper Mario like, right? But this straight up feels like a Paper Mario game, down to like the trinkets and everything. I mean, it's
everything.
Yeah.
Here's the thing. Roger, I think you made a really great point about people, a lot of people just caring about the Marios and the Zeldas and the Animal Crossings. The thing is, though, is that Nintendo's popularity has outgrown that. I mean, a lot of us are around the same age, so we grew up playing 64 and GameCube and like the Wii U era. A lot of us are lifelong diehard fans and have a deep passion for those games and get the most excited. But the fact of the matter is this: Switch 1 sold 155 million units. Those are not all, like, a majority of those millions of players are not like, I'm just waiting for the next Mario.
Right.
Those are players who are like, oh, this shit's cool. This is a hybrid console with great first-party games, strong third-party lineup, And now we're getting, like you said, the day and date, which is like the biggest thing that I've been praying for generations. Day and date third party, because who cares once a third party game's been out for 3 years? Exactly. It's not an exciting announcement anymore. Finding out that we're getting Resident Evil day and date, that is huge.
Enormous.
Among other games that have been announced. So I mean, we look at these, like even these early releases that are planned for this year. If Nintendo can just keep up the momentum of consistent releases with strong AAA games, AA games, and consistent third-party and indie releases, I have no fears about how Switch 2 is going to perform.
No way. I mean,
does that mean it's going to sell more than Switch 1? No. Doesn't mean that. But it's I'm feeling really good about the future of this console right now. And we haven't even, like Roger said, we haven't gone into Mario, Smash, Zelda, Animal Crossing, those huge juggernaut titles. So it's only going to get better from here, unless it gets worse. But I don't think it will.
I don't think it will either. Because again, look at even tomorrow. The fact that their partner showcase is 30 minutes. Like have they ever had a 30-minute partner showcase before? The longest one I remember was, I think, the one that ended with Persona back in like 2019 or something. Like literally pre-COVID was the last time I remember one of these being that big. So the fact that we have like a 30-minute one, and I think people also forget there's like a whole demographic of people out there who don't care if it's not on Switch. Like my fiance is the perfect example of this, right? Expedition 33 was hyped to all hell to her. I know she would love that game. She literally listened to me crying and screaming in the other room as I played the whole thing on my PC and streamed the whole thing. I adore that game. And she was like, I will check it out when it's on Switch 2. But until then, I don't care. And she has no desire to play it on PC. She has no desire to play it on our PS5 in the other room. She doesn't care. She's like, I don't have time for that. I want to play it in bed. Before we go to sleep, I want to play Expedition 33. And that's one of the things that could happen tomorrow, right? High likelihood of seeing Expedition 33 there. Look at Final Fantasy VII Remake, right? The sales numbers coming out after the first weekend. It's selling out in stores.
Yeah.
Like it's crazy. And that's Remake. That's not even Rebirth. That's Remake from what, 2020?
Yeah, PS4.
2020.
Right.
And Reagan is making up the majority of that demographic that's not going to say, yeah, but Expedition 33, when I look this close, I could see that frame is a little bit less.
I swear she does not give a shit about
that. Could care less.
She does not care at all.
The majority of the people playing.
She played
2 million people
Violet on the original Switch and was like, I don't know what people are talking about. This game runs great.
I think that's something that. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
I'm saying it's 200,000 people at most that like to complain and look on the internet and say, up. That hair strand is not in 4K. Whereas other 150 million are like, that's sweet.
Okay. I think graphical fidelity should be low on the totem pole personally. And I say that with a caveat. I think it did make a difference with Switch 1, because when you get a big port on the Switch 1, like, I don't know, Harry Potter,
sure, it's
packaged with an apology. The apology is that the game doesn't run very well and it looks like there's Vaseline on the screen. It's all muddy and murky. Whereas, this is a different generation. With the power of Switch 2, it doesn't have to be packaged with an apology. Yeah, maybe some games are going to run at 30 instead of locked 60, or they maybe will elsewhere. But it's the compromise is so small now that you have the freedom of choosing, like, oh, does the fidelity matter the most to me, or does the portability matter the most to me? The hybrid nature. I could say for myself, I'm a family man. I got a busy schedule. Having the Switch is a godsend. I love my PlayStation Portal for what it is. I wish it wasn't tethered to. I wish it was more of a dedicated system, to be honest, because I love PlayStation. I want to play more PlayStation games. It's just really hard when you share a TV in a house of 5. It's very difficult. Whereas Switch gives me the freedom to enjoy games at my own pace. So I think this is a huge. And I know we're in sales and we've kind of derailed a little bit, but ultimately, I think what we're getting at is like this. This is going to speak volumes, because at the end of the day, it's all about the games. And if Switch 2 can continue to deliver great first party stuff and third party day and indies, like I mentioned, like, we're going to be looking good going forward. It's going to come down to the games, period.
I also just realized while you were talking that it says TBD for Splatoon Raiders, which is crazy to me because I thought that was going to be a spring game. So that's wild that that's TBD, and yet Fire Emblem is dedicated 2026. I feel like when we saw Splatoon Raiders, I assumed it was like 6 months out. I didn't think it would be like that big of a deal. So the fact that that's TBD, and you don't want to be in that TBD situation, that's where Metroid Prime 4 lived for 8 years.
Yeah.
That's
the same thing.
Yeah, that's a little strange that Splatoon is sitting there.
All right. Let's see. So again, real quick, these are the titles coming out, of course. Mario Tennis Fever, Pokemon Copia, Mario Wonder. And again, that comes out a week before the Mario Galaxy movie. Yoshi and the Mysterious Book. Again, we all presume that that is going to, be positioned somewhere around the movie. We should be getting an update on that, presume soon here. And then Fire Emblem. And again, like you said, Splatoon Raiders TBD. So we'll see what's up with that. Roger, you want to touch on Mario Tennis Fever just while we're here for a second?
What do you want to know? I love that game. I'll tell you right now, I am not somebody who cared about this at all when this got announced. You go back and watch my reaction during that direct. That was during, I vividly remember this. That was during the Paris previews for ZA. So a bunch of us were together and filmed our reaction to the Nintendo Direct together. And we, this was at the time where they were announcing the big 40th anniversary plans for Mario. So we're like, this is cool. Mario Galaxy 1 and 2. That's great. Like, oh, what is this? This looks like it's a new Mario sports game. And when we saw it was Mario Tennis, we were like, okay, I mean, that's cool. But you had aces already. I'm like, there's all these other Mario sports. Like you could do a hoops, you could do a baseball. I'm like, you're going back to Mario Tennis? Really? And, I love Mario Tennis 64. And I love the GameCube one. And I like the Wii Play Edition of the GameCube one. But I feel like the other Mario one, the GBA one's fine too. But the 3DS one, the Wii U one, it felt like diminishing returns there for a bit. And when we got Aces, I feel like Aces was a step in the right direction. But as I mentioned in my preview video, I feel like the online community for that game got so sweaty so quick, where within 3 months, if you matched with somebody online, you're prepared to die within seconds. The people who play that game only play that game. And one thing I really appreciated with Mario Tennis Fever, right from the get-go at that event, is they were talking about the fact that now they essentially have a For Glory mode and a For Fun mode.
Yeah.
That's split online. Where if you want to be in that super sweaty group, you can play it. But also if you want to just use the Fever rackets and have a lot of fun, you can hop into For Fun mode. And I got to say too, I love the Fever rackets. I remember I watched that overview trailer and I'm like, all right, this is cool, but how different could this really be for the strategy? But when you combine all the things they've layered into the game, the 3 different balls, right, that you have the slower ball, the normal ball, and the fast ball, plus the different courts, plus the different, with the character roster is huge, right? It's 38 characters or something.
It's bigger. It's the most ever, right?
Huge. And all those characters have their own stats, right? And then all the rackets have their own stats, and all the rackets have their own special Fever abilities. So there's so many layers of strategy that are in this that I did not expect when I first saw that. And I didn't even touch on the adventure mode when I was playing that. But I was at that preview event. I know Prime saw the video. Me and Philly literally we played the other stuff in the preview and we're we go play Mario Tennis more. And it's just recordings of us standing up with the Pro Controller, let's go playing Mario Tennis
now,
with each other.
Roger, did you play the last, was it Aces? The last one on Switch?
And I played quite a bit of Aces. I played it when it first came out, and I played it again. I played through the entire story mode, and I played it again when they started adding more characters to it. And I think that was another weird thing about that game, because right from the get-go, there were characters that clearly should have been there from the beginning that were missing in DLC. Your Diddy Kongs and your Paulines, and then they filled up the roster with Fire Piranha Plant or whatever, and you're like, what are you talking about? Whereas the base roster for this one kind of already has everybody. And even then, if you look at the Luma, for example, on the character select screen, it was Luma, you click it, and you also got Luma Lee from the Mario movie. And
cool.
Luma Cobb, Luma,
that's fun, yeah.
One of the options for under Luma. So there's a lot of stuff that I didn't get a chance to see that I'm sure are going to be stacked costumes underneath, whatever the 38 characters that are there. And knowing Nintendo, they're probably going to add more characters to it. So,
well, I'm curious, Roger, because you played Aces recently, and you played a lot of that one.
Yeah.
I know there's been like a discourse surrounding like Mario sports games, within recent years that they've there's been a decline in quality or content, and they just they're not as favorable amongst consumers or critics as they used to be. So I'm just curious, like, versus how maybe you felt when Aces came out, how you're feeling about is there a big difference? Do you feel like
it's
if
night and day?
It's night and day. Okay, because if you really liked Aces, you might be like, yeah, I mean, it's like Aces, but I'm liking it a little more, or night and day. That's pretty.
That's literally what it was. Like when Aces got announced, I was like, oh, that's cool. Like we're getting a new Mario Tennis, but again, that was coming off of Ultra Smash as well, and like Ultra Smash was just abysmal, So like, coming off of that into Aces, I already didn't have high hopes. So the fact that like Aces at least had like an adventure mode and was pretty like that, I was like, this is fine, But I never went back and like, played more of it. But this, like I said, I want to play more, and my hype level right now after having played it is like way higher than I ever thought was going to be possible for this game. So I actually think it was really smart for them to release this when they are.
And did you get to play in like different courses, or was it like all the same?
Yeah.
Was there some interesting courses? Because that was one thing on the trailer that was hard for me to tell. It was like, oh, the adventure mode stuff looks really wacky, but some of the courses kind of just look like tennis courses to me. So I'm curious about that. And sorry to hog the questions, guys. Jump in with questions.
Yeah, please, by all means.
I'm very curious about this one because it's a game that I've been cautiously optimistic about, but I'm just not 100% sold. The last Mario Soccer game on Switch, like
that was also
I used to love Mario Soccer, but I dipped out really quick.
Yeah.
So I'm really curious.
Yeah, no, I will say I think court-wise, I got to try out. There's like the Donkey Kong one. Donkey Kong one was really cool. The one that like I think people are gonna be blown away by is like the Wonder Court. The Mario Wonder Court. I don't know how much that's like been shown in like, videos. The Mario Wonder Court is awesome. Wow. Because basically you instead of having like your rallies and you get points, you're basically like rallying for Wonder Seeds. And once you get a certain amount of Wonder Seeds, like the court changes completely. So like
that's really
come out of the ground. Like there was one thing we hit it was like Philly and I were playing. We hit the Wonder Seed, and then like the little singing piranha plants from Wonder popped on the top of the pipes. And they're like da 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 da, and they were doing like the piranha plants on parade in the middle of the course and like throwing balls at us and stuff. There was another one that like you hit the Wonder Seed, and then the little hoppos started jumping down the screen, and all of the balls turned into hoppos as well. And the ball that's actually your tennis ball was like marked with an orange marker. And all the other hoppos were just normal hoppos. And if you hit back a normal hoppo, you don't get a point. But if you hit the orange one back, and you have to like really pay attention when you're doing this, you manage to get another point. So like that one was really cool. There was just the one, and the Wonder Course in particular was very pretty because again, this is a 3D game. This isn't a 2D game. So you like the art style of Mario Wonder is very unique, right? And so I was curious how you were going to translate that into 3D in a way that looks good, and they nailed it. It really was awesome. Yeah, so the Wonder Court, I think, is going to be another one that I think a lot of people are going to be happy about. The rackets are also another thing that, like, I haven't seen that many people talking about because they're just assuming, oh, you got your fire racket and your mud racket or whatever, and, you're able to do special abilities, and that's about it.
Were you able to hear the music enough?
Barely,
like at the event?
Barely, because we didn't have headphones on, and I don't know if you saw the video footage. We're literally standing playing with the controllers, and it was loud in there because there were a lot of other people previewing. I hope the music is good. The music in Mario sports games is usually pretty decent, but no, I didn't get a chance to hear the music.
So there's a IGN review that the ball feels too big, and that the mechanics to feel too floaty. What do you argue? Is that argue against that? Wrong. Okay.
Wrong.
Good to hear.
I think, yeah. I totally
you heard it here, folks.
I think
ball too big, 7.3.
Wrong.
Ball slightly floaty, but I also think that could have been the settings they were on because there's 3 different ball settings, and so if they default setting and they didn't click over to the other screens to test out the other ones, which is probably what they did, to be fair. If they just get the one basic setting, then it might be a little floaty. But no, there's 3 different ball types right when you go to your match in multiplayer.
Cool.
And there's one that's like slow, which I'm assuming was that one. One that's normal, which might be more like Aces, and then one that's like super fast. And again, a lot of that
that's cool.
A lot of that's mitigated by the racket, fever racket abilities. So like one of the fever rackets was like a bullet bill racket, where once you build up your fever, you stack the ball. you get this little meter under your character, and for like the next 6 seconds, any ball you rally back becomes a bullet bill.
That's so
this
cool.
was crazy. When we're in the middle of the match and you're like having this really good rally going, and you turn it into a bullet bill, and you have to run to the other side of the screen, and then you aim the bullet bill the other direction, and the person that's predicting you're going to go run the other side. It was really a lot of fun. It's like perfect for mind games. Also, the banana one was great. There's just so many good abilities. Yeah.
The way this game has looked in the trailer with those rackets and with the weird wonder, like the Wonder Flower abilities, is it kind of looks to me like they've smashified Mario Tennis a little bit. Is that how it felt to you, or not quite? It looks a little bit more like party tennis to me.
I'd say the Wonder Court definitely feels more party tennis.
Sure.
There were like some other little minigame ones that I saw that looked a bit more like party-ish. There was the one with like the giant fish, or there's what are some of the other ones that were in like that overview trailer that they released? There was a bunch of stuff where they revealed a bunch of things. I also didn't get a chance to play the adventure mode, so I don't know if it's going to work where like when you're playing through the adventure mode, you unlock more things in the multiplayer or like more side events or something. But just in the regular multiplayer matches, there was definitely enough variety where I could see myself just coming back to that again and again and again. You know, it was really good. Yeah, and the floatiness thing, I want to answer that real quick too, because I mentioned the ball thing. What was the other thing that you said from Vlam that IGN mentioned?
Say that again, sir.
You said the ball seemed a little floaty, but then what was the other thing that IGN mentioned?
That it just felt like it was too beginner friendly. They thought it was like there wasn't enough mechanical depth to it, which I think is just crazy off rip. They think there's a lot of depth to it when it comes to the rackets and the abilities, but they don't think there's enough depth in terms of like the actual tennis mechanics.
Which is funny because I feel like this is way more in depth even than Mario Tennis Aces was.
Right.
Off the bat, it feels way more. Even just simply putting the specials instead of tying them to like the zone moves that you would have in Aces and tying those to the rackets and being able to pair the racket with any character that you choose is already like a huge step up. And I do agree with them that I think it does seem a little bit more beginner friendly because again, I haven't picked up a tennis game in a long time, probably since like the last character drop for Aces was the last time I played one. And I was able to hop right back into this, remembered all my little curves where you hold on the control stick and you hit to the other side. So all the stuff and love about the tennis games are there. It's just that they've added so much more to it now. It's just kind of amazing. Like I really did not expect to like it as much as I did. I came out of that preview session being like, this is my favorite thing of the day, which if you would have told me that going into this, I would not have believed you. This was very low on my hype meter.
Yeah. And would you say that is it, at least from your little bit of a preview, do you think it's worth the price? Because I know some people, okay. There's some people that are really tentative. Like I know personally that are really tentative about it because they're like $70 for a tennis game. But I mean, and I don't blame them because again, like we've previously discussed, like the last two have been a little bit subpar and the last sports games have been a little bit subpar. So that's cool to hear some confidence from you that you think it's worth its bang for the buck. So
like I said, I'll be streaming it day one. I know already.
Oh yeah, same here.
I'm for
I'll
sure.
have to drop in, challenge you to match.
I'll do some matches with you. That's it.
There you go. Yeah.
I just want to know when he talks about it being worth the price. On our show last year, Rogers Base said raise the price. So
that's true. That's true.
$90 games, bring them on. That's right. I'll pay.
God, that's been a year already.
Man. I know.
My goodness.
Wow. Actually, no, it hasn't been a year. It hasn't been a year.
Because, it happened. Oh, he said last year,
right?
Not a year.
Yeah. This time, no, not even. Next month is, I think, when they announced that they were going to be doing the Switch 2 presentation, right? And then the Switch 2 presentation.
Yeah, it was after the presentation. I think it was after the system came out, and there was all the backlash, and you were just like,
"Oh yeah, I was just
raise the price."
Yeah, right. Obviously, I don't actually want them to raise the price. I wouldn't want, but I do think like with the amount that you're getting in this, it does feel justified. I think if this was like an $80 game, I would probably feel different.
Right.
Just on principle, right? The fact that it is like a Mario Tennis. No matter how good it is, I don't think I could justify that $8 price tag. But, no, but for 70, I could for sure.
Cool. Yeah, thank you. That's great to hear. Yeah, I'll be getting to day one too. I have some streams planned with it. So
right on.
You're
okay.
I think it's it.
Any other questions? Any more?
While he's still here, do we have any questions on any of the other games he played? I mean, he played like a gambit.
So what else did you play? Yeah.
So I got to play Mario Wonder. So
The new,
Mario Wonder the
yeah.
Switch 2 edition. It's okay. That's nothing to write home about. I feel like if you
Yeah.
already have Wonder, you want like the 4K upgrade or whatever and get the little multiplayer games, that's cool. But like, it's probably not one I'll be buying. I liked Mario Wonder, but I also was like, I don't know, like I was over with that pretty quick. I never really went back to replay Mario Wonder. But I liked what I played when I played it. What else? Oh, the Virtual Boy. I got to try the Virtual Boy.
I'm
Boy stuff
interested.
was actually really cool. I would, as somebody who owns, I'll show you guys this real quick. Excuse my Animal Crossing pants and pictures.
Dude, those pants
I was saying hella
good.
crazy pajama pants.
I just realized the Pikmin shirt, the Animal Crossing pants. Hell yeah!
I know. As I told you, I've been sick for the last 48 hours. I've literally been laying in my pajamas. So
Roger's the second best dressed person here tonight.
Whichever one of
first
you
best
has
actually-
pants on, I feel like you're the number one best dressed.
You weren't here for the opening, Roger. We had a guest.
Oh, who was your guest?
There was another guest, like an eighth person here.
Really? Who was it?
Yeah.
It was Bayonetta. It was crazy.
Bayonetta. You want a hot take from me? I hope the Bayonetta franchise stays dead. I hope it stays dead.
Whoa!
I hope it stays dead. I think they killed it with Bayonetta 3. Bayonetta 3 was garbage. I think the Cereza game or whatever was cute, but realistically, when you look at the sales for that series, I also don't like Bayonetta and Smash. If they're going to cut anybody from Smash Brothers, get her out of there.
Well, these are some hot takes.
Wow.
Wait, the Bayonetta and Smash one is not a hot take. That character, especially in Smash 4,
some Castle Crush so quick.
Busted and
Wash
unfair.
that mouth out.
Like Bayonetta was so busted in Smash 4, it literally killed the game. Like even more so than like how busted Steve is in Smash.
Which is crazy because Bayonetta 2 was so good. So to
Right.
go from like so good to so bad so quick.
I think Bayonetta Origins is actually wildly underrated.
I've heard that it's very good.
It's awesome little puzzle adventure. It's cute, very fairy tale. I mean, it's obviously wildly different than the trilogy, but it's a deeply underrated game in my opinion.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Why did I say Bayonetta should die? I don't remember. What was it? Why did I say? Why I don't even remember what brought it
Because
up.
Paul had a guest on. They had
the
Bayonetta.
guest was Bayonetta.
Yeah. Somebody in YouTube chat had to have clipped that. That was crazy. That was so good. Paul, I commend you. I don't care what.
Yeah, there was a tonal change in Roger. Like his like everything changed.
I just really don't like those games at all. I don't like those games. I don't like that character. I don't like anything about it.
Oh my goodness.
Which is crazy. Like I said, I love the first two, but nothing else. Anyway, Virtual Boy,
right.
Going from one piece of garbage to another. No, I'm joking. I love my Virtual Boy. No, I will say.
Hot takes today.
No. As somebody who owns an original Virtual Boy, I was genuinely amazed at how well done the little stand is for the Switch 2. Like it really is like one-to-one a Virtual Boy. It had all the little buttons on the top that like don't do anything, but they're there. It had like the same little weird iPad that's like this squishy little iPad that's available in the other one that came with it. I mean, I don't know if they just like went back into like their archives and just like reprinted and 3D printed the actual Virtual Boys, and then you just did the thing where you lift it up and put the Switch 2 in. But man, like I had a lot of fun with that. And there was stuff on that Virtual Boy thing that I didn't even realize like even came out. There's like a horror game on there that was Japan exclusive called Mansion of Innsmouth. It's like a Lovecraftian first-person horror game.
Cool.
Super sick. Never even knew that game existed. They had Wario Land, which looked great. They had Tetris 3D. The what's the Mario one where you're throwing the shells? And it's like
Clash
shells. Thank you. There was that Red Alert, I think, is the other one, the one that's like the cool Star Fox looking one. And then obviously they announced while we were there that they are bringing D-Hopper and Zero Racers, which were like notorious lost media for years, right? We'd only seen glimpses of these games from like CESs and Space Worlds. And now they're actually going to be playable on this thing. It's awesome. Also, you can play it with Labo VR. That was something that a lot of people have been talking about of like, how can you play this without the accessory? You can literally just use your Labo VR accessory. I'm sure if people can't get their hands on the Virtual Boys, because again, They're already sold out. They were $100, and you can only buy them if you're a Switch Online user. You still can't get your hands on one. You don't have a level VR. I guarantee you, within like 2 days, there will be some type of 3D printed cardboard thing that you could just print out that you could slide your Switch in to be able to play it. But it had all the features that you would expect. It's got the rewind feature, so just like all the other NSO apps, you can rewind if you mess up. The only thing that I thought was weird is that I accidentally clicked home when I was playing off the Virtual Boy controller. And when it does it, it doesn't let you exit to your Switch screen when you're in it. It says, please remove your thing from the Switch 2. And then from inside the Virtual Boy, it can continue from there. So there's no way of like accidentally playing other things while you're in it.
That's probably to like prevent eye damage, honestly. Yeah. Flashbang yourself.
Sure.
For anyone wondering, I have Virtual Boy pre-ordered.
Same here.
I'll be reviewing it, obviously. Yeah, I'm really excited.
Cool. Like I said, I had a lot of fun with it. That was something I was actually looking forward to when I was there. Mario Wonder. I brought. The Capcom games, man. Whoa!
Talk about Pragmata.
60 FPS Requiem is insane to me. That they got that running 60 FPS on a Switch 2. And the Requiem, they've already been previews out. I went to the preview that was like the one with the Leon Grace one. That was like from 3 weeks ago or whatever, when they had us go to Capcom and play it. But those were on PS5s. And so this was the first time, I think, anywhere that people were actually able to play it on a Switch 2. And this was the demo that was like behind closed doors at Summer Game Fest last year with like the Grace segment. And dude, like I said, it ran so well. But Pragmata, like I didn't know anything about this game really going into it, other than a little bit that I saw in like State of Plays and some of the little trailer drops that they've done in like other presentations. I literally forgot the fact that this even coming to Switch 2. It's coming day and date. It looks fantastic. I played in handheld and in dock mode. I believe in handheld it was locked 30, and in docked it was 60. But in both, it looked really, really pretty. And I don't know if you guys have had the chance to play the demo that's like already on Steam for it, but I believe this is the same demo that's on the Switch 2 that I got to play. Yeah. And basically, like, if you don't know what this game is about, it's like an action shooter game where you've got this little robot girl on your back, and you basically, every time you try to shoot an enemy, you open up this little hacking mini game, and you, like, using the control stick, hack your way through these little nodes into little combos to then open up weak points on the robots to do more damage. And at first, I was like, I don't know what the hell's going on here. I'm in the first room. I'm like hitting against the walls. But by the end of the demo, and I was only playing it for like 18 minutes. By the end of the demo, I was making my way through those little hacking nodes. I like had a giant like rocket launcher looking thing, like a heavy artillery kind of gun. And I was like hacking into this giant boss and blowing up the gas tank on the end of it. That game was awesome. And again, it visually just looks really, really pretty. I was amazed that game runs as well as it does on Switch 2. Yeah. So both of those games were really outstanding.
It's great to hear. Great to hear. Glad I drafted Pragmata.
There you go.
And our fantasy critic.
You have a fantasy critic going on for Pragmata?
No, we do. The podcast does. I drafted.
Wait, really?
Yeah, I drafted Pragmata.
That's so funny.
Yeah, it's awesome.
What are people expecting from it? I'm curious. What was like the hype before this Nintendo preview? Because I do think it's
I've been
now they're positioning it almost like a lead platform or the lead platform, which is truly wild when you think about like when that game first got announced at like a State of Play presentation. Like when was that? 2020 or something? I mean, it was a long time ago is when that game got announced.
It's been in development for almost 7 years.
There you go. Yeah.
Which is a very long time for Capcom.
Yeah, yeah.
Especially.
And now they're like, anyway, Switch 2, here we go. Day and date. Here's the specialty amiibo we're doing for it as well. Yeah. Which they had there, by the way, too. They had that amiibo. They had the
Monster Hunter.
My brain's not working well. What's the little
talking flower?
Yeah, what's his name?
The Wonder Flower. Yeah.
Wonder Flower.
Yeah, Wonder Flower. Was he cool?
He was very weird.
That's awesome.
I don't know if I would buy a Wonder Flower.
Dude, would he be a good stream bit, you think? Like just having him there?
I don't know. It was cute. Like they had him on display at the Wonder segment. We were all playing together, and he just had like these little pre-recorded phrases. But then they showed us a video of all the different things he could do, and they were like, "Look how fun this is." He tells you when his batteries are dying, and they showed a clip of the talking flower, and he's like, "I don't feel so good. I'm getting tired." And I'm like, why do I want to hear this suffering flower in my other room?
That's awesome.
$80 for this? That's crazy, man.
I was kind of
80? I thought it was like 20.
Bro, that thing
no,
is
it's expensive.
I have it pre-ordered.
Yeah,
it was a day one pre-order. It's $34.99. $34.99.
Yeah, I thought it was surprisingly cheaper than I thought it would be.
Oh,
that's why I was like
$80.
I was hoping that the Wonder Flower was gonna be a little bit more like a Furby, where it like the more like like a living toy, you know, somewhat eerie.
Like the way they demoed it to us is like he literally just sits there, and they were like he has phrases for different times of day. So like if it's nighttime, he's like, "Ooh, what'd you have for dinner? Oh, that sounds good." Or like if he's waking up, he's like, "Oh, the sun's out now. We can play." You know, like just little goofy things like that. Or like, "Oh, that was awesome. Well done." And then click the little button and they'll say different things. But yeah, I don't know how much use you're gonna get out of that thing. But it requires batteries. Like it's not a chargeable. You can't. It's not like a USB.
Oh wow.
Which is why I was saying it tells you when its batteries are dying. It's like
that's probably why it's so cheap. Honestly.
Maybe that might be why. Yeah, because it's not USB-C. It's just
that sounds like a hilarious dream bed to me. I mean, look, maybe I'm crazy. Maybe
if we're paying $70 for Mario Tennis, pay half of that. Get yourself a talking flower.
There you go. I'm ready. I'll have him in the background. I'll have him here with me.
Just chill with your talking flower.
Yeah. Yeah.
You guys have any other questions for Roger?
I think I'm good. I think I'm
good.
Yeah,
I felt like I was there in New York on that crisp winter day.
I feel like we've seen and heard enough about RE9 to know that it's excellent on Switch 2.
Yeah.
Unless Roger has something else to report, like new findings. Yeah.
Did you play both characters?
I played as both characters on two different occasions. I played Leon and Grace in the PS5 demo, and I played Grace in the Switch 2 demo. And the PS5 demo was literally like 2 weeks before this event because I don't like the preview embargo went up for that. We got to play it. I think that was like second week of January, I believe. So we went in for our previews for that. And then the embargo lifted like the week after. And then 2 weeks, and then we were at this preview event for New York. So I was fresh in my mind because that was a 4-hour play session with Resident Evil Requiem, right? 4 hours on the PS5 version. And so to go from that to the Switch 2 version and not like really notice a difference and still be told like, hey, it's 60 FPS was crazy to me.
Yeah.
Like I really is like jaw dropping when I was sitting there and I'm like, I can't believe I'm not really able to tell a difference between the PS5 version and the Switch 2 version. That's insane.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yep. It's a
And
massive
I'm sure
W.
like if you're playing on a super, souped up PC or like a PS5 Pro or something, it's probably going to look better. But like the fact that it's comparable with the base PS5 version is just like crazy to me that that's where we are right now.
Dude, Capcom are wizards, man.
Really?
I mean, we already seen the Wilds leak that it's probably coming to Switch 2 as well. Even though that game, they haven't said it out loud. There's a leak because of data mine of part of the PC version. Some of the game has Switch 2 menu HUDs and like multiplayer setups. So like it's like they're putting in Switch 2 work for Wilds.
That game though, when that game launched, remember all the issues that it had?
Yeah, and it still has some performance issues on even PS5. That's what I'm saying. Like, if this thing even comes to Switch 2 and is running at a locked 30, I'm like, dude,
fine.
What the fuck is happening?
Something new happened this week. They just released a patch.
Oh,
I was actually talking to Capcom about this directly. So you can't share a ton of details, but it was just optimized for Steam Deck to run at 60 FPS now.
Interesting.
Which again, I played in the beta on PS5, and I'm like, this is not encouraging. And so now it's changed a lot. Say it.
Interesting.
Are you telling me there's an outside shot at 60 FPS on Switch 2 now?
Yes.
Wow.
I mean, I was just an outside shot. No different CPU.
Outside shot, yeah. Obviously,
that's the case. I mean, that would blow up in Japan. I feel like that game also needs a shot in the foot right now. I feel like
It does.
Wilds came out and died almost immediately, and I think everyone's kind of expecting whatever the G version, right, the Sunbreak of Wilds, to bolster and bring in some new fans. But I'm almost wondering if maybe if they do announce Wilds tomorrow, maybe that's where they announce like the Sunbreak, right? Maybe they announce like the G rank next big expansion. They announce it during this alongside the fact that like they're bringing it to Switch 2. I mean, that would be crazy. And I don't know if I would actually be willing to like double dip for it, considering how many hours I put into the original PC version. But if they find a way to do cross save, which some games have managed to do, I'm all in again. If they do cross save with Monster Hunter Wilds from PC to Switch, I'm in.
That'd be huge.
I'm all the way back in again. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Ubisoft figured it out with Outlaws, and I was able to take my Assassin's Creed Shadows 80 hours on PS5 and transfer to Switch 2. So make it happen.
Great.
It's a big deal.
Please make it happen.
Man. I'm just, my mind is just blown right now. Like,
yeah, that'd be huge.
Oh my gosh. Well, thank you, Stash, for that update. That is,
60 FPS
there might be more.
Woo!
Yeah.
Have you guys gone into predictions for tomorrow?
No, we can go to that right now if you
I
want.
feel like that's what we should. It seems like a good transition.
Yeah. We're gonna do a bingo, but I know Paul didn't make obviously a card. You didn't make a card, so we'll let you guys, so for you two, we'll let you two just do predictions, and then the rest of us can do cards. So let's switch on over here and do it says direct bingo, but for you two, let's start with Rogers. Basically, I know he's got limited time.
Sure.
Predictions for the show tomorrow.
Expedition 33. It's happening. Guaranteed. That's like number one. That's for sure. That's like not even a question. People have been waiting for that. I have heard from multiple sources that I believe that's something that was prioritized, that they're like, we got to make this happen. So I feel like Expedition 33, even if it's not tomorrow, is like a shoo-in for happening within the year, like guaranteed. No question about it. But I think it's going to be tomorrow. I definitely think Capcom is going to have a massive presence. We'll probably, again, if not Monster Hunter Wilds, we're definitely going to see Stories 3, because that's coming up kind of soon.
Yeah.
We're
Stories
definitely
3,
going to see Requiem again and Pragmata again, because they made a point to have that at that Switch 2 preview showcase that I was at. So I think those are going to show up. I think Metaphor. I think it's time for Metaphor. I think Metaphor ReFantasio. There recently has been like a bunch of posting from Atlas in the last week of Metaphor. And you're like, for what? Why are you reposting a bunch of Metaphor stuff for a game that came out 2 years ago? So I think that might be something tomorrow. We end up seeing Metaphor. I think Rebirth. I think they're going to hop on the idea that like Remake has sold so well physically in stores and that it's broken all these sales records. Hamaguchi-san's openly said he's very, very happy with the results. I think they're going to fully dedicate, even though they already have, right? They said that they're dedicating themselves to having the full trilogy on Switch 2. I think they double down on that tomorrow, and I think they showcase Rebirth, and that they announce either a release date for the end of this year or beginning of next year for that game. I think it's probably going to be end of this year or very, very early next year, because I think if they want to line up day and date with Part 3 next year, and that ends up being a summer game, or it ends up being like a March game similar to the old one, and then we get like a summer release for it, they probably don't want 2 Final Fantasies in the same year as the new game. But I do think Rebirth is a really strong shot of showing up. Dustbloods. Dustbloods is for sure there tomorrow. For sure.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I was shocked Dustbloods wasn't at the preview event. Because I was there with Philly Beats You, Party Arlie, a bunch just like fellow Nintendo Pokemon content creators. And a lot of us were like, oh, that's funny. There's like a Pokemon group and a Cozy Gamer group. But like, then there's this Dark Souls group. They invited a bunch of people that were like action gamers, which we then figured out like, oh, obviously they invited them because of Pragmata and Requiem. But then we're there like, okay, well, this is interesting, because if you're having all them here, maybe that means we're going to see Dustbloods. And then they showed the sizzle reel at the beginning, and they showed Dustbloods, and we're like, oh, we're going to play it today, and there was nothing. So we're like, oh, okay, maybe they're not going to end up showing, and they didn't. But I'm guessing that they're probably going to show something for Dustbloods at this. And I think that's going to be paired with Elden Ring Tarnished Edition. I think we're going to get an exact date for Tarnished Edition. And then I think it's going to be like, this is what you can play from potentially today, like they shadow drop it. And then here's what you can expect later on in the year, and a giant trailer for Dustbloods. And I think realistically, that could be the closer. they want to have like a big game as the closer, you have a big gameplay reveal of Dust Bloods. Yeah. But and honestly, Expedition 33 for the beginning and Dust Bloods is the ending, or vice versa. Dust Bloods at the beginning, Expedition 33 at the end, I think would make for a really solid show.
Hell yeah.
Okay.
Very nice.
Yeah.
That's solid stuff right there.
Dude. I'm so excited for tomorrow.
Me too. I actually think this is going to be a really solid one.
I hope so. I mean, look, Nintendo coming out when they're not oblivious, folks. They read the room. They know that people are getting a little antsy. You know, you had no big exclusive for Switch 2 last holiday. Nothing really big outside of maybe Pokopia can end up being bigger than people think, but also that only really hits them.
Because I'm thinking they saved that for Pokemon Day. But I
that's a Pokemon Day type thing.
I also think
Gen 10 will be on the 27th, I'm sure, on Pokemon Day. Yeah.
I also think Pokopia is going to print money. I think that game's going to make so much money.
But it's
I think it's going to be stupid.
You can't have like the only big games this year be Pokemon IP. It's like Nintendo, and there's going to be more, guys. We're at the beginning of the year. It's just people feel weird that like we're getting a partner showcase and not a general direct. I'm like, wait till the end of I think before we get to the end of March, there's going to be a general direct. Just wait. Just wait. Nintendo, I think, is doing this partner showcase because, like, guys, I think they have so many big third-party games to reveal. It would have been like a 2-hour Nintendo direct. So they're like,
right.
Hey, we got to put this up a bit.
Oh, I got one more prediction for tomorrow. I think this is going to be a Sega blowout. I think there's going to be a lot of Sega stuff. A lot of Sega stuff because I don't know.
New 3D Sonic reveal.
Did you guys even pick up on the news about Virtua Fighter that dropped like in the middle of with Tomodachi? Like that now Virtua Fighter's coming to Switch too.
Yeah, I tweeted that.
People are talking about the next Sonic game. This would be a great place to reveal that for the next.
It's the anniversary too.
35.
Obviously, a lot of people are waiting for.
Speaking of Sega,
oh my God, Bayonetta's
how
back.
about Bayonetta's board launching tomorrow?
What in the world?
Because one of our established guests, #Rogers Late, said that he would not like to see me show up anymore. How dare you talk about Sega showing up and not include Bayonetta?
He's vomiting.
Bro, you're going to kill him.
Oh my God. I'm going to tell you this right now. I'd rather a Bayonetta game be made with Paul as Bayonetta than another Bayonetta game be made with actual Bayonetta.
Now you're talking.
I've gotten way more enjoyment out of this little 10-second bit than I did out of all of Bayonetta 3. That's the
you have redeemed yourself, Roger.
That's crazy, man.
Very well then.
I'm sorry that I'm a Bayonetta hater. I don't know why that came up. I've always been. I'm not
You just like, hey, you guys want another hot take?
Hey, you know what?
I know. Yeah,
it's okay. You know who Nate hates?
Who's Nate?
Oh my God!
And it's so
oh
random.
my gosh!
He hates.
He hates
Gino.
all hamsters, but that's not my
Gino
problem.
From Super Mario
Gino.
RPG said he wants to punch him in the face.
Yeah, he used to draw pictures of Gino when he was in school and then draw him dead.
What?
That's what he said on a podcast like a few months ago. It was bizarre, dude.
Yeah,
like he hates Gino.
Get the hell out of here,
Gino.
Yeah,
wow.
so
not a fan, dude. One of the worst character designs of all time. He's annoying as shit. Get him out of here.
That's one of the craziest takes I've ever heard.
That's not what I said. You don't like Gino, but do you like Mario RPG?
It's okay.
Okay, that's fair. That's respectable. You didn't say you did.
I enjoyed it more when I was younger, but when I went to replay it, it was just okay.
Okay. Another question.
You replayed it.
Would you?
Did replay it, I know.
Would you rather they do a Super Mario RPG 2 or another Mario and Luigi game? There's a correct answer to this, by the way.
Which options?
A new Mario.
I would say
a new classic Paper Mario, because I think they were testing the waters with those 3 re-releases all in the course of 1 year, right? Year Door, they dropped Mario RPG, they dropped Mario and Luigi all in 1 year. I think that was for a reason. They were probably like, which of these 3 are we going to continue with? Which one does the best? The one that did the best was Mario RPG, and then Paper Mario, and then Mario and Luigi. But I am curious.
RPG outsold 1,000 Year Door.
Hey,
That's actually incredible.
Who's predicted
Wow.
on this podcast several times we're gonna get Super Mario RPG 2?
I think
This guy.
Oh, I wonder, could it be the person bringing it up?
This
I wonder.
guy just
I wonder.
reminded you. I expect that to happen.
I'd rather get a new Paper Mario like 1,000 Year Door, but if I have to choose between Mario and Luigi and Super Mario, look, the last Mario and Luigi wasn't great.
That's great.
So I would rather take another shot with Super Mario RPG 2.
Hot take. Hot take. There have only been 2 good Mario and Luigi games. Maybe 3.
Yeah. Yeah.
Actually, no.
Yeah, I would
it's,
say
actually maybe 2 is what
I think there's 2.
Yeah. It's Bowser's Inside Story and Super
Inside
Story.
Story.
Yep.
And Super Story.
Yeah,
Yep.
correct.
I kind of like the Partners in Time one. That one's pretty okay. That's the third
one with the babies.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
That one's like. That one's like I would consider the
your
maybe
3.
Yeah, that'd be the maybe 3.
That's what I was thinking of for maybe 3. I was like, that one was okay.
That one was
that one was pretty. I like the baby's mechanic. It just dragged in some places, but anyways.
I was very let down by the last Mario and Luigi. I'm like, damn. That's
same.
Crazy
Same.
because visually I thought it looked really good.
Oh,
I remember
visually.
seeing that trailer and being like, whoa, you're actually gonna get me to play a
And then I
Mario.
was like, the concept, the islands, we chain them together. This isn't bad. Then you play it.
Yeah.
I'm
Like,
good.
oh, this is not good.
This is not what I was hoping for.
Can I interrupt because I need to go? I need to leave in like 4 minutes. Can I
I'm
interrupt and throw my bingo card up on the
Yeah,
board?
toss your bingo card up, buddy. Let's go. Let's see what you got.
Let me see if it'll.
Blam.
Yeah, let me make sure I'm sharing the right window. Here you go. Boom.
Let's see this.
Yeah, well, don't worry. I can preview it to make sure you're not, about to get us copyright claimed here. All right, here we go.
No, you would just be seeing the video.
I like this clean bingo card. Look at that.
Thank you. All right. So first off, of course, we got Mina the Hollower, right? That's been pushed. It's been kicked. We might see a little in the scissor reel type thing.
That's just smile. Never mind.
What?
Let's keep going.
I got City Skylines 2. City Skylines 1's already on Switch. And then with the mouse controls and stuff with Switch 2, I thought it'd be a pretty good
Do you play
addition.
that?
Huh?
Do you play that?
I play it on my PC. I don't play it on my Switch though.
Okay.
But it's their City Skyline games are great. So and it would be really cool to see it come to Switch 2. Red Dead, I think Red Dead 2. I know Red Dead 1's on Switch, right? But
Yep.
Red Dead 2.
And I got a Switch 2 edition already.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little. So Red Dead 2, nice little toss up, right?
Yeah.
Something on GameCube NSO that is third party. So like I don't know what that looks like off the top of my head, but maybe like the Star Wars Rogue Squadron games could be a really cool addition to drop, right?
Maybe Sonic Adventure.
Yeah. Sonic Adventure.
God,
Yeah, that'd be great.
Oh my
Right.
god.
Oh, that would cross off 2 of my bingos. Sonic and
amazing.
Yeah. You're probably gonna have like the obligatory sports games are coming to Switch, right? I think peak with the game chat feature would be a great, or any kind of air quotes friend slop game would be fantastic to put on Switch. Even though I hate the word slop, feels like it's such a negative connotation, but because
it's so overused now too.
Right. Yeah. Something Halo. We were talking about that in the pre-show. I think Blueprints would be a fantastic game to bring to Switch too. I've thought about it every single night I played Blueprints. I was like, man, I wish I could be sitting in bed with this, just doing a run and then be done with the night.
Feels like the perfect platform.
Yeah, for sure.
Right. Listen, I know you want Bayonetta to die, Roger, but if there might be something Bayonetta related, even if it's just like, hey, we're just porting it over to Switch.
With me, I think at this point, Nintendo. I don't think they looked at those sales numbers. I think, buddy, we're probably not getting that anytime.
Yeah, they probably not.
Get the new Star Fox than there is the new Bayonetta.
No, for real. Wuthering Waves, I have that on there more as like any kind of gacha game where they might bring Wuthering Waves itself, but I think any gacha game kind of counts for that. I think a really cool game they could bring over. They have Overwatch already, so it's like Marvel Rivals. That's like the hottest shit right now.
That would be amazing. And actually, this morning.
Right.
Overwatch announced they're dropping the 2 from the title. They're going back to just being Overwatch. And they announced in the presentation that on the 10th, so literally in 6 days, the Switch 2 edition of Overwatch is going to drop. So we'll be able to play the new season and everything on the Switch 2 with the upgraded version. So actually, I really like the idea that Rivals maybe be thrown on here.
Right. Yeah.
Good. I love that.
E33. I feel like I should put that in the free space, honestly. But same thing with like Elden Ring. I feel like that's a pretty good toss up. Fallout 4. They got the Fallout 4. They got the Fallout show coming out. I feel like maybe they might throw that in there just as a promotional type thing. Umu Musume, we love it. We love to see it. Throw it on there, baby. Anything from Square Enix, anything from Sega / Sonic. I think Oblivion Remaster would be a fantastic toss up on the Switch too.
I like that one.
I love Oblivion, and it was a great game. I threw the Indiana Jones thing is kind of just an obligatory. Like I feel like it's probably gonna come a version of it's gonna come to Switch too.
Yeah, well, they announced it last year. So
did they what?
They announced it for Switch 2 last year.
Well, then I'll take that off and maybe they'll show it. Maybe they'll show it.
They might show it. Yeah.
Something from Valve I think could be fun. I don't know what exactly, but I just put Valve there just to kind of we're starting to kind of I was running out of things to think of, right? Kind of in the same vein as City Skylines, put Planet Coaster 2 on there. I think again, mouse controls, all that kind of stuff would be fantastic to put on the Switch 2. A big long pull. I think they would save this for our main direct, to be fair, but I'm a big, if you guys know me, if you're from my channel and stuff, I'm a big Deltarune person. I would love to see a Deltarune Chapter 5 announcement. It would be fantastic. It's almost Valentine's Day. Toby's very well known for giving the Valentine's Day newsletter update about his games. So yeah, I think it'd be a great place to announce, hey, it's coming this late spring, early summer.
Did you put the Muppets on?
Yeah, something related to the Muppets. Big crazy. This is my like really big ass pull, right? I love anything related to Muppets because they just remade that show on Disney Plus, and it's actually really fucking good.
The one with Sabrina Carpenter, right?
Yeah,
I want to actually watch it. It sounds awesome.
It's really good. If you like Muppets, it's a really good, fun special. It's awesome. And then same thing with the Game Boy Advance NSO that I said with the GameCube. They'll put something on there that's third party, but for Game Boy. And that's my bingo card. That's my bingo card, baby.
Not bad. Not bad at all.
And with that, I'm actually gonna dip for the night. I unfortunately have my 9 to 5 to go to in the morning, so except I have to get up really early. Thanks everybody for having me. Thank you, appreciate it. I will plug one thing. I just released a video about Mario, the evolution of modern kart racers. So how did we get kart racing, and then how did we get to the ones we have now? Please go watch that video. I had to kind of just thumbnail it a couple times. Go watch it. Go support it. If you do anything here today, go pull that up. Go watch it. It's a good
live while we're on the call right now. Look at this.
There you go.
Look at that.
Yeah,
Okay,
and there might be one about a Nintendo Direct coming sometime this weekend as well. Evolution Nintendo Direct. No, but yeah, thanks everybody for having me. Roger, it's always a pleasure. Same with you, Paul, and of course all the podcast boys. You're always a pleasure. Yeah, thanks everybody. Hope you have a fantastic night.
Thanks everyone, man.
Bye.
Au revoir. I don't know why I did the Mario voice at the end.
Yeah, I don't know what you were doing. That is just
Mario.
whatever comes natural.
What? That wasn't Mario. I don't know what that was. Yeah. Who's French?
Do you see the Nintendo Today app today?
No.
With the 40 questions for Charles Martinet?
Oh, no, I didn't see
I didn't see that.
Super cool. They have a special thing on the Nintendo Today app, and it's 40 questions for Charles Martinet. And today is questions 1 through 10. How tall are you? Well, and he's just speaking as himself. I'm about 6'3" and stuff like that. And he do the voices, and he goes, "It's me, Mario. Have a rotten day, Mario."
Is it in video form?
It's in video form, in vertical form. What was your favorite Mario game? Well, I love Super Mario 64 and Sunshine, and yeah, it's a whole thing. It's a 4-part series. They're going to be dropping them tomorrow. Presumably, will be 11 through 20, and yeah, it's pretty awesome.
Oh yeah, what the heck?
Nice.
This is
Charles is the best, dude.
Like 40 questions of Charles Martinet. All right,
that's awesome.
That's cool.
So, Paul, what you got some predictions here?
Yeah, some of them have already been shared. I actually think they don't end with the Dusk Bloods. I could see it happening, but I see them opening with Dusk Bloods, just in my mind, because I think the last spot is reserved for something new. But then again, the Dusk Bloods, we haven't seen it in any capacity, really, aside from the Game Awards being just shown off old footage. We haven't seen it since April. So it's been like 10 months. So Dusk Bloods could finish it off. But I'm going to say with an opening, I think, like Roger said, I could see Final Fantasy VII Rebirth here. However, I think a really big get would be, we hope that you have been enjoying Final Fantasy VII Remake, available now on Nintendo Switch. Please, or Nintendo Switch 2. Please enjoy the next footage of another Final Fantasy game coming this year. And it goes into Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, dropping this September, something like that, a little bit of a buffer. And we're proud to announce the title of the finale to this trilogy, Final Fantasy VII Realignment 2027, or something like that. I just came up with realignment because it might be based off of the and based off of what the game actually is. That way, what a get, because we know it's not going to be exclusive. That's fine. But just the fact that, dude, day and date, and that this game of this magnitude was announced at a Nintendo event, that's pretty big. I think that would be significant. You don't have to show any gameplay footage of it, but the logo, boom, attached to Nintendo, it's going to be in people's minds. People are like, heck yeah, dude, I'm buying this 7 remake thing because I've heard good things. Wow. Now I have good faith in it more because I'm going to get Rebirth in like 8 months. I'll be done with it by then. And then realignment next year, whatever.
Wow.
I'm trying to pick some things that weren't picked because I do agree with a lot of them. Another one is like, I don't know if it's time, but I wouldn't mind it, I guess, a Metal Gear Solid Collection 2 with some other titles. Like, cool. How about Metal Gear Solid The Twin Snakes? MGS4, take it out of PS3 prison, and then maybe and then maybe MGS5. Is that too much for one collection? Is it worth too much? I don't know. And then you can like, then you might make it too much if you start throwing in like Peace Walker and other things. But if you just have those 3, that would be pretty hype right there.
I mean, if you did Twin Snakes, Peace Walker,
and 4,
and maybe the Acid games that were on PSP,
those
would be 5 titles that would be in like making up one collection. But the Acid games are relatively small. That could be pretty sick.
That's pretty solid, cool. And you don't throw in 5, so and that's 5. And maybe 5 has its own standalone release, perhaps. Sure. Like it could handle it, but I think Acid, Peace Walker, Twin Snakes, and 4 would be huge. And I wonder, in the case of the Twin Snakes, would that be Nintendo retaining exclusivity, because that has never released outside of GameCube. So if they did this Metal Gear Solid 2 collection on other platforms, would they have to change it up, or would it be Nintendo Switch 2 exclusive? I don't know exactly how that would work, but that would be pretty cool.
There's like little Karopis in that game are actually Yoshis when you shoot them. So
yeah.
It's like the little hidden Easter eggs they put in Twin Snakes for Yoshi. So.
And they changed up the voices for the Twin Snakes with the whole Player 2 thing, because it was now Nintendo GameCube memory cards, you know?
Right,
so
right.
That.
How the heck would that work? Well, have you played Special?
Paul, I love that prediction. I think it was last week on the show or the week before. I forget. We're talking about expectations for Nintendo this year, or if we got a direct. One of the games I mentioned was Twin Snakes, but I predicted it as like an NSO drop, not a collection. But either way, just getting Twin Snakes on Switch. I don't care what the format is. I just want the game because I love that game so much. And I was joking about just like the nostalgia. I remember the last time I had played that game on the GameCube, you know, the iconic Psycho Mantis fight, and then be like, "Ooh, I see you've been playing Wind Waker a lot lately." And I just I don't know. It's such a great memory. I love the idea of them incorporating that mechanic on the Switch too, and just looking at your play history and grabbing what you've been playing. Great,
super unique. Speaking of collections, I could see, in addition to, all right, we already know about Resident Evil getting the 7, 8, 9, Revelation Generation Pack coming later this year. Halloween 2, 3, 4 remake. You don't want to cannibalize and interrupt the sales of 7, 8, 9, especially not Requiem, by releasing this too early. But get more people hyped up and like, damn, dude, this is going to be my Resident Evil machine. Heck yeah. I'm investing into Requiem, which comes out in a week, which might get its amiibo drop reveal tomorrow. I should not a drop, but amiibo reveal tomorrow. Like, is it Grace? Is it Leon? Is it a combo one? Like, what is it? But yeah, I think 2, 3, and 4 remake is kind of safe. as a little bit of a bundle. And here's my kind of wishful thinking, because nothing has been done with this franchise in a long time aside from crossover appeal last generation, but a brand new Castlevania for me would be amazing. Or
Absolutely.
I would take Symphony of the Night remake, just pixel remaster remake on Nintendo Switch, multi-platform, Nintendo Switch 2, whatever, because it's not a demanding game. It's an old title. It could run on everything. Symphony of the Night is one of the very few Castlevania games of this high of a level of regard that has never been on a Nintendo platform. It was exclusive on PlayStation. It eventually came to like Xbox Arcade and stuff, but not on Nintendo. So here you've got all of these Circle of the Moons and Dawn of Sorrow, beautiful games, but no Castlevania. That's kind of like a little bit of it's not as relevant as Resident Evil and Final Fantasy. So is it likely? I don't know, but dang, would it be cool. And then, Roger, are you talking? Or are you talking? I can't hear you. Is it just me?
This happened last time Roger was on. I swear, last time he was on, like 2/3 into the show, he lost all audio.
Roger, the professional, largest content creator on the show.
No, we can't hear you. Or at least I still can't.
No sound, brother.
Correctly. I feel like this is a unique moment. That's okay. It's okay. We can keep talking while he figures it out.
Yeah. Uh-oh.
Oh, wait.
Oh, no.
There he is. You're back.
I don't know what the heck happened there. Yeah. No, when you said Castlevania,
I
was losing my mind. I was like, I hope I think if they announced a new Castlevania, that I think could be the closer.
That'd be sick.
Strong ties with Nintendo. That like if they were like, hey, by the way, we're coming out with a new Castlevania game. Obviously, it's going to be on Switch 2. Announced the first time here.
Yeah,
that honestly would be big enough to be the big closer reveal.
I've got
some anniversary year. It's like this could be the time to do it. That would be amazing. That would be really cool. That would be right to announce it if it's going to be like a Halloween type game.
Yeah, and the reason, like, I've been thinking I think of Castlevania quite a bit because I really like the series. It's one of those that I think all of the 2D ones are kind of like all of the Metroid ones, where it's very hard to find a bad Castlevania game that's 2D. Not all of the 3D ones have hit necessarily, but it's time. But when we were watching that Nintendo Switch 2 Nintendo Direct April 2nd last year, and I saw Dusk Bloods for a moment, I was like, Castlevania? And I'm like,
I don't think you were alone. Same. There were a lot of us who were like, wait a minute, this might be Castlevania.
Yeah, I was hoping it was.
And it was something new, and it's from software, so it was another big thing. But a new Castlevania, especially if they open with the Dusk Bloods and they end with Castlevania,
crazy.
It's pretty cool. And I know that probably a 3D Castlevania would be more hype for more people out there, because I think more people just play 3D games than 2D games. But for me, I would be down with a 2D masterpiece. Like, let me see what you could do nowadays. Tech has evolved so far. But a 3D one, like, I would be equally happy with. Like, that's kind of my closer. Unless, and this, I will give you my real closer if it's not a new Castlevania. Nothing would be bigger, regardless of how much you like this or not. I don't think anything would be bigger than Grand Theft Auto 6, because it would make the internet lose their minds. You don't have to like it, but GTA 6 is going to be the biggest best-selling game of 2026. We know that Call of Duty is coming, so like if that shows up or Halo shows up, those are pretty dope, but we don't know about GTA 6. If it's there, then what does Nintendo Switch 2 not have? It's got it all. I think that would be the best closer. I just don't know if it'll happen, because Rockstar is very big and they operate very much on their own, kind of like Nintendo operates on their own.
Yeah.
But man, that's kind of my thing, because a lot of, a couple of you already said some of the things that like, one more. Because I mentioned this on my live stream today. Okay. Only because I have a good inkling it's coming based off of a conversation or two that I've had with Ed Boon. but I have no way confirming this, that it's legit happening like this year or nothing like that. Injustice 3. Something like that, a totally unexpected game to make its announcement, to make its reveal
That'd be
here
rad.
That'd be cool.
would be really, really cool because like you guys were all saying, we're not in a time anymore of, oh yeah, this game came out several months ago. Now it's on Nintendo Switch. Okay, that's cool. Oh, this game
Or
came out.
several
Oh,
years
now
for
it's
that
coming.
matter.
These are day and dates. So
Yeah, that's
Injustice 3.
the weird position we're in. Is like almost all the stuff that we've brought up is like ports of stuff we've already talked about. I don't think there, other than that Castlevania thing you just said, I don't think there's anything we brought up that's like this new game from this new developer that's coming out on everything, but it's going to debut here. And I think there is possibility for that. This is the first time we're like entering in for one of these partner showcases in which that could actually be a thing. But I'm wondering, like, I still feel like half of this direct is going to be stuff that's coming to Switch and Switch 2. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like a lot of this is still like going to be third-party games, smaller games, things like your Blueprints and your Peaks that are going to be on both Switch and Switch 2.
Yeah, it's also going to be like 32 minutes, so we can't expect, 50 different titles, but there probably will be some pretty good-sized games that are just a little bit smaller that are in a part of this like 30-second splash where we get 7 titles in it, where they show WWE 2K26, the next Madden, boom, boom, MLB, like that'll probably have its section. The thing is, there is so much potential that I'm not going to be disappointed because I bet you of the 7 of us talking tonight, some of us have said some of the things that will show up tomorrow. Did any one of us talk about everything? Absolutely not. But we will be surprised of something we didn't anticipate. And there will be some titles that are ports of things that already exist. Some new games probably shown for the first time, which will be this day and dates. What will be interesting, the last thing before I take up too much time on this subject is, will there be anything unexpected, like a Nintendo third-party collab, such as Hyrule Warriors or Mario and Rabbids? Maybe that's too ambitious, but the heck with it. Why not, dude? Like, I'm down with these type of collaborative efforts. Give Square Enix the keys to the Mushroom Kingdom and let them do for Nintendo what they did for Disney with a brand new Nintendo action RPG. That's the kind of crazy stuff I'm looking forward to. Will that ever happen? I don't know. Throw Chrono Trigger on the plate for tomorrow. Throw it all. Like it's getting too crazy. But that's the fun thing. There's so much potential. Even a small portion of it is still pretty sweet. Can't complain.
Yeah, I think like you said, you nailed it on the head, right? That like if we get even 2 or 3 of the things that we brought up today, I think it's going to be solid enough to have been like, oh, I'm glad I woke up for that, And with 32 minutes of that, I feel like at least a few of the things we brought up that are pretty hype things will actually happen, And so many of us have resigned ourselves to the fact that like there's kind of no-brainers that are happening, like things like your Rebirth or your Expedition 33. Or now it sounds like I didn't even think of this before today, but after talking with all of you, it sounds like Monster Hunter is seeming pretty likely for tomorrow too. So, yeah, I think it's going to be pretty good. With that being said, though, I actually have to use this opportunity to bounce out as well. You could hear it in my voice. I finished my soup. I'm dying. I have to go pack the rest of my stuff. I got to wake up bright and early for this direct and then immediately be on a car ride to Vegas. But I'm glad that I didn't miss it. I know I missed the first hour of this, but we still got our predictions in. I still got to talk about the preview event. I'm happy I was able to make it. Again, I'm sorry for my mismanagement of time. I totally screwed things up. Like I said, I got
you nearly fucked me, Roger.
I really almost did. And you didn't even flip at me once. I'm so grateful.
Look, we didn't hit the goal to do the beer. I've been holding it up, telling the check, come on, guys. And
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Well, as
Roger.
always, it's a pleasure. Yes.
Roger, really quick before you leave,
Yes.
I got a super chat in, and this person asked me, like, hey, if Roger leaves early, can you just read my super chat? So I told him I would.
Sure.
So I'll pop it on the screen right now.
Yeah, let's hear it.
Oh,
Roger, dude, bro, I have it right here. Literally right here.
There you go. For audio listeners, Steak wrote in and said, "Does Roger have his pillow ready for the direct for out of left field announcements that are going to blow people's minds?"
Of course, I got it here at the ready. Whenever I probably will even wear this tomorrow morning. I don't know. I'm probably gonna fall asleep in this outfit and wake up looking exactly like this tomorrow morning. Who cares, bro? It's 5:45 a.m. man. I'm not looking good at 5:45 a.m. That's fine. I'll be in my Animal Crossing pajamas with my Luigi thing back there screaming in my pillow. That's gonna be fine. And
Poor man loses his voice 7 times a year.
I'll tell you right now, if we get Castlevania at the end of this pillow might not even exist anymore. This might be ripped apart into a million pieces. That'd be crazy. But anyway, thank you,
Roger,
guys.
hang on for 30 seconds.
Oh, let's hear. Okay, I'm here. 30 more seconds. Let's go. Here. Let's hear it. That was fake. That was fake.
Oh God.
That was all right. That one was okay.
Shout out to Peppuccino who tried to get in the last minute burp.
When you were like, stay for 30 seconds, I'm like, what's this important thing that Paul's
Oh my God, it's still coming out. All right,
gentlemen, have a lovely rest of your evening. Thanks for
I
having
feel
me.
better, man.
It was so late.
Yeah. Roger, feel better, brother.
Feel better, brother.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Not comma, everybody. All right. Take care.
Later, man.
All right.
All right. So who wants to do their bingo card next?
I'm down. Oh, Eric, go for it.
Oh, you
I'll
sure?
go last as usual.
Yeah, I feel like you haven't gotten a chance to speak much, so I think you should go.
Okay. Share screen. Yeah. Don't care about that. Window. That.
Dude, you all did fancy cards.
Yeah. Well.
Here's the thing. When we first did direct bingo on this show ages ago, right?
yeah.
A couple years
Yeah.
back, Stash showed up with like the prettiest looking bingo card I've ever seen in my life. And I realized I gotta step my fucking game up, man. I can't be getting embarrassed out here with white text while Stash is walking in with like full game box arts that he's creating. I'm like, you know what? I'm not gonna go all the way that far. I ain't got that kind of time.
Yeah, right.
But I can take images and put them in a square.
Yeah. I actually found it's easier to find an image online and put it in GIMP instead of try to type out the what I'm looking for. So yeah, that's the only reason why.
Well, and what Gamebird is saying right now is a shit. I did just text on.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
He's like maybe I should go last. I might try to pretty it up a little bit quick.
I don't even care. I felt really good about myself last night. I
you got ahead
thought
on it.
about this, and I
you
not
the laziest looking
every
card.
time we do bingo cards, I'm like panicked.
Hey,
So,
Bert.
like, yeah.
To make you not feel as bad, I literally these 6 right here.
I know.
I literally cut and pasted from my 2026 bingo card.
I love it.
It's all right.
Yeah.
All right, here we go, Eric. Go over the card. What we got?
Yeah, okay.
Go kick some butt.
Yeah, I have Metaphor in the first spot here. Resident Evil Requiem, Kingdom Hearts. And I think they're going to show some sort of native version, whether it's collection or just bringing them all individually natively. Halo Master Chief Collection, Diablo 4, Baldur's Gate 3, Starfield, Horizon Zero Dawn. Might be a WTF game. You never know. God of War, Red Dead Redemption 2, Gears of War E-Day.
Yeah.
New Doki Doki game. Orbitals. Free space because, as Nate pointed out, they pretty much said they're going to be there. I'm really hoping again Backyard Sports comes. Some sort of Castlevania something. Crimson Desert. Flight Simulator. Elden Ring. Final Fantasy Rebirth. Dustbloods. Batman. Lego Batman, sorry. First Light. Assassin's Creed, some sort of Assassin's Creed something. Blueprints and Death Stranding.
Very nice.
Interesting card.
I literally just
listen. I really like this card, Eric, because I think you have some like ballsy predictions in here.
Mhm.
And you guys know me, like I'll do my good predictions, but I always got to throw a couple wild cards in there because I think as much as I like to win, I think it also makes it fun. Because if you nail it, like if God of War gets shown tomorrow, like people are gonna lose their shit. And it's gonna be like, holy shit, Eric put God of War on his bingo card. That's nuts. So I like this a lot.
Yeah, but like I said, these top 6, the Halo, Diablo, God of War, Red Dead Redemption, Backyard Sports, and Castlevania were literally copied and pasted from my 2026 bingo card. I'm like, I don't have enough time or brain power to put into this right now. So cool. There's 6 third-party games.
Yep.
All right. It's all right. So my prediction is that I'm just gonna throw this out real quick. The Rogers base actually shows up.
It looks like this photo looks like he's doing a promo for 007.
Yeah, whatever, like a fancy drink or whatever the fuck he is.
It's his watch.
Oh, it's a watch ad. It's a watch ad, is what it is.
Yeah.
Anyways, who wants to go next?
I'll jump in.
Okay.
I'll display my.
I'm sure Stash has like 70,000 games on his bingo card, so we'll save him for last, like usual.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm gonna present mine Stash style, super zoomed in, so you guys are shocked.
Yeah, it's more fun, man. I like it that way.
What I did with this one, I'm gonna pop it up in just a second, but I decided, I'm like, listen, there's a lot of really safe predictions we could put. This could possibly be the easiest bingo card, but I like to shake things up. So I went some easy guesses, some a little bit wishful thinking, maybe. But again, like I told Eric, like if any of these land like that, it's going to be just fun to be like, dude, that was on my bingo card. Holy crap.
It is.
I don't think I put anything as big as God of War, but I'll explain everything. Metaphor. This is one we've all, talked about since the reveal of Switch 2. It's not a matter of if, it's just a matter of when. I think now makes a lot of sense. Monster Hunter is going to have a presence, whether it's stories, additional stories like the features and gameplay, or, this could be multifaceted. It could be wild. This could be a specially crafted version of Monster Hunter for Switch 2, built from the ground up for Switch 2. I don't know, but Monster Hunter is going to be there. I was stuck on these two because I was like, man, there's an opportunity for Hyrule Warriors DLC, which a lot of Warriors games get DLC. This is we've seen it across almost every Warriors game that's ever come out. Or there's also an opportunity for another collaboration, another Warriors game, whether it's a lot of people have wanted Xenoblade Warriors, or a new Fire Emblem Warriors, or Mushroom Kingdom Warriors, or whatever it might be. But I think there's something Warriors potential. I had to add both because I don't know if it's a new game or DLC. Diablo 4. This is one that just makes so much sense. We have Diablo 2 and 3 already on Switch. Diablo 3, in my opinion, the Switch version's the best version because you have it on the go. It's such a great way to play it, especially it lends itself to couch co-op, which is just really awesome for these top-down ARPGs. Diablo 4 also has a huge expansion coming, so this is a great opportunity to announce that not only do they have expansion coming, but this game's also landing on another platform. I think there's Diablo 3, there's like a Ganondorf armor set that you got if you got the Switch version. So again, fun collab opportunities right there. Deca Police. This is a game that's been delayed. Originally was just on Switch. It's multi-platform now. I'm ready for a release date. I think Switch. I think Deca Police is ready as well. Orbitals. We already know this one's coming. This game looked beautiful. I'm hoping it plays as good as it looked. A new East game. This one's a little bit wild card. I know we have Nordics coming, but the Nordics Deluxe Edition, I guess
Proud Nordics.
it would be Proud Nordics. It's a deluxe edition of an East game that already exists. Maybe we'll see a new East game as well. Get teased here. Trails in the Sky 2. I was kind of thinking the same thing. Trails in the Sky first chapter was phenomenal, one of the highest rated games last year. The second game has been announced and is coming this year. Would not be surprised to see it land in this direct. Professor Layton, we've been waiting for a direct. to feature this game with a release date. I think it makes more sense than any of the other platforms to announce when this game is officially coming on a Nintendo showcase. So I'm hoping to see that there. New Platinum game. Again, a little bit of a riskier choice. I feel like the safe one that I don't know if we're going to see from Stash or Prime is some sort of Bayonetta Upres, or not Upres, sorry, Bayonetta Switch 2 edition, or a Astral Chain Switch 2 edition. But I like to go a little bit more balls to the wall, and I'm going to say this could be a new Platinum game. I don't know exactly what that means, whether it's a new IP, whether it's Bayonetta 4, or the long-awaited Astral Chain 2. People have been waiting for an announcement. I would not be surprised to see Astral Chain. I don't think that's out of the realms of possibility. So a new Platinum game, I think, can and might be announced. Dustbloods, I use this as my bingo space. Eric made a good point. Maybe Orbitals was the better pick, but I think it's time to really show what Dustbloods is all about. Resident Evil, I believe, will have a presence. Obviously, the game lands. Maybe we'll get a demo. I mean, how sick would that be if we got like a shadow drop demo, as well as just like a reminder what people have in store for them with Resident Evil. Is this one I put on my last 2 or 3 bingo cards, and I'm just gonna keep putting it because, again, just like Metaphor, I feel like this one's it's just a matter of time. The classic Sega reboots. We know they're doing Crazy Taxi and Golden Axe and Jet Grind Radio. Tons of great Sega games are coming back. This, like Nintendo, come on. I feel like this would be really cool to see there. Persona 4 Revival. We know this game exists. Let's get a Switch 2 trailer, baby. We already got Persona 3 now. This is one where I think it makes the most sense to see footage of the game either at a Nintendo or Sony conference. I'd really like to see it at Nintendo. Also, I'd like to add this is my favorite Persona game of all time. I think it's the best of the series. And so highly anticipated. This next one's a little bit of hopium, but with the support that Capcom has been. Did I skip? I skipped games, didn't I? I skipped Okami. I didn't mention Okami. It's up there next to Orbitals. I jumped to East. Okami. I'm putting this with Onimusha as a little bit of hopium, but with the support that Capcom has been giving Nintendo, like right out the gate, I think these are definitely possible. Okami even more so, although I don't know how far into development that was. If it was in pre-development when it first got announced. Onimusha, again, it was one of my favorite series growing up on the PlayStation. I drafted it on Fantasy Critic. I fully believe in this game, and it's just another one that I'd love to see on Switch too. Xbox representation. We saw Indiana Jones already. We saw Halo already, and I think those are all great picks that make a lot of sense for this direct. I wanted to go with Hi-Fi Rush. It's just, to me, this game makes so much sense to land on Switch 2. Not only that, this is like a really beautiful and special game with such a unique premise that has like kind of the rhythm aspect with the beat 'em up and really cool boss mechanics. Just makes sense on Switch. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. And I think we're probably all going to have this game with a this year announcement, and that's going to be a great draft pick for Prime at the end of the day. Project M. I'm surprised no one mentioned this one yet, but Project M is on my bingo card. This could be a time to get another look at this game. One I'm very excited about from the Bloober team. Bloober team has done amazing work with Silent Hill. They've declared on Twitter that Project M is going to be kind of a love letter to horror games. It's going to be very satisfying for fans of the Eternal Darkness series. These are all the things that you want to hear. So Project M would be a really big one. Here's a little bit of a wild card. One of my favorite games announced at the Game Awards this past year, Bradley the Badger, with music by Grant Kirkhope. This game looks badass. Maybe it's too soon to put this on a third-party predictions for Switch 2, but I feel like this is a game that needs to be on Switch 2 because I guarantee you out of any of the platforms that this game will land on, it'll sell best and perform best on Switch 2. Romeo is a Dead Man. Again, this one's probably a little bit of hopium. It's probably a little bit too soon. Everyone here knows how much I love Suda 5.1, how much I love the No More Heroes series. I've been a fan since Killer 7 of his games, and I cannot wait for this game. He's had major support for Nintendo consoles in the past, and he's expressed interest in getting this onto Switch 2. Part of me hopes it's a little bit of coy, like, oh yeah, still looking into that. I'm hoping that it's just him being coy and like there's already plans for this to come, and we'll get the reveal. Adventures of Elliot, we've seen it, we've played it. It's time to get a release date on this puppy. Claire Obscure, Game of the Year, heavily rumored to be coming to Switch 2 this year. I think it's time we see it. Last but not least, another game we've all seen, we've all played. It's one of the first third-party games that was announced for Switch 2. Obviously, they've been ironing out some kinks, getting this game ready, and I think it's going to surprise people with how fixed up it's been, and that's Elden Ring. That's my bingo card.
Damn.
It's a lot of good stuff.
I like this bingo card a lot. That's a banger.
Thank you, sir. I feel like it's both safe and risky at the same time, which is fun.
Well, we all like
it's a balancing act.
All right, I guess that leaves me next because we're going to save stash for last year. So, Metaphor and Elden Ring, just to start us right off. I mean, come on.
I just love how we all had Metaphor in that first spot.
I mean, it is what it is. Metaphor has been like rumored forever. It makes so much sense to be there on Switch 2. Like, it just does. And Elden Ring's already announced, supposed to come out last year. It makes a lot of sense. We get an update here, release date, that kind of thing. Next up, obviously Resident Evil Requiem. I think we're seeing a game because it's just obvious. It comes out this month. And you're going to get in some extra promotion. Bloodborne. Here's where we start to get spicy.
Mm-hmm. Very spicy.
So I think I figured out.
Sorry, Prime. If we get Bloodborne 60 frames per second on Switch 2 before PlayStation, is gonna lose their shit.
I'm a little nervous on this pick. Okay, there's gonna be a game later on my chart. So basically, this game's here because Kiwi Talks has the WTF thing going on, and he had a 6-image thing up in a riddle. This is one of the games on there. I actually think I'm wrong about Horizon when I was guessing it when he was on. I think that was I think he was fooling us intentionally, which is all good, because he doesn't want to actually reveal what the real game is. And he did say someone in his comment section figured it out. I actually don't think it's Bloodborne that he was talking about.
I don't think so either.
But I'm hedging my bet on this one, just in case he didn't know about a different game that I'm going to have on my list later that he was on his chart, just in case he didn't know about it, because a certain someone today dropped a podcast and revealed a different game. Ooh. So we'll get to that one in a bit, because none of you guys have this other game I have later on the list. So we'll just keep going here. Call of Duty, whatever it is, Black Ops 6, Warzone, something. Look, we've already seen the leaks. We already know it's coming. Jez Corden saying, hey, it's happening. He's very connected with Xbox. Duh. We're obviously going to see Call of Duty. I don't know why we wouldn't. It wouldn't make any sense. He said it'd be out in a few months. Okay, we got to reveal it to be out in a few months. I'll go down here. Monster Hunter Wilds. I think it's just obvious at this point. It's coming. I don't know if this is the right time to reveal it. It still could need more time to cook. But the fact that we know that it's had work done on it, the fact we just heard Rogers Base talk about how well Pragmata was running, how well Resident Evil's running. Now, I know it's an open world game, but then we just had Stash remind people the update just came out, 60 FPS on Steam Deck, and other things he's heard that he can't really get into. But the point is, Wilds, come on. It's obvious. It's obvious for just one reason only. 8 million plus sales of Rise on Switch. The audience for Monster Hunter on Nintendo is basically as large as a Nintendo game. You're just being dumb. When you made this game, you had to have been planning it to come to Switch 2 from the very beginning. Like, you're just literally leaving sales out to dry. And as people were saying, this game kind of had a weird reception last year. It kind of came and went. Lots of performance issues, which really was shocking considering that World didn't have those issues. Rise didn't have those issues. Very weird to have Wilds come out and have those issues. And then all of a sudden, patch comes out and it's running better on Steam Deck than PS5. That's weird. It's weird. It's almost like they're like, hey, the people that really want this game are on Switch too, so it's probably going to be significantly optimized to run pretty well. So we'll see. Witcher 3. So I figured this is either going to be like a Switch 2 edition. There's rumors of that DLC is coming as well to help bridge to Witcher 4. So one of those two I think could get revealed here, or maybe both at the same time. Switch 2 edition with the DLC coming later this year. I can see that being something that they decided to do. CD Projekt Red, we know it's going to be physical for starters because they love physical games. And dude, they love Nintendo. They were the de facto third-party game at launch, the showcase game with Cyberpunk. So I fully believe anything they're working on, including Witcher 4, is coming to Switch 2. I just don't think they're going to reveal it. And I think Witcher 4 is still 2-3 years off, so it's going to be a little bit before we hear about it for Switch 2. But yeah, CD Projekt Red loves Nintendo. They need to get this game updated. It's one of the best games they've ever made. And Switch 2 can now run this. Like, you could basically get an almost on par version if they want to put in the effort. So let's do it.
Might I add a reminder too that they were at the Switch 2 experience on site?
Yes.
Like CD Projekt Red. I mean, I got to talk to them there. That the same can't be said for other companies. So you are dead on that they do love Nintendo. They got a lot of respect.
Yep. Rayman, look, if Rayman's coming back, we got 30th anniversary stuff going on. If it's coming back, I don't know what it is. New game, anniversary collection, beats me. If Rayman's coming back in any way this year to the anniversary, it's coming to Switch 2. That's just my theory there. I don't know if it's actually going to have anything, but I don't care. If Rayman's coming back, why wouldn't you put it in a Nintendo event? Mina the Hollower, this is just a shot in the dark. The game still might not be ready. It's still not be ready to show. We know it's on an indefinite delay. Probably not till 2030, as it says on the eShop. But yeah, so it would be one of the larger indie games to pop out. They could save this for a general direct. They could save it for an indie world as well. It's going to pop up at one of these Nintendo events when and only when they're ready to give the final release date. I don't want to get into too many particulars, but there has been some public statements and some public reports that a lot is riding on this game for Yacht Club. And let's also they're an indie studio. People forget that they're an indie studio. Like, just because they were mega successful with Shovel Knight, that was a while ago. That success was a long time ago. So they need this game to do well, and we know some things about this game that aren't public yet. And I'm telling you right now, unless people just hate mice and mouses and they just won't buy it because of that, to this game, I can't say definitively because I haven't beat it or anything, but I think it's going to end up being even better than Shovel Knight. Oh, yeah. This would be actually a really hype reveal if we get a release date and new trailer. And if they reveal even a smidge of the stuff we were shown. Crimson Desert. Look, Kiwi Talk said it. We kind of heard it last year. GameStop leaked it. It comes out in March. I don't think the Switch 2 version will be day and date, but I think letting people know before the game comes out that it is coming to Switch 2 is vital in case people want to hold off. Or this would be even better if they reveal it here and announce cross saves, so you can feel confident to buy it on your PC or whatever, knowing that you plan to double dip on Switch 2 later for portability. So I think there's multiple reasons you're going to want to reveal this before it officially releases on other platforms. I think it's probably going to come out like this summer instead of March, but getting that revealed now before it comes out will help people make purchasing decisions. So I think it's important. Next up, obviously, anything Halo. That's all this is. Anything Halo. It's not this particular game, just like whether it's campaign involved, Master Chief Collection, either way, anything Halo. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth feels like the safest bet on the planet. When you have the director coming out saying, yeah, we're in the final polishing stages, news very soon, literal words, the director of the game said, well, very soon, polishing stages, direct partner showcase. It literally makes so much sense that this is where that announcement's going to be. So yeah, and they're trying to get this game out this year. Obviously, it's going to come out this year because I'm pretty sure part 3 is coming in 2027. In fact, I'll just drop this little nugget here. It was in my video today towards the end. Nate the Hate said today that part 3 is going to be day and date on all platforms, including Switch 2. Which shouldn't shock anyone if you pay attention to what Square has been saying this whole time for the last couple of years about being done with exclusivity on systems. But there you go. So kind of a big deal to get these 2 games out because it'll be interesting. Switch 2 will have a bigger install base by the time it comes out. Kind of see how the sales go for this game between all the platforms. All right, next up, Orbitals. Obvious. That's just obvious. They literally leaked it themselves. I would be shocked if it doesn't show up. It is a Switch 2 exclusive as well. Obviously, Nintendo will like to showcase a third-party Switch 2 exclusive game. Anything Super Monkey Ball.
I like
Anything
that.
Super Monkey Ball. Look, I know the Super Monkey Ball pops up here and there, but it's always like re-releases. I'd like to see something new, but I can also see them just doing another. Oh, we 4K'd this Super Monkey Ball game. Like, okay,
Hell yeah, do a new one. Super Monkey Ball. Balls out.
yeah, balls out, dude. Even and if it's an old one coming back, give me 120 FPS in handheld, man. Come on, this game would rock at 120. So, all right, throwing that one out there. This one, new Sonic game reveal. New specifically is what I'm predicting here, not collections, not old stuff. New. I would hope it's a new 3D Sonic. Because there's rumors around one coming. But either way, new Sonic game, and we're talking like a mainline. So it's either side scrolling 3D, whatever it is. That's my prediction here. All right, next. These are the big ones here that I threw up here. So obviously we know about for those that missed it, there's because it wasn't in my video today because it might have to do with Xenoblade Chronicles 2 like a definitive edition, but a voice actress for one of the characters in Xenoblade Chronicles 2 updated one of her public profiles basically confirming that something Xenoblade is coming in 2026. Probably shouldn't have updated that yet. Nintendo probably got on the phone with her right quick, but doesn't matter. It's already out there. I'm wondering, because I don't think you'd have to record new voice lines to bring out a definitive edition. So I'm wondering if it's because they need to record voice lines for a Xenoblade Warriors game. That's just kind of what I'm throwing out there. Maybe it's a Xenoblade Warriors game. It could also be a new Xenoblade game, and that character is just coming back, which is entirely possible. They bring characters back sometimes. So,
this is a win-win scenario for me because I put a new Warriors game on my bingo card. But when we talked last week, when we didn't know, when it wasn't confirmed yet, it was like we were thinking it was probably going to be a partner showcase. But we discussed if it's a mainline, what do we expect? I said a new Xeno game, new Xeno something. So
next you see
guys,
Black.
You got to be listening to our podcast because things happen here,
dude. It's kind of wild.
Things happen here.
Most of us don't have knowledge of things, and then we just say things and it happens. And then we have people come on with knowledge, like apparently Rogers Base double confirming that Expedition 33 is coming. He just did that today, out of nowhere. He just said I know multiple people. It's a big priority for them. He expects it to be revealed tomorrow. That's insane. That's awesome. Because we really only heard Nate the Hate kind of vaguely talk about it in a predictions video, and there was some debate if he was saying he knew it was coming or if it was just a prediction. Or Rogers Bates just straight up said, "No, it's coming." So, Black Myth Wukong. Nate the Hate today on his podcast said this game is coming to Switch 2 this year in 2026. So what's interesting about him saying this was one of the games that was on that list of games that Kiwi Talks was saying WTF. So this could be the game that he thought was WTF. I just will note that I put Bloodborne on to hedge my bet. That maybe he didn't know about this game coming, and it was actually Bloodborne that he knew about.
I'll be honest. I feel like, when it comes to like the 3 games, this Black Myth Wukong, Horizon, and Bloodborne, of those 3, Bloodborne to me is the biggest WTF. by a landslide. Not even close.
Because it hasn't even re-released on PlayStation since it came out.
Right.
Like it'd be a massive WTF if suddenly it's announced for Switch 2 before it even gets a new PlayStation version. That's insane.
Right. This would, to be honest, this would be in third place of like WTF. I feel like Horizon would be a bigger WTF than this as well.
Yeah,
so it'll be interesting, but I mean, it'll be cool to see. Obviously,
and
I'm not knocking Black Myth. It's just less shocking.
Yeah, Kiwi Talks pointed out that people were focusing on like what they would feel as WTF. He's like, remember, it's what I would think is a WTF game. And for him, he might think Black Myth Wukong is literally impossible to come over. Understandable in some cases. It's a pretty graphically intense game. Horizon, that's on PS4. Not hard to imagine that technologically wise running on, Pal World, WTF for a completely different reason. And he already told us on our podcast that wasn't the game. So it's kind of funny he put it in the chart just because I brought it up. WTF for a completely different reason if that was the case. And then Bloodborne, well, technically it's a PS4 game. Like they, that could easily run right on a Switch too. Black Myth Wukong is next gen only, or I hate when people talk about it. It's not next gen only, it's current gen. As soon as a console releases, guys, it's now current gen. That's not next gen anymore. I hate that we keep using the term next gen while the platform's out. Next gen's about what's next. It's not about what's already here.
Yeah, the most recent next gen console was Switch 2.
Yeah.
And now
I don't call it Switch 2 next gen. It's current gen. So it's whatever. Anyways, Nathan Hate dropped this today that it's coming this year. Well, if it's coming this year, then this could be the time to reveal it. Might not be. They might wait till June. They might wait till later. Maybe it's going to be in the general direct because there will be third-party games in that. But either way, the fact that he said he knows it's coming this year, Nate the Hate's reputation. Yeah. Also, when you hear things like Black Myth Wukong is coming and Expedition 33 is coming and Resident Evil 9 is obviously here, and you're starting to get the picture, guys, that Switch 2 can basically get any game. And we're not used to that as Nintendo fans. The field is open for anything in this direct tomorrow. Anything. I wouldn't even be fucking shocked if GTA 6 showed up at this point. Anything could fucking be here. It's insane. Now, I don't think GTA 6 is going to be on there tomorrow. It's not on my card, but Persona 4 Revival.
Hell yeah, dude. I'm going to lose it if this is in the showcase tomorrow.
There's like an update about some sort of trademark or some bullshit for like 2 weeks from now. So I'm like, hey, if this is coming to Switch 2 this month, this is the time. You have to reveal it now. So just got to
I'll lose that. I'll be so excited.
Obviously, you guys see a lot of my chart is like a lot of, hey, it's Switch 2, Switch 2. I know there's going to be Switch 1 stuff as well, guys. Obviously, like the Sonic game could be on Switch 1 and Switch 2. But Fallout 4, we already know it's coming. We need to see more of it before it comes. That's just reality. And touching on it now, when they just dropped the final episode of season 2, makes sense. Makes sense to build off that Fallout hype. The Dustblood's just obvious. I mean, it's an exclusive. Nintendo's paying for this game to be made. This is, I don't think you end with this game. I think you start the show with this game because everyone already knows about it now, and the excitement for it isn't like through the roof because people were hoping it was a single player game, but it's not. So they need to prove with it, and I think you come out the gate strong and start the show with this. And just say, hey, this is the Dustbloods. We're setting the tone for the rest of the show. Any other jokes of the Great Circle? This was revealed last year at Opening Night Live. I think it was the only Switch 2 game revealed at Opening Night Live. And they made a big deal out of it, too. A little special edition when they were showing off the DLC. They added a little bit extra at the end. It made a big deal out of it coming to Switch 2. Now, the crowd didn't give a shit. But us Nintendo fans, the few of us that were live streaming Opening Night Live, because believe it or not, most YouTube channels for Nintendo aren't streaming Opening Night Live. They missed out on an epic moment. Me and Stash were going crazy that this game was coming over. Not that we didn't expect it. It's just we have been waiting. When was the veil going to be revealed and we're going to get one of the best Microsoft games? And Sash and I have both beat this game. It's insane. It's literally better than recent Indiana Jones movies as a video game. It is so good. Super excited to see this come over. It's still used to this day as a technical showcase for PC hardware when they're testing it. Hell yeah, dude. We know it's coming. I think they said summer. Okay, then we got to see it again. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2. This is kind of a shot in the dark. We know Kingdom Come Deliverance is obviously already here. I just want this game. That's really all it is. There's no rumors. There's no leaks. I just want this game on Switch 2. I just want it. It is what it is. I'll pick it up. If it comes to Switch 2, I'll double dip. Doom the Dark Ages. Look, we've gotten every other modern Doom. Come on. id Software. We know it's coming. There's no way. I don't think there's no chance in hell that this game doesn't come. I don't know if it's going to be here, but come on. Expedition 33. Look, I was smirking when Rogers Base said it's covered. He expects it tomorrow. And Rogers Base didn't just say today it's coming. He said it's a priority. Okay. So then it's got to be coming this year. They've obviously been working on it very hard. I hope this isn't like the game they end with. I think you got to end with something new. But this is a great middle of direct reveal. The game of the year from last year, and we're only 2 months out from that year, coming to Switch 2 in the next 2 months or something. We'll get a big pop. There'll be people who have double dip. And I'm telling you right now, third-party companies, when you're bringing over ports of games from the prior year, offer cross-save compatibility, and you will get people to double dip. It should just be a requirement if you're going to be bringing over old games from a year prior. Whoops. All right, give me a second, guys. I don't know what happened. I clicked something wrong that I can't even see on my screen. Hold on. Oh. We will fix it.
Awkward.
Technical difficulties. Very awkward. Very awkward. That was not supposed to happen. Let me zoom back in here. I got it back open. Where was I on my list here? I was on the bottom row. Okay. So we only got two left, or one left. And it's pretty obvious. I will get this shared here. It's pretty obvious. Lego Batman. This isn't obviously the Dark Knight one. This is the other Lego Batman they have, but I figured other people would use the Dark Knight one, and I just like his grin. It doesn't fit with the game, but I don't care. I like it. This is the Lego Batman we all laugh at. The Dark Knight one's a lot more serious. But that game looks so fucking badass. We know it's coming to Switch 2. We need to see it again. And just to give you kind of a zoomed out look here, that is the card. And I gotta say,
it's a good card.
If even half of this card is in the Direct, it's the greatest third-party showcase of all time.
Yeah. None of us are saying all these games are going to be in the Direct.
Yeah,
the point of the bingo card is to try and get 5.
Yeah, you're trying to get a bingo.
Lined up.
You're trying to get a bingo.
We're hoping that at least 5 in a row of our picks are in it.
There's a cross right here, this diagonal, going from left down to right. I am very confident in that. Metaphor, Mina, Orbitals, Black Myth, and Lego Batman. That feels like a bingo. That feels like a possibility tomorrow. I strategically place things to try to guarantee bingos. Like at one point, I had Kingdom Come Deliverance in the bottom left corner, and I'm like, no. Okay, that's a pipe dream one. We can't be blocking off 3 bingos with that thing.
Yeah, but I wouldn't rule out Kingdom Come.
I'm not ruling it out.
I do think it's a possibility.
Enough to put it.
But still, that row is really solid because you've got Kingdom Come, Fallout 4, Final Fantasy, Mina, and Elden Ring. Dude, 4 of those feel like a lock-in with a 50-50 on Kingdom Come. I think that's a solid row.
I almost wish I would have swapped Expedition 33 for Kingdom Come over there.
Sure.
Then I feel like that would have been a locked-in row because Monkey Ball is kind of a shot in the dark. Witcher 3 kind of a shot in the dark. Bloodborne's definitely a shot in the dark. So, but I'm like, you know what? It's fine. I'm feeling pretty confident in a couple of my rows. I'm feeling pretty confident in a couple of my rows, and that's all that matters. So, all right. That was my bingo. And now we get to see Thunderstash Gaming's 30-game bingo. The man who doesn't care about rules. I will put as many games on this card as I want.
That's right. That's right.
And remember, he does this, and we all just don't care and let him get away with it because the bottom line is there's nothing really on the line besides pride. Although on this show, pride's a big deal. We're all pretty competitive. But more than that, he predicts things. Forget the bingos. He'll just randomly say something, and then the next week it's revealed. And no, it's not because he knew. That's the crazy thing. It's not because he's reviewing games or talking to companies and knows. It's just something he wants to happen, and then it does.
Well, the way we balanced it out is he has to get 10 in a row to get bingo.
That's fair.
All right. Go, Stash. Floor is yours.
All right. So Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. So Gamebird, on your video, the collaboration that I recorded, I think 3 weeks ago. I had specifically mentioned, which is so funny. And I'm only bringing this up because Paul said exactly what I said. And I don't want you to think, Paul, that I'm saying exactly what you said.
Oh, no.
But I said in detail in the video that Square Enix is going to pop in and say, I hope you all have enjoyed Final Fantasy VII Remake. And once again, they're going to confirm for the masses that, because we already know this, but everyone else needs to know crystal clear that the entire remake trilogy is coming to Switch 2. And here is your first look at Final Fantasy VII Rebirth on Switch 2. Coming, of course, I think later this year. Because I think part 3 is going to come out. And I'm gonna credit Roger's base on this because he mentioned a date a couple weeks ago, and I'm like, dude, that's the date. That's the date. And it was 7/7/2027.
Because that's my birthday,
Is it?
Yeah.
Dude, that's a perfect date though for Final Fantasy VII.
Be pretty freaking awesome, I'm not gonna lie. No bias here.
Yeah. So if that's the date, we got to get out Rebirth this year. So that's what I got there. Kingdom Come Deliverance again, guys, everyone in chat. I think it's been a very long time, several months to pick this up on Switch 1 because it's going to get a Switch 2 version. That's coming. Again, Kingdom Hearts. This has been a prediction for, I think, since the end of 2024 for Switch 2. Only a matter of time. This needs a physical edition. Again, I had mentioned Silent Hill 2 remake because of the movie. As I mentioned this on the collaboration video as well, and I have this on my 2026 bingo card that we did on the podcast a month ago for the same reason. It's because the movie's coming out. It's perfect timing. It makes way too much sense. Metaphor Refantasio again. I reviewed this last year, January 1st, I believe. I posted the review for Metaphor. I said in the review that I fully expect it to come to Switch 2, long before anyone said this was coming to Switch 2. FYI. I'm collecting a few receipts on this bingo card. Professor Layden. Look, this is due. We all know it is. I think this comes before Deca Police, based on some things I know. So that's where I'm at with that. Diablo 4, again, this is on my 2026 bingo card. If not now, soon. I expect this with mouse Joy-Con support. It's a slam dunk, and Diablo sells very good on Switch. It's just a great game to play handheld. Again, Doom, The Dark Ages. id. Some people call them ID. Whatever you want to call them. It's their anniversary, too. I believe it's this week. 35 years. Be perfect time to announce Doom the Dark Ages on Nintendo Switch 2 while you're out there doing interviews and making your rounds for the 35th anniversary. Makes way too much sense. And you guys already know, I already had this on my card. But the fact that it's also the 35th anniversary and you're doing interview rounds adds a lot more to it. So I have Resident Evil here. Now, obviously, again, Gamebird, I said in your video that same thing. I expect a mention, obviously, of Resident Evil Requiem and 7 and 8. And I do expect Capcom to also talk about other Resident Evil titles that'll be coming to Switch 2. I don't think they're going to shadow drop or anything like that. Because again, Paul mentioned this, and I also mentioned this on the collaboration video. It cannibalized sales. You don't want to do that. But it is Resident Evil's 30th anniversary, so this would be a really good time to say, hey, we got more coming too. So make sure you buy these, play them now, don't wait, because we're going to have some more games out for you soon. Very similar to Square Enix coming on and saying, hey, hope you're enjoying this. We got Rebirth coming soon. And believe it or not, that subconsciously will light a fire under a lot of people to play Final Fantasy VII Remake now. They go, okay, I better get going on this because Rebirth is coming soon and I don't want to be behind. Of course, I have Monster Hunter Wilds. Again, you guys all said the reasons why. The Steam Deck version, that patch came out, I think 6 or 7 days ago. And it was a PC optimization patch. And again, I have my Steam Deck now. And this is running great. I checked it out. It's legit. And I fully believe it was optimized for on Steam Deck so they can have it running on Switch too. And I won't go into anything else about that. Clear Expedition 33. Again. It is on the 2026 bingo card. Fully expect it. And I think you got to do it sooner rather than later because there is still hype about it. People are still talking about it. There's people who watched the Game Awards and said, okay, I got to play this game. At some point in 2026, I got to play this game. Okay. And so you get it out, you get that news out soon. That way people know, okay, wait, I have another option. I can wait for the Switch 2 version to hit and I'll play it there. That way I'll actually play it more because I'll be able to play it in handheld. Bird?
I wanted to say something because this just popped in my head. Obviously, like I agree with you, Stash. I think just like the fact that this game is still constantly in the conversation makes this such an opportune time to announce it. But for anyone who's played, or if you haven't played, this game features like multiple like costume choices for the different characters in the game. I was just thinking, man, it would be so cool if there was some sort of like little Nintendo Easter egg, like how we got with Skyrim, on Switch, and how we got with Diablo 3 on Switch. If it, if you get like the overalls and a Mario hat that you could put on your characters, or whatever it may be, but some sort of like Nintendo Easter egg that makes this version,
that would be cool.
a little bit special. I was just like, oh man, that would actually really work here with some of the costume options that are already available. But yeah, not to jump in, it's just a thought that popped in my head.
Yeah, that's a good point. So Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. Again, this is my 2026 bingo card, and we've talked about this a lot. I think both games are coming, and there's a third one in development. So you want to get this out ASAP. So when the third one is ready to come out, it can ship on Switch 2 day and date with the other platforms. So at this point, if you're EA, you got to get everyone else up to speed. I don't know if it's going to be a single release or a double pack. Not sure how they're going to handle that, but I expect both of them to come out soon. Again, this is one that I feel like for almost a year, I probably have talked about on the podcast to buy this on Switch 1, it's going to get a Switch 2 edition. And I think this Direct could be a really good opportunity to finally announce that. And again, this is something you can add to your wish list and just wait for it to go on sale. I got the complete edition for $4.99, $5. And same goes for Kingdom Come, $5. Okay. Obviously, when the Switch 2 edition comes out, it's not going to be the same price. So capitalize. Blueprints, again, this is on the 2026 bingo card. This is a slam dunk. I don't know if we're going to get Oblivion yet. I do believe it's coming. Okay. This is one I'm just not sure if we'll get it at this Direct because there's already some stuff coming, which I'll get to next, which is, and again, I mentioned this last year that I believe Fallout 4 will come to Switch 2 to coincide with the Season 2 finale. Perfect timing. The Direct's tomorrow. I really think they should release this tomorrow, or at least give us the release date. But this is a game that I could absolutely see Shadow drop tomorrow because of that. And again, I was talking about this last year, guys. So I really hope I'm right on this one. We'll also say this: I platinum Fallout 4 on PS5. That takes a lot of hours. I enjoyed like every second of this game. And I guess let me rephrase. I played it on my PS4. Okay. And it was a bit janky and it was so much fun. But the version we're getting is not. The version we're getting looks very, very nice. So just saying, that's going to be a great game to play in handheld. Orbitals, look, this should be a free space. I just threw it in there. Slam dunk. Indie, again. I reviewed this last year in January. And I told everyone this is coming to Switch 2. I said it in my review. Several months later, then people started saying this was going to maybe come to Switch 2. There's another receipt I'm collecting. I think we get a release date on that too. Black Myth Wukong, again, they got it running on Series S. I fully expect this to come to Switch 2. And oops, oh my God, we did it. Nate, I did what you did.
You pulled a Nate.
Thank God. I was trying to pull a stash and then he pulled a me. I love it.
Mass Effect Legendary Edition. Look, you guys already know, you've seen this before on my bingo cards. This is a slam dunk. It was a budget release. It was $40 or $50 when it came out on PS4. And obviously they had for PS4 Pro is 4K and they added HDR. This is a game you can add mouse Joy-Con controls to that would work really well.
I want to add another game that they should talk. I do not expect it to be in this Direct any way, shape, or form, but I just got to bounce off this great BioWare trilogy. For the love of God, put Dragon Age Origins on Switch 2 with mouse controls.
Yeah.
Because that's more of like the tabletop experience than the other Dragon Age games are.
That'd be cool.
And Origins is just so good. It's such a damn good game, but
that would be cool. I wonder what the Dragon Age team is doing right now.
I'm surprised we haven't had Veilguard in it. Like, that game lost a lot of money.
It did. That's why I'm wondering what they're up to.
Immediately throw that game. I would have thrown it at Switch 2 even before even starting like port work on it. I would have been like, coming to Switch 2 as soon as possible.
Yeah, I agree. That's a game we've talked about here for that reason.
Yep.
But hey, for anyone who has not played Mass Effect, I've played 1, 2, and 3, beat them. I would happily return, and that's I think that says a lot because these games are big commitments for your time. Again, Tarnished Edition, I expect the release date, and I'm gonna continue to stick with the prediction that I had I think the beginning of last year, talking about the same thing, Bird, that you mentioned with some other games. I really think this is a great opportunity to add in some like Legend of Zelda stuff.
Yep.
They don't have nothing that obviously touches the lore, but you can put some items in there, just like you do with Skyrim. And I think that would go a long way.
Stash, do you think that this one's gonna run better than when people were talking about it at Gamescom, and then what we I thought it ran rather well at PAX, but do you think it's gonna be running even better when this one comes out? I do too. I was even thinking that maybe they should consider a rebrand to Polished Edition.
Right?
Since it's likely to be a
That's
more
so
polished
funny.
experience.
Yeah, so somebody played it at one of the game events. I don't know if it was in Germany or if it was somewhere in like Latin America. I forget. But I watched a video of it, and this was, I think, in November. Okay. And it was running better than what we played.
Yeah.
So it's just going to continue to get polish.
Yeah.
And here we are in February. So this ball needs to drop before Dustbloods.
Yep.
Pragmata again. We need to, I think, see the amiibo like in detail. Same goes for Resident Evil Requiem. Bird, I mentioned that on your video as well. The amiibo, we need to see that. Hopefully it's Leon Kennedy. That'd be badass.
Yep.
I think Nintendo fans would love that. Yep. So we got that RE4 connection on GameCube. At Pragmata, I could see getting the demo announced
For sure.
because we're waiting.
I think
on it.
that's a very pragmatic approach to what you think might be there tomorrow.
It's coming out soon, April 24th, if I recall. And I think it'd be a good opportunity. Even Resident Evil, that's a good opportunity as well for a demo. So we'll see about that. Again, I have this on my 2026 bingo card.
Sweet.
Yeah. So look, Castlevania is one of my all-time favorite IPs. Always has been, always will be. I adore all of the games. I grew up literally on the original. I still stand by Simon's Quest as one of my favorite Castlevania games. Symphony of the Night is my GOAT for Castlevania. So yeah, Paul, everything you said, I'm just like, it's so funny because I have it on here, and I'm excited for it. And it's the 40th anniversary of Castlevania, so that's this year. You have every reason to, and I've said it several times, but because we've received the anniversary collection, the advanced collection, and the Dominus collection, that has introduced the game to all of the young kids, all of the new gamers. And it has reminded all of the old gamers why we love it so much. The table's set.
Yeah.
It's ready. We're ready to do it for the 40th anniversary. It's the perfect setup. If you're ever going to do it, you do it this year.
Yeah, and I think that kind of a reveal would definitely slay.
It would resonate with Nintendo fans.
Oh,
big time.
It's
part of our growing up is Castlevania, right?
That's why it's my closer, not to take your time. But unless if it's like GTA 6, this was it because 40th anniversary, big connection with Nintendo. Okay, that's it. Sorry.
Be huge.
I'm glad you put this.
Look, I want Symphony of the Night really bad, okay? Yeah. For everyone, for anyone who doesn't know, because I do get asked this a lot, why it's not on Switch. And the story goes that the the source code for Symphony of the Night was lost. Okay. And Sony wanted Konami to remake the game. And they commissioned Konami to remake it so it could be released on the Castlevania Requiem, which has the TurboGrafx version of Rondo of Blood and Symphony of the Night. And so the story goes, from what I've heard, is the reason it's not on Nintendo is because Sony paid for this to be on PlayStation. And so obviously I want this on Nintendo really bad. It would be a great handheld experience. I think some things have maybe changed as well. Like the landscape's changed, right? Since Sony commissioned them to do this. Sony's releasing games on Nintendo now. So who says this is still off limits, right? I think just things have changed enough that we could see that come out. So I hope it does, Paul. Symphony of the Night belongs on Nintendo, similarly to like Final Fantasy VII.
It's one of those.
Yeah, it was same time frame on PS1, and we didn't get it. So I have Halo again, guys. You know, outside of Xbox releasing games on all the other platforms, and outside of Halo coming to PlayStation, it is the 25th anniversary of Halo, of Xbox. You know, this was the flagship Xbox title, and Halo coming to Nintendo would be very symbolic. Excuse me, of a different time when it was, you know, Dreamcast and Xbox and GameCube and PlayStation 2. And every console had their big flagship title or their mascot. Times have changed. Nintendo stayed the same, though. They're the only ones who've stayed the same, right? PlayStation was Crash Bandicoot. That changed. Xbox was Halo. It's changed. Only Nintendo's kept their mascot. You know, Sega had Sonic, and they still do, but they don't have a console anymore. So this would be really symbolic to me. I'd love to see it. Now, I don't know what form it's coming in, if it's coming in the Master Chief Collection or if it's coming as Halo, what is it, Combat? What is it? Combat Evolved? The remake? I don't know. Forget the name they used.
Campaign Evolved.
Campaign Evolved.
Campaign Evolved. Thank you. Metal Gear Solid. Now look, this is also on my 2026 bingo card. We got the Volume 1. Paul, you know, you mentioned Volume 2 collection. And obviously that's on my mind. So is Snake Eater. The one that just recently came out. So I think either on the table. I could also see the Legacy Collection getting a Switch 2 edition, but I don't think that's like the big announcement for Metal Gear. I think that would be like and hey, this is going to get a Switch 2 edition. It would be on top of whatever the announcement is. So and obviously a Switch 2 edition of this would just give you some better resolution and frame rate in some of the games. But I expect Metal Gear. All right, is this my final line? I think this is my final line. Yep, because this is where I think it is. Let's see.
Yeah, stack it in. Yeah, stack it in there.
Yep. All right, Diablo 4. Did I already say Diablo 4? Did I have this in here twice?
No.
I did. I messed up there. All right, Mina the Hollower. Look, guys. Again, we can't say much, but there's things we know, and it's definitely not coming out in 2030. And obviously, that's a joke. In fact, she was on Twitter today talking about that. Some people were asking Celia. She's like, no, that's just a placeholder. She said, I wanted to put 2077, but they wouldn't let me. So we put 2030. But But you had to reply to people and say, no, obviously that's not when it's coming out. But I don't expect it to be too far off. Stellar Blade.
That's good.
Can see it coming. Persona 4
Hell
Revival.
yeah. That's multiple P4s. I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Makes me feel really good.
Can see it. How about some Death Stranding director's cut? Again, hey, it's been rumored. I don't know anything specific about this that other people don't know that are in the know. But again, it's Kojima, man. Why wouldn't it come to Switch too? We love Kojima. We love Iga. Bloodstained. It's another one. Could have put that on the card too. South Midnight. I think we get a date. We know it's spring. And go look. This could be a sizzle. This could be a little sizzle thing. We'll see, because it did already have some time to shine there. Ooh. I don't know why it keeps doing that. Horizon.
Windows, man. Windows screwing up.
Yeah, dude. It's always Windows, man. Horizon. Look, we got the Lego game. I'm certain that we're getting a Sony game. As to which one it is, I don't see why it wouldn't be Horizon, since we already got the Horizon Lego game. And I'm not for certain, but I'm pretty sure that did not come to Xbox. That only came to PlayStation and Nintendo Switch. So that lends even more credence to why Horizon would come to Nintendo. Also, I platinum both games. Okay. I have been playing Zelda since the 80s, guys. Like Paul, you have, Nate. Look, Zelda fans would really like this. Nintendo fans would really like this game. These are great games. And I think they do so well over here. So if you're going to be releasing Horizon on other platforms, if you're having it on PC, why would you bring it over here and make some money too? You make more money on software than hardware. I think Sony and Microsoft are really going to start leaning into that. And then, hey, dude, Adventures of Elliot. I personally think it is so fitting that this game is coming out on the year of Zelda's 40th. Because when I did my preview video last year, I recorded it before PAX and scheduled it. I played through the whole demo. And I could not believe how much this felt like a modern day HD 2D Zelda. And it's like it's made by Square Enix. You're like a company that pumps out great games. So I'm like, I feel really good about this after playing through it. Like, I want this demo to keep going. I didn't want it to end. And so after playing that, I've just been waiting for the release date. And look, Dragon Quest comes out tomorrow. For everyone who didn't get like at the normal release dates tomorrow. If you got Digital Deluxe, you could have played it starting yesterday. But that's out the door. Final Fantasy's out the door. We know Rebirth is coming. To me, Elliot gets dated soon, like between March and May would be my educated guess on that. And that's it. There's my card. And if even half of these happen, this is good stuff.
Excellent.
Mm-hmm. Hey, thanks. I'm really excited for this. This is going to be a lot of fun, guys. And just remind everyone, these cards are never meant for every game to hit. That would be insane, and we need more than 30 minutes.
Yeah.
Right? You know?
Yeah. It's just to try to get a bingo and also just hopium. We want to get some of the stuff right. Like, obviously, guys, there are times when maybe the bingo card is taken a little more seriously on trying to get as many possible right. I would argue our ones that we do for the whole year, that's an attempt to hit on them all. That's an attempt to hit on them all. We want, there's games we want, but also we actually think these could all happen this year. But for any individual direct, they're always extremely hard to predict that many spots because game announcements are spread throughout the year, and there's always games we don't know about. There's always indie games we're not considering. But we got some good nice bingo cards.
Let me just say that I left off the Mario Rabbids collection. And the reason why is because I think that's perfect for the upcoming General Direct, which, again, we talked about this, that if there's a partner direct, we think a General Direct is coming right after then. And again, people are latching onto that now, making videos about it now, which is great because we're all.
I literally said last week. When we were asking like how we'd feel about it, the first thing I said last week was I'd feel good about it because that just means we're getting a regular direct soon, and that's more game announcements.
Yeah,
that's why I did that for a video.
Yeah, like last week's podcast, guys. We did direct predictions, and obviously we went off the assumption of a general, but we mentioned specifically on the show we didn't know it could be a partner showcase, and if it is, all the better. We'll do the direct bingo, and that'll be another kind of prediction specifically for that. Because look, our predictions for a general might change depending on what's in this. Like a lot of the games could get knocked off. What we thought might be here from our ones last week as well. So yeah, because it doesn't make any sense. Like this is the big thing. Just to address, like if anyone's upset about a partner today, which by the way, I gotta give some credit to the Nintendo online fan base today. There hasn't actually been that much backlash over the partner today. And it probably is a big shout out to Nate the Hate for dropping the confirmation last week. Basically a week ago, shortly after our podcast. It was like the next day after our podcast, Nate the Hate dropped the confirmation, which again, you guys can think it's not a confirmation because it's not Nintendo. I don't know how many more times this guy has to keep being right before you're just like, at some point you should just listen to the guy. Like, yeah, he might get an odd thing wrong, like Kirby Planet Robobot, which he said was coming last year and then it didn't. But that doesn't mean that there's highly likely that game exists somewhere. And just a decision was made at some point to push it back, or they decided not to release it. Either way, he's way too accurate to like doubt, especially when he says a direct is coming, an event is coming. He keeps being right. So when he drops it, yes, I don't put the headline confirmation, but I have no problem using the word leak with Nate the Hate any day. That guy, when it comes to saying an event is coming and saying what the event is, lock it in. Example, he's actually looking into the Nash Weedle General Direct and 3D Mario stuff. And he was asked, he gets asked every day if there's any updates, and he's like, hey, these things take time. The sources I have, it takes time. They don't just get back to me instantly. That's not how this works. Because Nate the Hate doesn't like pulling that confirmation out till about, again, a week before it's going to happen. He's been much better about that because he's been burned with Nintendo moving things in the past. So when it's a week before, it ain't moving anymore. Then he drops the confirmation. So what I'm throwing out there is just like, it doesn't make sense. Like if you think logically, it doesn't make sense to drop a partner showcase and make us wait till June for a general direct when they have no release dates past March of any Nintendo game. Now I get that the games they do have announced, they could drop those release dates on Nintendo today. Yeah, sure. That's only 3 games. Like, they have to have more announced for this year. Like, it's just so there's got to be a general coming. And again, some could argue they should put the general first and the partner showcase later. But I do think some of the games shown in tomorrow's partner showcase are going to be games coming out this month. Games they want to advertise right this second. And also, we all know, guys, if the 3D Mario thing is real, no one's going to care about anything else announced in that direct, like online. I'm not saying like not literally, but from a conversation point, 3D Mario will dominate. So you can do the partner showcase first and put some of the big stuff in here from the partners so they get their time to shine. They get to show you, hey, Switch 2 is a place to play third-party games. Mm-hmm. Then you come with the big general later to remind people, oh, by the way, we didn't forget that we make games too. I think that's the strategy here. And that might mean a general's in March. That might mean it's happening in the third week of February. I don't know. But I just don't think it even without rumors, I don't think it makes sense to drop a partner if you're not planning a general within the next 6 weeks. So guys, don't panic. Everything's going to be okay. If we get to the end of March and it hasn't happened, okay. All right, we get to that last Thursday in March and nothing's happened. Okay, that is a little scary. That is a little scary at that point. But until then, you got a thing to worry about. So credit to the fan base out there. Not only trusting Nate the Hate when he said partner, but also not throwing a big hissy fit today that this isn't a general because it was expected to be a partner. And we can't be dumb as a fan base. We can't literally think Nintendo's not bringing big games this year. Oh, and by the way, even if the general isn't this month, Gen 10 Pokemon should be revealed. Yeah. Will at least be one big game revealed this month.
I think we get the general direct before the movie.
Yeah, that too.
I mean, it makes perfect sense.
And if 3D Mario's in it, getting that revealed before the movie would be huge.
That's why you do it. That's why you do it, man. That's why Ubisoft, you wait too. And you get in on that as well.
Yeah.
On that general direct. Capitalize on that Mario marketing.
I'm saying, like, it makes a lot of sense, and I get it. We all want the general, and we're not used to coming into a year without at least one known big system seller. Although Pokopia could be that potentially, they might be viewing it that way. We'll see. Pokopia is a kind of a we don't know game. Like it could do big numbers. It could also not do big numbers. We don't know. But yeah, and obviously, and I think Nintendo knew Gen 10 Pokemon's obviously being revealed this month, so they already knew there was going to be like a huge reveal this month.
Exactly.
So
I think this is fun not knowing what's coming. Honestly, I love this.
Yeah. And to be fair to anyone that is worried, because some people like Kiwi Talks and others thought this might be more of a third party. One Kiwi Talks doesn't typically know much about first party Nintendo. You can go look at his history of putting stuff out there. Outside of Metroid, because he knows people at Retro, he hasn't really seemed to know much of what's happening inside Nintendo. All of his stuff is usually third party. But I will just note that was just a prediction from him. That was not him saying he knows there won't be anything this year. And beyond all of that, it would be, I get why some people are concerned, because there has been years in the past from Nintendo where the year was kind of light. We just had one with Switch in 2024, kind of a light year for major releases. We've had a couple years during the Switch era where there was like huge gaps. 2018, there was kind of a huge gap in major releases. Still games coming out, but like big name games, like you had to wait almost till Smash Bros. In December. Like it was a huge gap. They had Let's Go, I think, that year as well. So this is just one of those things where Nintendo knows. They know what they're doing. They knew they had no exclusive system seller last year. Why? Because they probably wanted to pack it into this year. They figured we could get by on hype through the holidays, and we'll deliver the goods in 2026. A bold strategy, by the way. But we'll see. For now, it's all speculation until shit gets announced. So let's go through the Q&A. You guys can still super chat in right now if you're watching live to get your questions in.
I do. I hate to interrupt, and I do apologize that I'm going to miss the Q&A.
You're not welcome. Bring Bayonetta back.
Hold on. Let me do a quick wardrobe change. I mean, I don't know about wardrobe change. I mean, go get her, I should say.
No, it's all right. It's all right. Paul, let people know what you got going on, where they can find you.
I have every day going on today in gaming history video, which many of them, vast majority of them, you could also see on Nintendo Prime's channel.
Yeah, sorry. I got to talk to you about them. Actually, I'll just tell you now. Can you send them to me a little earlier in the day? When they get piled in, like for me at night, when I'm like trying to get my video out, my live stream, I was like, dude, it's too much content coming out at once. I can't put them all out at the time. I know sometimes you can. Sometimes you can't.
Yeah. So I'll try to send them.
I meant to text you that today, and I was like, man, having this come out the same time my video is published is not good.
Yeah. All right. We'll try that. But yeah, the gaming history videos, which every day is a different short, and they are very varied, including Bayonetta. That if you want to see some Bayonetta shorts, just type it on in there because those are funny. And yeah, it's just a little bit of a gaming history trivia of what came out on that day in the vast universe of gaming over the last 40-something plus years. And then I also do a countdown series to different games sometimes. Right now I'm doing a once-a-month countdown to the Mario movie, to the Zelda movie. So those are kind of fun. They'll build up more traction as the movies come closer. And as far as where I'm at, on YouTube at Paul Gale Network. I'm on X at Paul Gale Network. Also, I'm known as kind of the numbers guy because the last thing I'll say before I leave is we kind of left the numbers conversation earlier, but we did cover most of it. Metroid Prime 4 Beyond. Do you know who knew it was a million seller? Those of you that followed Paul Gale Network on X back on December 21st. So to the people saying, who didn't show a billion? If you followed, you already knew a month and a half ago that it was. I get some number data early. What I don't get early, I could still get pretty accurate with crunching numbers, analyzing. When I do get a little morsel and I do use my past knowledge and I put them together and what's available publicly, I get pretty darn close. So follow me on YouTube and X at Paul Gale Network. What was that?
Yeah, for those wondering why he's bringing this up, 9 hours ago, it was confirmed via Stefan Totillo that combined sales went over 1 million, but he's just wanted to note that, hey, technically you would have known that already if you followed him.
Yeah.
But what neither of them have is the exact number.
No, that is correct.
Yeah.
I had an approximate range, but I knew it did 1 million. It would be extremely surprising if it did anything less, which I highly doubted, but sometimes the source is not the most accurate. It's possible. I've had some bogus reports that have been shared to me for one reason or another, so it's not infallible. But when it comes to sales, I think it's a 100% track record. So take that for what you will. But yeah, it's been a blast tonight. Gosh, we had a fun conversation. We've got like less than 6 hours to go. Wait, never mind. Not 7. Less than 8 hours to go. We got like 7 hours and change.
7 hours to go.
Yeah.
6 hours till my stream starts.
Right. That's right. That's what I was looking at. So, thanks all for having me. Can't wait to talk about this tomorrow and see what we were right on, what we were not even anticipating, and that just blew us away. You know, these things are so cool for the community. And like, I'll just leave this as my outro piece. As Nintendo fans, you know we're eventually going to get a Mario, a Zelda, a Smash Bros, a Mario Kart. Things happen every generation. What you don't know is what third parties are going to come because they're so vast, and past Nintendo consoles for quite a while haven't necessarily had all third parties. So take this as an opportunity to learn about new franchises, new IPs, things that are awesome out there that you just haven't tried yet. And enjoy tomorrow. You know, I hope that there is something for everybody watching here across all of these streams. Probably not everything will resonate, but chances are you're gonna come away with, dang, that's for me. At least a couple titles, you know. So yeah, be optimistic.
You're right.
I'm hyped. Let's go. Thanks again for having me.
Let's do it. Yeah.
Thanks, Paul. Thank you.
Paul.
See y'all later. Thanks again.
And as always, all the guests we had on today from Lamb, Rogers Base, and all that, links to their channels are down in the description for you guys to go sub and check out their new content. Let's get through some of the stuff we have. First off, we got some gifted members going around. Demonic Brawler gifting Thunderstash Channel 8 membership. And then doing the same for GameBird.
Thanks,
and the same for Nintendo Prime.
Wait,
and then
did no one put a farming sim, a cozy farming sim on their bingo card?
No,
there's definitely like 3 of them tomorrow.
I know. It's just boring.
I just realized we didn't hear a single one.
There's definitely 3 of them. I just don't think we care.
Yeah.
You know, like Witchbrook. Witchbrook's probably gonna get news, but you know,
if if this was like a more serious, like we're trying to get as many bingos as possible because we have something on the line. Oh shit, all of us probably would have 5 farming sims on there somewhere. That being said, Paul Gale Network was restreaming the show tonight, and he got gifted 5.
Hell yeah!
Congrats, Paul. Demonic Brawler says, when I'm dead and gone, on my headstone it will say, apparently patience was not a virtue for him.
Nice.
It can be hard to be patient at times. It really can be. Demonic Brawler, I predict we see Resident Evil 9 amiibo tomorrow.
Interesting.
Dude, we got Pragmata amiibo, so like, yeah, makes sense. Super Bowl coming up this weekend, so of course, some people coming in and chiming on that. Go Pats, apparently.
Sorry, I just threw up in my
I
mouth.
still think it's crazy that the Pats are back in.
They turned that back around after it being a shit show for a few seasons, like pretty fucking quick. Actually, like 5 seasons, like pretty fucking quick.
Yeah, I'm impressed how quickly that got turned around.
Yeah, how are they cheating now?
Is it rigged?
Well, Belichick's not there, so
there's that. Good call. Yeah, but one of his players was.
I suppose.
Learn from the best.
Learn from the best. Let's find out about the deflated balls this time.
Yeah.
Sorry, Drake May. This is no offense to Drake May. He didn't do anything wrong. Roger Enyer. Woo, 6 months. Wow. Doesn't seem that long. Member for 6 months. Thank you so much, Roger, on someone else's chat. I'm not sure which one. Doesn't tell me. Congrats. Then he said, let's go 4 months. Okay, so in between your channels, one was 4 months and one was 6 months. I don't know which one's which, but there you go.
I don't think either of those are on
Well, they're not on mine. So, Karkun. Maybe it was Paul Gale. Could have been Paul Gale.
It's probably Paul.
I think the tweet was about us, the consumers, not exclusives. Allow for innovation, control screen. I suppose they were doing $2 super chats, so it's hard to get everything in because you're limited with characters. Yeah, okay. I think that was about Kiwi Talks.
Mm-hmm.
What that one was about.
Yeah.
Then we had some more memberships coming in. Steak making some rounds here. Gifted one to me. Not done though. Had to gift one to Thunderstash as well. And Gamebird. What a community.
Goodness.
Supporting
Damn.
all of us on the show. That's the way to do it.
You love to see it.
And Steak even gave Paul Gale one as well.
Hey,
I mean, even
Steak
given
was
the
going
guest,
off.
right?
Someone
Next
owes him a steak dinner. All right.
Yeah.
Demonic Brawler. Classic.
There we go.
Every week. Bring back NFL Blitz and NBA Jam and NHL hits. Gotta keep the streak alive.
We need to get some bring back Tales from the Crypt from Demonic Brawler, because every time I see his Crypt Keeper icon, I'm like, dude, why isn't Tales returned?
There you go. Sonic AD says, I'm not a horror gamer, but my eyes were glued on Resident Evil Requiem Switch 2 handheld footage I watched on Super Metal Dave's channel, locked near 60 FPS. Hell yeah, dude. People are going to be very... You buy this game on Switch 2, you're going to be very, very happy.
Or very scared.
Well, I mean, that you're supposed to be. That's part of the fun. Demonic Brawler. How about this exclusive aside? Do you agree that all major third party is available on all platforms should have cross progression and crossplay? Yes.
Yeah.
Especially if there's online
great feature.
Because that could also force you to stay on a platform when maybe you're thinking of switching, but you don't want to lose your saves. Allow cross progression, cross saves.
Or it could encourage you to, buy a game that you don't have, that your friends are playing on a different platform. Like that's happened with me in the past. I'm like, I like when I didn't have an Xbox or something in the past, and people want to play. Like, if it was cosplay on PlayStation, I'd totally pick it up and jump on. But nah.
All right. Uncario, love it when Starsh does presentation.
Starsh.
We got Thunder Starsh Gaming here.
See that? I feel like that's a persona. I feel like if Stash had like an eye patch that he occasionally busts out, he's Thunder Starsh Gaming.
Thunder Starsh.
I'll take
Yeah,
it.
Staff's really good. I know we had to cut it a little short. We didn't get to the third party games and all that other stuff coming, but it's all right.
Yeah.
There's just a lot of information in there. Steak 1024. Roger's here for a moment. Pretty much hat with the biggest one of the night says, shout out to Rogers Base for getting me completely addicted to anime One Piece. I started watching it about 6 or 7 weeks ago. I'm already on the Impel arc around episode 450. Okay, dude.
450?
In 6 to 7 weeks. I might have a problem.
Crazy.
Yeah, you have a problem, buddy. That's a lot of
Yes.
episodes. Dude, I love One Piece, and don't get me wrong. Once you start watching, it is very hard to turn it off. It is so good.
Hold on. Wait a second. It's not fair. This nice man who left a wonderful super chat. You guys are saying he has a problem. You know nothing about this guy. What if he reviews animes for a living? You know, what if he started an anime YouTube channel?
I mean, he
Be
could.
fair here.
Very possible.
He
This
couldn't. He was
is-
watching it the whole time.
Is this Rogers burner account?
Maybe he's live streaming One Piece episodes and doing live reacts. I don't know. Throw him a bone.
All right. Wait a minute. You mean Switch 2 is not failing? I know. Oh, but hey, don't worry. PlayStation announced their stuff while we were doing the show, and they outperformed expectations, selling 8 million, outdoing Switch 2's first holiday. And so, of course, the console warriors are Switch 2 failed. I'm like, what does one company's sales have to do with the other? I'm kind of confused. It doesn't diminish each other. It's weird.
I think the context that missed is that there's two great stories. Switch is selling really well, and so is PlayStation. Hell yeah. That's exactly what we want. It's exactly what we need. It's good for the industry.
This is great.
That's like wonderful news across the board.
Yeah, like I don't really know what's bad about this. It's like, oh, well, Switch 2 is failing. I'm like, okay, well, I mean, if that's how we predict failures, PlayStation 4 outsold Switch's first 2 holidays as well. And it should. It's been out longer and is being discounted during the holidays. Like that'd be kind of weird if it's in the middle of its heyday and it can't outsell a platform just starting out. You know, it's weird. It's weird. I don't understand why people care so much, but it is what it is. Come on, Brawler. Gave Paul Gale a membership as well. Uncario coming in. One important note on physical versus digital. If you look at games with retail releases, Nintendo is selling 2-1 in favor of physical. Overall digital ratio also includes NSO and download-only games revenue. Yeah, it's just they put a note in there. They put a special note for this quarter about the physical games that have digital games that have physical releases, and how this quarter it was around 50-50. Just this quarter, not overall. Now, a key thing to remember is Nintendo didn't have like a bunch of bangers dropping, because usually it's Nintendo's games that will skew it more towards physical versus digital, because Nintendo's games are like 2-1 usually. But because Nintendo didn't have like that big console exclusive. No offense to Kirby, Our Riders, and Age of Imprisonment. And a huge chunk of their sales were digital from the bundles, Mario World bundles as well. Let's see here. Wait, Demano 7. Do you think they'll announce a new Mario vs. Rabbids tomorrow?
A new
I think
one?
we just kind of discussed. It makes more sense in the general, but I mean, could happen.
You never know. Or a collection.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's kind of what they indicated they might do before Switch 2 was revealed. But also, my whole thing with Ubisoft is like, they disbanded the team that made the games.
That doesn't matter though. I mean, it matters. It could matter for creative vision and quality, but as far as like releasing something,
yeah, Ubisoft is kind of weird right now. I don't know if I trust anything from them.
Yeah,
that's the problem. Like, I don't really like. They're not doing well as a company, guys. Like, they're not in a good place. So
they're just really mismanaged.
Yes,
like really
bad. Like you can have like Shadows come out and it sells pretty well if you just look at raw numbers, and yet still the company like goes down to like $1 on their shares, and I'm like, something's just not right. Yeah, and now the reports come out about like the employees are bitching on the actual staff channels about what's going on. saying that like you're firing all of us when you're the problem. Things aren't looking good at Ubisoft, and they're just bleeding like ultra talented people. You want an example, guys? Expedition 33 was made by former Ubisoft employees. That's the level of talent. They just said fuck you and get out of our company. I don't know what they're doing. I don't think they know what they're doing. Yeah, but I do think a collection will somehow squeeze out of that mess at some point. It's just there's probably at least a couple million in sales for a collection if they can get it out. WWE 2K26 is going for $150. Is it really?
Well, context.
Yeah, that's what I need context.
That's for the the Ultimate Edition.
Oh, that's
NBA 2K does this every year on every
Madden
platform
as well.
Yeah,
Madden's got like the $100 version or something every year.
yeah. It's my cousin texted me about this. He's like, "Did you know there's 400 characters in WWE 2K26?"
Jesus.
Yeah, I'm like, Jim, it's just hard, dude. It's hard to want to play it when I know Revenge and No Mercy are better. This is way more fun to play. I'd be willing to drop that much if it was a modern Revenge or No Mercy. I'd pay that much in a heartbeat.
Yeah. All right. I haven't played a WWE game in forever, so I don't even know what they're like today. I mean, I guess the last one was pretty good, but I don't even know. It's been so long. And there's just not competition for it. It's not like WWE has other games coming out to compete. Like I think personally, what might help them, and I don't know, maybe they don't need help. Maybe the sales are fantastic every year, so who cares?
They probably are.
I would like one that like goes back and does like, hey, let's go back to Raw versus SmackDown and let's release a game for each one. Like bring back the rivalry, and that still technically exists if you watch the WWE universe. There's still like a little SmackDown versus Raw rivalry, but it's not like it once was that the superstars cross over all the time. And I get it because they're just trying to get as many eyeballs on everything. But yeah, I don't know.
The biggest thing this one has going for it is it's the Attitude Era. That's the whole focus of the game, which draws me in, right?
Yeah.
But is it fun?
I don't know.
Gameplay fun. That's
I haven't played it, so I don't know.
I played it like 2 years ago. I have 25 for Switch 2. I need time to play it, but I didn't love it. Wasn't that fun?
I am happy it runs well, guys. Do we know if WWE 2K26 was this also ported by Nintendo Studio again, like the last one was?
By Shiver?
Do we know, guys, if this one was ported by Shiver?
It's not out. I mean, it's not out yet. We won't know. Probably until
2K25 was ported by Shiver. That's why it ran so. Like when people were wondering, why does that run so much better than NBA? I'm like, well, Nintendo ported the game, so Nintendo's going to be pretty fucking amazing at porting games to their own platform. Like that's why they bought Shiver. But Shiver can't port every third-party game. They don't have that kind of bandwidth. So I'm just hoping NBA this year step it up 2K. I don't want to hear any excuse to not have 60 FPS when you're still dropping Switch 1 versions at 30. Get out of here. Get garbage out of here. 60 FPS locked. Switch 2. No excuse. Dude, we have Resident fucking Evil 9 at 60. Get the fuck out of here. Get your shit together, 2K. Take the platform serious or people are just not going to buy it. Yeah, the pillow. You have the pillow one. Yeah. That was a funny. Of course he had the pillow at the ready. Of course he did. This was to get me to get that burp in quick. The problem with that burp, guys, why it wasn't so great, you can't rush it. When you chug the beer, you got to let it sit for 30 seconds or so, let the bubble form, and then let out the belch. He was trying to get the fuck out quick, so I was trying to push it out. Yeah, you can't do it. You got to let it sit for a moment. So Next time, hopefully we hit it before he's about to get the hell out. I warned people like an hour earlier. Hey, he doesn't have that much longer, but it is what it is. Thank you for the support. I do appreciate it either way. And then greetings from Poland.
Nice.
Look at that. International viewers. I love it. You'll love to see it. All right. Well, that's going to do it for episode 38. Dude, we're right back here tomorrow night, baby. Paul Gale Network's coming back on tomorrow night, along with this crew of sexy people here. And I'm going to be live in the morning because there's a fucking Nintendo Direct. Are you kidding me? It's fucking February. The month just got started. We have Mario Tennis Fever next week, which Rogers Base is saying looks like it might be worth the money. We'll see. Reviews will be dropping, obviously. And that'll probably see if that backs up the feeling, because he said he didn't get to play adventure mode. And that's a mode I know a lot of people are curious if it's just a glorified tutorial like the last one was with Aces, or if that's just like the beginning of it and then it actually becomes something greater. That's what we all want. That's what it used to be back in the day. So we'll see. And then, there's obviously Pokemon Presents later this month. This is a big month. We're going to have a lot of big podcasts this month. We really are. There's just so much happening. So, dude, wouldn't it be crazy if there was a general direct the third week? And that for the podcast before that direct, not only are we doing a direct bingo for the general direct, we're also giving our impressions on Mario Tennis the same episode. That would just be badass. All right, guys. Let's go around the room, let people know what we got going on, and get the fuck out of here. Game Bird.
Yeah. Got some big stuff coming up. Obviously, I mentioned at the start of the show, I dropped a collab video with a handful of great Nintendo content creators sharing kind of our thoughts and predictions, having fun with the upcoming partner showcase that's going to be tomorrow morning. But that's not all, because I'm also planning another big collaboration. I'm hoping actually to make this the biggest collaboration I've ever done, because I think for the last 3 years, I've done at least twice a year some sort of Nintendo Direct predictions collab with at least like 3 to 4 creators. I think I did 5 on this last video that just dropped. I want to take it to the next level. I want to see how many I could squeeze into what is the first Nintendo Direct of the year. We'll see. So far, I should have confirmed more than I do for that was in the partner showcase predictions video. But I want to see if I've got to I should have asked Paul tonight if he's interested. Maybe I'll reach out to N64 Josh. I don't know if they'll be interested, but I don't know. Let's see how many I can squeeze in and just make this like, I don't know, not only just like a fun way to bring all of our minds together, but also kind of sharing our hype and excitement for what's to come this year for Nintendo. So yeah, that's kind of it in the near pipeline. I'm also planning a few other videos. One of them I am waiting for this direct before I make, because depending on what's announced, it may change my views on the video that I'm planning. So
okay, there we go. Eric,
yeah, you can find me here and on our Clips channel.
Hell yeah!
Oh, and don't forget to create an account and follow our fantasy league.
Oh yeah,
yeah, dude.
Good.
I
Thanks
actually
for the shout out.
We need 6 more followers to get on the first page for sure.
That's where we're at.
Yeah, we need 6 more for sure to get on the first page.
I barely have anyone watching me live, but I'm gonna drop a link for people.
Yeah, I'll drop a link in mine too. Yeah, guys, follow that fantasy league. I have been holding off on not really doing much with it because I was waiting for the direct. Waiting for the direct to see if there's anything I want to try to snatch up. Anyways, Thunderstash.
All right, so let's see here real quick.
Calendar ready.
Yep. All right, so it's been busy. Today's the 5th, so I have my calendar starting on here January 19th. I update this. All right, so this is what I've had come out real quick. I've had Mio, okay? My Mio review for Switch 2, Final Fantasy VII, Escape from Ever After, Code Vein 2. I Hate This Place. If you're interested in that game, you'll want to check that out. And then Dragon Quest 7 Reimagined, posted that review on Monday. It comes out tomorrow. This is a big game. So you're going to want to check this out if you don't have it on your radar for sure. And then, God, I can't believe it. This morning I posted my review for Lovish. Feels like it was like 2 days ago, but it was this morning. That's how my days have been. Guys, I'm in the middle of working on my review for Neo 3. I put about 15 to 20 hours into Neo 3. Bert, are you going to play Neo 3?
Absolutely. I've played the shit out of the demo.
I thought you did. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dude.
I've been playing the shit out of it. If anyone, I'll just say this, like, this isn't a game that I'll be reviewing because it's a game that's probably going to take me a long time to beat with just my schedule and availability. And like, I know you're busy, Stash. There are so many games that I want to play. I've been powering through. I'm about, I think, 48 hours into Trails of the Sky first chapter. I made a promise at the start of the year that I was going to really work on my backlog. So Trails I'm getting through, but I needed to play this demo, especially because it's the game I drafted. I love this series already.
Yeah.
But there is one that might pull me out of Trails a little bit coming out on the 11th. It's not a game that any of us had drafted, and maybe we'll regret it. I've heard some great things. Romeo, my friend. I am so unbelievable. Is this a game that you already are playing by any chance?
Not yet, but should be very soon.
Oh my gosh, I'm so jealous. Well, I'll be playing it on launch, so soon enough anyways, but you guys know I love Suda games and I am so excited. I've been hearing some good things from the preview events on this one as well. So that always gets me excited.
Yeah, me too. So that's what I've done. All right, this is what's coming up. I'm going to tell you guys what's coming up. So the Neo 3 review, Jimmy and the Pulsating Mass review. Both should be posted this weekend.
Very nice.
And then Monday, the 9th, the Prisoning Fletcher's Quest. This is by Acclaim, and the developers Elden Pixels. And Elden Pixels made Alwa's Awakening and Alwa's Legacy. This is their new game, which I reviewed both those on my channel. They make excellent games. Hopefully I can get this done with the embargo, but Little Nemo, the new Little Nemo game. I have a version of it right now.
Wait, is this Little Nemo like the movie Little Nemo?
Yeah. You know, like the Little Nemo that was on NES, except this one's a Metroidvania, which to me is like way cooler.
Am I forgetting about this? Did I know about this game?
It was in my most anticipated games.
Oh, that's where that's where I saw
it.
Ooh.
Yeah, they hit me up. I'm like, oh, dude, awesome. Like this was on my list, man. Yeah, I was so happy. So Little Nemo. Obviously, we got Mario Tennis on the 12th, Reanimal on the 13th. I should be getting a review code for Reanimal. Here's one that may not be on your radar that I have right now. It's called Under the Island. I don't know if anyone's seen this.
Never heard of it.
It's an indie game that looks like The Legend of Zelda. And I was actually tagged to request a review code for this. And I got it because it looks so cool. I was tagged and said, hey, this is a game you probably want to review. During the podcast, I just got a review code for Ease Nordics. Switch 2. Yeah, dude. I know. I didn't know if I was going to get that. And then I have Demon Tides right now as well. Early.
Nice.
And so obviously this is all coming between now and the 20th, so the next 15 days. How? I don't know. And also Virtual Boy comes out the 17th. And then a game called Fur Squadron. I don't know if you've seen this. It looks like Star Fox.
Yeah, it looks rad.
Yep. So
it looks just like Star. It's the one that kind of has a little bit of a vaporwave look and like synth, like 80s vaporwave mixed with Star Fox 64 specifically, right?
Yep.
The game looks awesome. Yeah, I'm excited to hear about your thoughts on that one.
Yeah, dude.
Really cool.
So those are the games. I got some other videos coming up that I need to do for some other products that I've gotten, but yeah, I think that's that takes me to the 20th of February. I think the 21st to the 28th is actually busy too. And obviously Disney Afternoon Collection, baby. Can't wait to play that. And shit, we might get something shadow drop tomorrow. My God. What else can I say? Let's see. I got Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection. Atari sent me a physical copy. Thank you to Atari. I'll be reviewing that. I got some stuff in from 8BitDo that I'm going to be working with them on some stuff that I'll be reviewing. There's some other stuff I'm probably leaving out, but man, I'm tired. There's a lot of reviews coming. So please support the channel. Come watch it.
Absolutely.
All right.
Stuff.
Man.
That was a lot.
Always. Stash is a busy man. This is what it is. All right, guys. Well, I'm Nintendo Prime. You know what's up? Daily news, rumor, leak videos, all that kind of stuff. Covering all of that. Obviously, we do the live streams as well on a lot of nights, some Q&As and all that. You guys have to be there live to see it or be a member, I think, at the 3rd tier or up to see it on demand. All the other stuff we keep live. The podcast stays live. When I react to the direct tomorrow, that's going to stay live after all that stuff, unless there's like copyrighted stuff and then YouTube dings it, which happens in these events sometimes. Besides that, guys, you can go ahead and really just want you guys to follow the podcast everywhere that it is that you have any interest, including the audio version, whether it's on Spotify, Apple, wherever. It's all over the place. We're pretty much on every platform you can be on for podcast. And one thing, if you do want to check out the audio version, because we do have some people that like to listen to the audio version when they're at work and all of that, drop a review. Seriously, it really helps with discovery of the show. If you're really enjoying the show and you think other Nintendo fans out there might enjoy the show as well, those reviews, they really do mean a lot. And obviously, if you're not subscribed to all of the 4 YouTube channels here, what's wrong with you? Should be checking out that Clips channel. Should be checking out the Birdman, the Thunderstash, and the Primer over here. I always like leave myself out of this, but duh. You don't have to like all of our content, but we all come together to do this show. So even just for this show once a week, if you ignore everything else and you like the show, that's all that really matters. So thank you guys so much. This is one of our favorite things we do. It truly is one of our favorite things we do. And I kind of just reminiscing a bit before we run out of here. We're about to hit episode 100 tomorrow. So it means something to me to get this far with this new show. See the growth it's seeing. See the happy commenters. Seeing, every single week when we're doing it live, seeing the new people that are in the chat that don't show up to other pieces of content because they like this the most. Hell, our audio version is getting comments now. I love it. You love to see it. And I hope that we can continue to grow the show into something truly special during the Switch 2 generation. Maybe take this bad boy to the tippity top. Become the de facto podcast for Nintendo. We'll see. Catch you guys literally tomorrow. Bye, everyone.
Good night.